Yo. Hold on, I gotta stop this music. What's up? It's your boy Drew. I'm gonna make Masonic hand signs in front of a brick fireplace, dude. If you look closely, there's Molech, the owl, right there. Oh, shit. Oh. What's up, Miss Layla?
Hi. Not much. What's up with you?
Just welcoming everyone to
Hey,
that
everyone.
Monday Nitro. Oh man. Just like I predicted last week, that guy. I knew he'd never be able to stop making videos about us. Anyone makes a video about him, he says they're obsessed with him. But he can make 100 videos in a row about the same people, and he's not obsessed, though.
Yeah, I'll preface it by saying we're gonna have to stop making like videos and stuff and interacting with this guy because he's the type of person that will never stop ever.
Oh, yeah. We predicted that already. He's never, ever going to stop. He has no range as far as things he can talk about. He can only talk about other people. I've never seen him attack anyone's idea or debunk anyone's ideas. Just personal attacks, ad hominem attacks, soy boy type level. Oh, you're gay type shit.
Look at this.
Yeah, so he's been stalking Layla all week.
Yeah, he said I live rent-free, or he lives rent-free in my head, but
That's all he can say.
screenshotting my public Instagram. And then I purposely switched it to private and unprivate a few times just to see if he was gonna go back for seconds and thirds, which he definitely did. So he totally fell into that trap.
Come on, let's be real. It's the only woman he's ever interacted with in the past 20 years.
Yeah, I can't interact with that guy anymore. It's he can't reason with people. I mean, I don't know.
He would never admit he was wrong about anything. He's doing a premiere about us right now. That's why I just wanted to sick of talking about him. But he says chalk body, fake Christians, Layla and Drew exposed. So what is a Christian exactly supposed to? Is there certain things?
Well, hold on, because he's saying because of all the stuff on my public Instagram means I'm not a Christian. I didn't accept Christ until 2022. That stuff is all from years ago. 2017 is when I started.
Are you allowed to wear that shirt?
Dio.
Are you allowed to wear that as a Christian?
I guess not. I don't know. What are Christians allowed to wear? What are they not allowed to wear?
Well, we have to ask the person that doesn't believe in it. He's going to tell you.
Ask Steven, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna ask him. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of gnarly stuff on my Instagram. I had a legit psychotic break after my dad passed away. It wasn't like that fake punk ass emo stuff that Steven does.
Yeah, and you had a crazy upbringing just from what you told me. And this guy just he either is a diagnosed schizophrenic or he's LARPing as one.
Well, the difference is too, though, is I was a young girl on the internet. I grew up and learned from it. This is a 40-year-old dude.
Right.
Still acting like that stuff is cool. I know I was cringe. It is so cringe. I keep that cringe up there so I never become that cringe again.
Right. Yeah. See me rolling. Threw down $2. Called me a commie. You got me, bro. Appreciate you, brother. Do we dare click it? We might as well just click it. Let's see where he's at.
I can already tell you the whole video. It's gonna be Ladyboy Layla.
Oh, 100%. I can tell you the whole video. I'm rent free in your head. Look at this Masonic symbol he's doing. Look at this Masonic drawing.
33 minutes into this. 33.
So perfect. He can do all that. What's he doing here? Hold on. Look at all he's doing is oh, here you go. Look at him stalking her Instagram. What a fucking creep.
My God. Yeah, totally.
She's got face paint on there. She's kind of got Joker lips there. Is this Christian?
Is this Christian?
For
That's
the
it.
people that argue with me and say,
That's gonna be the whole video. Is look at this. Is this
Is
Christian?
it Christian? Yeah, no, it's not. And I don't say that it is. I believed in like all of the esoteric and like Gnostic bullshit that I don't believe in anymore. Like back then. You
where
can
I
see
am,
it obviously.
Layla Amaris.
Orphan Annie's in his
You know,
chat.
I'm on her channel. Here's pictures here. This is her
Look at this
artwork
creep.
and stuff, photography, her poses.
You're way better artist than him. I'll give you
Of
that.
course, one eye
I
covered
told him
there,
I'd
and
give
one eye
him
showing.
lessons.
Is that Christian? Is she Christian?
Oh, is that Christian?
Skull here.
A skull.
Look at the face paint,
Oh,
nose ring, holding the skull with her hand.
oh
Is that
my
Christian?
God, a nose ring and a skull.
Got me.
Damn, this is high level research right
I
here.
better
Is
pack
she a
it up
Christian?
and go
Is
home.
Layla a Christian? Is Drew a Christian? Do they seem Christ-like when they call people fucking retarded, stupid, fucking stupid, low IQ? They mock
you are
saying
low
they're
IQ,
you
bro.
are a teenage girl cutter. You know, they mock girls that cut themselves as teenagers. They mock people committing suicide. They mock all kinds of things. They say a lot of sick stuff all the time. None of it seems Christian or Christ-like. None of it. None of it. Look at what's written here by Layla. The day may come when you've got something to lose, and just when you think you're done paying dues, I say to myself, quote, "Dear God, what have I done?" And hope it's not too late, because tomorrow may never come.
That's
Oh,
a
really? Dear God,
social
what have I done?
distortion
What have you
song. Those are song
What's in your
lyrics.
dark
That's a social distortion song.
Yeah.
past, Layla? What's in your
Oh.
dark past, Layla? Is this
One
Christian?
eye.
Is the
One
one eye
eye.
covered
Not
pose with hand
Christian.
that way spread
I
out
would never
over the
claim
face,
that
which
it is
sometimes
Christian.
Hollywood creeps do? I want people to answer this, including her fans, followers, defenders. Okay.
Oh shit, he got
It's
you.
used in magic. One eye there, Photoshop to have that green
One eye.
emerald color. It's not her natural eye color.
Emerald.
And the
Oh
rest is
my
almost
God, emerald green, dude. Matt McKinley said
It's
emerald green
obviously
is
not my
bad.
natural eye
black and
color.
white, but
It's
it has a
obviously an
different
edited
tone to
photo.
added to it,
That's why you get called a retard,
like
though.
a sandy beach type of beigey
Wow.
lighting effect or tone and added in Photoshop or software. And then the emerald green color there, selective color. But anyway, is this Christian? One eye there
Is this
and
Christian?
inverted pyramid there,
Is this Christian?
highlighting the eye
That's gonna
and
be
the
the
eyebrow.
whole video. Is this Christian?
Is this Christian? No, it's
Is this
not. I
Christian?
don't
And then
claim
this and the one eye and all of it. It's witchcraft. It's not Christian.
It's
I'm going
witchcraft.
to say that again. It's witchcraft. It's not Christian.
I'm
So
done.
here she is, Layla, writing about the darker parts of the human psyche. I don't know if she wrote that or
I did.
she loves the black and white, right?
Oh,
she
he's not
loves
going to
black
read
and
the
white.
whole thing.
Right?
That's a good
And
poem.
bars are chosen on purpose.
He's jealous.
Cage, fenced in, symbolism, prison.
Symbolism.
And they tried to do that with all my artwork and words and interpret. There you go, prison bars right there. Coming back. I can do the same thing easily. And more. And more. Tarot card reading again. There you go. One eye or one half of the face, one eye in shadow, and the other lit up on purpose, lighting.
Wow,
Not
this is
coincidence,
some
time and
in-depth
time and time again.
shit,
Is that
dude.
Christian? Is this Christian?
Take
For
a
her
shot
defenders,
every
is this
time he
fucking
says
Christian?
it's Christian.
Eye of Horus. See that?
Is this Christian?
Right there. Take a good look. And mirrorism,
Funny
duality,
as fuck.
has it reflection that way.
The
Effect.
duality, bro.
Yeah, I used to be big into the
Does that look
duality.
Christian to you?
That is something I used
Does
to
it look
believe.
more like something Lady Gaga would do? Or does it look Christian?
Bro.
Katy Perry? Or
Bro.
whoever? Madonna? Does it
Bro.
look Christian?
Madonna.
The people
He
that insist
compared
it's
you to
Christian.
Madonna.
Does it look like a
Damn,
witch?
Oh,
that's
no.
low.
Or does it look Christian? I
That's
told you I
pretty
can see
low.
them.
That's
I didn't
a
need these pictures. I could already see what it was
See them.
before I ever saw
Oh
her.
damn! I forgot to say I hit a raven on my way to work this morning. I fucking smoked a raven roadkill all over the fucking road this morning. Damn.
What's on her face?
Whoops.
Bunny ears. Macaulay Culkin uses those. So did Hugh Hefner's Playboy bunnies. You know what that represents?
Well, I have you
Can
under
you talk?
Abcaltra mind
Is that
control.
Christian?
Layla.
In a mirror? Do you know what that means?
Was a
Do you know what
mirror
she's doing there?
Christian? It's a mirror.
Do you understand? It's not Christian. Witchcraft.
Wow.
Well, hold on now. Hold up. Pause.
For her
pause,
fans,
pause,
lovers,
pause.
defenders.
Isn't this the same guy that tagged you in like little voodoo queen videos too?
Oh yeah.
Okay, but okay, this is here. I have that book
Yeah,
too. Actually. I've got that one too. This is a good book.
Here, hold on. Let me bring it up. I got to switch back. Hold on. Okay, what? I got you full screen now. What is that book?
Yeah, ancient Jewish mysticism. It's written by a rabbi too, but like, yeah, I don't just read books that make me feel good about what I already believe. I read everything. And this talks in here about the origins of voodoo. And it didn't originate in Haiti. It's white Jewish people that settled in Haiti.
So the Sanding Machine's practicing Jewish mysticism. He's got video with like a little
Kabbalist
doll and shit.
Yeah, and like I read and study this stuff because
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
she's
I don't
evil.
just read material that makes me feel good. Like I said, I read opposing stuff so I can understand how to look at that. Look, I'm crazy too. I highlight and footnote all this stuff.
You're exposed, bro.
Yeah.
Jake says Christians are Jewish simps.
Right? And look at this one here. Wait, where is it? Look. What was this one?
What is that one? Pagan?
Yeah, here.
And modern. Can't see it. Hold on. Modern.
And modern Christian symbolism.
Okay, let's see it. Hold
with
it
an
up.
essay on Baal worship. Okay. I used to read this stuff and believe in all this stuff. I don't believe in it anymore. I denounce it, but I'm glad I read this stuff because they always come in here and try to tell me I'm not a Christian and oh yeah, it's the Bible, blah blah blah. Like yeah, I know. I know about that stuff. I study this stuff.
The Sanding Machine just hates Jesus.
And this one too. Okay, I love this one because look at that.
The Tibetan Book of Living and Dying.
Yeah, this has so much soul trap in it. This has way more soul trap explanations than the Sanity Machine even cared to tell us on here. It talks a lot about that. And this is stuff I read, like, I probably picked up this book in, like, 2018, 2019, maybe, you know?
Well, you were exposed tonight. Christian. So we just LARP. I get what's the LARP, I guess.
Theory. I don't get I think they just hate that people accept Christ. I mean,
yeah, but what do they think the LARP is like the?
Well, I haven't heard anybody say what the LARP is. I haven't heard anybody explain that. They just don't like that you do you disagree with them? You understand this stuff and you disagree. Okay, like I understand the symbolism and how it works. I talk with my hands. I'm Italian. This is how we talk.
Oh, look at him. That's low. He's got a picture of your mom and dad on there.
Yeah, both deceased, by the way. Rest their souls. God rest their souls.
Oh, and he thinks you killed them or something or what? I don't.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know if I even want to hear what he says. That's pretty sick. This guy's a fucking stalker, dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all this stuff was drawn when, like, around 2017, 2018. I was going through some dark shit. I'm having a problem with art now, though, because I don't know what to draw anymore. Because I'm not
Christian.
like.
Does any of it look Christian? Demonic is this guy there?
Is this Christian?
Is any of this stuff Christian?
Is this Christian?
This stuff is all public, by the way, too. Like, anybody can go look at this stuff. I'm not hiding it.
Is this Christian?
I knew I used to be.
Is this Christian, though?
But is it Christian? Oh my, one eye. Oh.
Okay, now look at this comment. This guy's sick. We got to report this guy now. This guy's gone too far.
I can't.
El Diablo, that's him.
I can't see it.
He said we should be reported. He said, do they do?
Oh,
I'm not even going to read it. This guy's sick. What a sick fuck this guy is.
Look at this page, Steven. This is the real artist page right here.
He's sick. What a sick fuck.
I can't see what it says, but
I can't do a timestamp yet. I'll wait till he's done. I'm not even gonna read what he wrote. It's pretty sick. He's a sick fuck.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
well, fuck him. He's never gonna stop. It's just gonna be video after video after video.
Yeah. Before I go though, because I'll let you get into your other stuff, but I did want to talk about we had that schizophrenia 2020 video that I did with you.
Yeah.
Where I called like the stuff that happened, and then I wanted to say too, the Vocal Fry episodes that we did, I'm thinking about now because I'm watching it play out in all of these personalities, because we profiled a lot of different personalities in those videos. And now it's crazy to me because I'm seeing like the fruition of that. Like we laid that out in what was like 2021, right? And everybody I'm seeing in like all the situations and like all the little panel dramas, I feel like are all the people we profiled in there.
Yeah, and I think
Like
people kind
as
of forget.
an example, and obviously it's blanket statements. I'm not trying to offend anybody, but there's just certain like personalities. Like for example, like this guy thinks he's like the Crow, Steven, like from the movie. Like, and I feel like you see that in kids, like they try to emulate their favorite movie characters, and then you see it carry on into these adults in a lot of these cases, like people that just have infantile minds and don't grow up and grow out of it. Well, that's like a TV programming thing too. Like,
sorry, the whole premise or where I've gone with my channel is like examining what truth their videos seem to be. They seem to be like government curated propaganda for a certain mindset of person. It seems to be like help people like create connections which aren't there basically, and like as social media is to induce narcissism, I feel like these truther videos are to induce more and more schizophrenic thoughts in people. And then look who's drawn to it is like actual real diagnosed schizophrenics and people, and then end up just making like super loose connections and using like wordplay and stuff to create entire like,
yeah, you know, well, they wanted people binging Netflix because there's certain personalities. It's not everybody, but it's certain personalities or certain defects that people have, like brokenness, whatever it is, that they latch onto these things. So they like end up living vicariously through characters. This guy thinks he's some TV character out here, like fighting demons on the internet. It's just weird how you see it play out like that.
He's never in the wrong, though, ever. Everyone else, the entire world, everyone else is in the wrong. It's never this guy.
No.
Aphrodite's like, they're not in the same room. I got them. Okay, see exactly what we're talking about right now, Aphrodite.
Okay. I got you, Aphrodite. I got you. Crazy streamers. Watch this. Are you ready for the reveal of the year? Oh my God. Look.
Wrecked. You're fucking wrecked, Aphrodite, forever. That's how fucking dumb you guys are. Like, oh, they're not in the same room. They're in a Hollywood studio, bro. Aphrodite said, seen my kids on a fucking stream. And today she's like, well, he came on my stream. It sounded like he played a recording of kids being like extra loud. And then he told them, hey, quiet down, kids. He's just like trying so hard to make you think he has kids. No, bitch, that's what kids do. They fucking scream.
Well, and it's never enough either, because first the kids aren't real, and then they are real, but then they're too loud, so they can't be real again. And then we don't live in the same house. Like,
wow, you guys touched? Ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, we have 2 kids, dude. We've touched.
Yeah. Unreal. Oh, well.
So then a person like Aphrodite went from like being a quote unquote doctor, got into these truther videos, and now look at her living with her mom, washing the Morgellons away with her mama's shower. All of a sudden she gets to mama's and all of a sudden there's no more Morgellons. Isn't it fucking miraculous?
I don't know. Yeah. I wish Aphrodite well. I don't know. It's too much.
See, I'm hard on Aphrodite because I feel like she could get out of this bullshit. She's smart enough to...
I like to hear her talk. She's very knowledgeable about the stuff that she knows about, for sure.
It's so weird you guys stream separately.
Okay, but look, can I give you the simple explanation of why we do?
Echoing right now.
Yeah, it's hard I can hear an echo, and it's super distracting. It's so much easier for me to be in here. And we have had streams together before, like sitting side by side. But whatever, it doesn't really matter. It's inconsequential to me, really, in this like grand scheme of things.
Yeah, ridiculous. I don't know. These guys are sick out here. Steven's posting some real sick shit in his chat. He needs to get his fucking ass kicked.
I mean, it's whatever.
How does Layla feel about you fantasizing about me in the shower? You're sick, Aphrodite.
Why would you say something like that? Yeah.
I said she's showering in her mom's house. Like, you're fucking sick.
Yeah, who says some shit like that? That's super.
A schizo, that's who. A fucking insane person.
Yeah, I don't wish any ill on Aphrodite. I would never say some shit like that. What's wrong with you, lady?
Up, man.
Oh, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, well, that's pretty much all I wanted to say. I know you got other stuff to get into as well.
Yeah.
So
he just talked about me in the shower and texted me all damn day. I fucking wrecked Aphrodite so bad that Aphrodite believes fibromyalgia is real. And I said, aren't you a doctor? Why do you believe fibromyalgia is real? I can't even say it. And she's like, well, it's a diagnosis, so that means it's real. I said, bitch, COVID's a fucking diagnosis. And then all of a sudden she stopped communicating.
Yeah, fibromyalgia arguably is not real. My mother had that diagnosis.
That shit's 100% not real.
Yeah, it's not real. I observed how that played out, and then I've met plenty of other people that have had it that had the same issues my mom had. It's real, like chronic pain is real, but
right. It's not.
The medical industry and the psychiatry and all of it is just bullshit, honestly.
EBT simping for fibromyalgia. Shit's not real.
Oh, okay. It's like I said, chronic pain is real, and how you like lead up to that, you know. So there's underlying things of why it's like that, but to diagnose it as like a singular like medical condition. Here, one more time before I go. Books. Oh my God, books.
Look, woman read book. Is that Christian? Is that Christian?
It's not Christian.
Is that Christian?
Busted. In all honesty, though, I love you guys. Like, much love to the chat. I'll let you get on with your show.
I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Whoa. You can see my brick fire. This guy is sick as fuck, man. Look, he's still going. He's got like a 3-hour stream about me every day. But if you even leave a comment about him, then he says, oh, you're obsessed with him. Dude, he's still going. You wish you lived in a house with a woman, dude. You wish you could sit and laugh like a woman, like I'm doing here. So let's go over here, man. I was wondering, man, if I could get a hold of Tartarian Truth, man. We had our boy Archaix, man. It's been a long time since I talked about Archaix. Hold on, how do I get this up here? And I saw the other day Jay Dreamers posted this shit. And let me let this load for a second here. So Archaix took his Carney Roadshow to behind a paywall, Archaix TV. And I haven't even like once he dropped the Archaix the movie, like we kind of let our foot off his neck, because I don't think we could ever like damage his channel as much as he did for for dropping that Archaix the movie. That show was so cringe. And then he's got a whole video here now where he's talking shit about basically mostly me and then Tartarian Truth and also Jay Dreamers and shit. I wanted to I haven't seen the whole thing. Jay Dreamers played like pretty big clips of it, but I got the whole thing here. I wanted to play it. If anyone wants to come on up, and as always, this video is covered by fair use for the purpose of commentary. Speed this guy up.
All right, good.
There's that.
This is Jason, Archaix.com and Archaix YouTube and now Archaix.tv. And I'm with my buddy Clayton, goes by Phoenix Protocol. He's one of the main admins on, well, one of the.
Whoops. Damn, I just blew it. Hold on. Sorry. Just blew that, man. Let me make it full screen here. Maybe that won't happen again, hopefully. So that Phoenix Protocol guy he's got on there, that's the dude that we had a video. And we went in the Discord and asked him if Jason had assaulted his family, would this Phoenix Protocol guy still believe him? And Phoenix Protocol said, yes. See if I can pull that up. It's just like it's a longer video, but I have that part at the beginning of the video. Give me 1 second here. I had it up before I accidentally closed it. Here it is. Here it is. We play the very beginning here.
I'm asking you a legitimate question. It's a yes or no question. Would you still believe him if he victimized one of your family members?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. No hesitation or anything the dude says. He doesn't care what this guy does as long as he just gets the truth or drip feed from him. That was that dude right there. He calls himself Phoenix Protocol. But here, when you pay me money, triggered. So the people that won't suck his dick, basically, people that won't just cuck to him. And I've said from the beginning, my whole thing with this dude, it's more than he has the sexual assault and he's a lifetime registered sex offender. It's more than that. It's the fact of the way he tries to like sweep it under the rug and lie about the story. It'd be a totally different thing if he came out and he said, "Hey man, this is what happened. I was 17, whatever. I fucked up. It was horrible. I paid the ultimate price. I'm not the same man. I changed my life." And that would be a totally different thing than what he completely lies about the charge. He lies. The story seems way too fishy for me to even believe the way he tells it. And there's a little more like we'll get into later. But I mean, how can you? There would be nothing I could say if he would just say, "Hey, it was a super huge fuck up," and served my time. But he just minimizes what he did and tries to sweep it under the rug. He said that before. He said, "Man, the trolls ain't attacking me no more. I got to stir up the pot." He loves the motherfucking trolls. He acts like he doesn't. The only thing about this guy is that I feel like he's definitely portraying like a character on YouTube. I know he's got some good prison shit talk, and I know he wants to come out here and say, "Listen here, N word, this and that." I know he wants to drop all that shit, but he's got to portray this image for YouTube. Yeah, all the trolls just bring him all the great subs. But appreciate you, Archaix. Discord. If anybody does want to come up, that link is pinned. Well, we can just watch this for a little bit too. I would love Tartarian Truth to come up and talk about this. I don't know if someone could tag him or something. I'll try to tag him while this is playing. So people are just talking about him for money, but he's gonna go talk about me behind a paywall. He's gonna use my name to bring people in to a paywall. Discord. But 5, but who's counting? Yeah, and this was the dude we went in the Discord and It's a much longer video. It's called "It's Over for Aaron," so if you want to look it up. But we basically got him to admit with no hesitation that he doesn't care what this guy did, who he did it to, his own family member. He said, yeah, he doesn't care as long as this guy's just giving him information. He's not double checking the information. It doesn't matter if that the information is dubious. Just as long as this guy's just whispering that shit in his ear, he's fine with it. Is there no audio on this? Damn it. Damn it. I had the wrong tab up, but he hasn't mentioned my name yet. So I fucked it all up. God damn it. So this is Phoenix Protocol, dude. I'm sorry. So he hasn't really said much yet, so we'll just keep going. But this is the Phoenix Protocol dude that we talked to in the Discord. This is like Archaix #1 simp, ball washer, dick washer.
And all this does stems towards your teachings and what you've been showing everyone and kind of what I did to create Discord. But, move in the direction that you want to go, and Simulac is going to give you.
I did blow it, Steven, but nothing had really happened yet. So sorry. But he was basically saying, like, people just attack Archaix because they want to make money. And that's what I'm saying. Well, he's just bringing my name behind a paywall to get money.
What you need to navigate everything. And it gave me Adam. That's the way I look at it. It put Adam in my place and helped me with the tech side of things. So what he does is he keeps, any trolls or anything he thinks out. He's the one that
Michael A said this dude looks like a weirder version of Owen.
Mostly bans people, but also he'll go through, I don't know if it's once a month, probably is. He'll go through all the text chats and he'll get rid of pretty much everything. He'll pretty much wipe it all clean in case somebody said something stupid. We try not to keep anything that's a written record. Now, when we get in voice chat, we can talk about anything because, well, there are people that will probably come in and record. I know twice so far I've been recorded. And now this actually brings me back to kind of what started it all. And I guess ultimately got you to see what I was doing over here. But you'll know these guys, Chalk Body Outline.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Hey, no Aphrodite. I didn't pay to watch this. Somebody sent it to me and I appreciate you. I don't want to expose anyone, but I do appreciate you.
He's one of my trolls. He's a Chalk Body Outline styles himself. He really wants to be a podcaster. He wants to be renowned for being podcasting.
Do I? Is that where you got proof for that? Did you read it in an ancient book? How can you say that, Jason? I want to be famous for being a podcaster. The studio looks pretty cringe, by the way. All these old grannies, dead husbands' books.
He's doing, I don't know, podcasts out of his basement or bedroom or something. And yeah, he's one of the.
Even Jay Dreamers, who I trolled the shit out of, was like questioning why he said that. He said, what room, what does it matter what room he uses to create his videos?
There's a large genre of personality types that never become anybody. They never become popular. Nobody resonates and vibrates on their frequency, and they attract an entire thread. Every video of Chalk Body Outline is packed full of the most base personalities, people with no imagination, no empathy, absolute construct type people in his chat. When you read,
it is true though what he says, that the people, like the presenters, attract like the certain type of people, because we're here talking shit to Aphrodite, right? Think of how crazy Aphrodite is. Bitch, you're crazy. But even Aphrodite was in here and able to see how crazy the Sanity Machine is. Like the Sanity Machine on the crazy spectrum, he's even crazier than Aphrodite. Like, she's nuts. He's fucking just batshit bonkers, right? So she was able to see that he's full of and crazy. Now, even the people that are attracted to the Sanity Machine, that Orphan Annie and that other fucking Franny guy, whatever the fuck, the fake Gary Baxter dude, like these people are even crazier than the fucking Sanity Machine. They're so crazy that they hear the Sanity Machine and it sounds coherent to them and everything like that, right? Like, so think of how crazy these fucking people are out here watching this shit.
When you go on YouTube, Chalk Body Outlines, and watch his videos, he trolls the hell out of me. He can't stand me for the simple.
He misses it. He that's why he had to bring it up. He misses me. Look at that hand signal. Look at that. Is that Christian?
Fact is that here I am. I'm essentially out the same world he's out of, which is I have no formal education. I got a criminal history, and if he doesn't have a criminal history, he's come real close. But here I am.
He judges a man by like how much criminal history they have. Like, he's giving me an ounce of respect because he thinks I'm almost a criminal. Well, you're right, but I'm not that person anymore.
Call it straight off the streets, and now look at me. 300 subs before I started rising. It took a year and a half to go from 300 subs to 1,000 subs, and the man hates my guts because once I hit that 1,000,
Aphrodite's the biggest hate. Look at Aphrodite hating.
1,000 subs. I just launched to 3,000 subs pretty fast and plateaued out there, and I did something he cannot do. And it's because his content sucks. He's got nothing positive to say. He's got nothing to contribute to the human experience. When these guys do nothing but denigrate other people for being successful, and like him, he's really fixated on my criminal history. So his
again, no, it's the way he lies about it. Not true. If he just said, there would be absolutely nothing I could say if he just said, hey man, this is what, you know, I don't want details, but just say this is what I did. I fucked up and I'm a changed man. You know, it's 25, 30 years ago, whatever. But he lies about it. So I don't know.
Crutch is that I was involved in a kidnapping that turned into a sexual assault, but was supposed to be a carjacking, and then another guy got involved, and he basically got to do a plea bargain with the state, and he took a lot more time to lessen what kind of sentence he was sent to prison under. I'm 17 and I'm stupid, so I just
okay. Sorry, Archaix. That's not how a fucking plea bargain works. So as we exposed on this channel before, the other dude involved in the crime got, I don't remember now. It's been a while. I think the other dude got like 40 years. I think Jason got 25 years. Some shit like that. Another dude got 40 years. But Jason had the sexual assault charge. And the other dude just had, it's been a while and you can go watch the videos. I don't remember the specifics. The other dude just got like some aggravated burglary type shit or whatever, robbery. I don't remember, with a deadly weapon, some shit like that. So the other dude didn't have any sexual charges on it. So he just said the other dude took a plea bargain to do more time to not have the sex crimes on his record. No, that's not how the shit works, dude. This guy's got to register forever. The other dude is still in or dead. Jason wants you to believe he's dead. I'm not sure if that's true or not. It might be actually. But the other dude, that's no kid's going to take 10 extra years or whatever. If you're thinking about you got to get out someday. It's another bullshit ass lie.
I just do what everybody tells me. I wrote a full statement about what happened that night, pled guilty in court, never fought the case or anything, and I got railroaded into some bullshit. But it doesn't even.
And again, I've talked about that. I do believe he did get railroaded. I believe they sold it to him as you'll do quarter time and you'll be out in this many years. And then once he got in, they changed that quarter time thing, went away and was no more. And he had to do the full sentence. So I do believe that. And if he's like young dude and probably didn't fully understand what he was pleading to and shit like that, like, but it does matter, man. You did the crime and pled guilty. Then you're the warden of the state at that point. You should have known better, even though you were a young man. You know, you should have had a counsel or something. But anyway,
It doesn't even matter. It was 34, almost 35 years ago. This guy and several other of my trolls can't let it go, and it seems to be hurting their channels. They can't get more subs. Nobody's watching them anymore. Tartarian Truth, Chalk Body Outline. This guy and who else was it that was in on this attack with you on Discord against you?
Well, what I remember that day, and of course I'll explain what happened. There was like 5 or 6 people that actually jumped in chat. I feel they had it planned. Another thing that I feel about him is not just your, I believe from what I understand, they're Christians still, and I'm not trying to denigrate any of that or whatever.
Down syndrome, Owen here.
That does seem to put somebody in their own special box. But sin theory, he could not get over sin theory. What he did, him and another guy came into Discord, and this was at the beginning of all this. So I'm sitting here trying to work with people. I want to talk to people, so I get in voice chat. I don't just sit there and type. So I want to get in voice chat and let's talk. Let's hash it out.
Yeah.
They started in the general chat, then they came into the voice chat, and that started about a 15-minute or so dialogue. That one dude, I feel like they planned this. One guy, just if you think about the worst clown voice on somebody, put somebody's voice on a clown, put this dude's voice on there, and it's just like.
Yeah, that's exactly was me. I was doing like a fucked up voice to fuck with this dude. What is Aphrodite being a fucking weirdo? Is you talking about my daughter's Aphrodite? I can't see the chat when I'm watching the video, so I have to come back. I mean, Aphrodite, I'm not trying to ban you, but you need to show some respect to my family. I challenge you on your ideas. You say absurd shit like we are God and shit like that, and I give you pushback on these absurd ideas. It's not the same as you sitting here if you want to talk shit about my kids or some shit like that.
Can you email me your real name? Can you email me your real? Hey, dude, what's your real name? 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 Hey, dude, what's your real name?
Sick Aphrodite. I don't know who's in there as far as mods go because I have to look at it on my phone. But yeah, I don't want to ban you, Aphrodite. So you want to clean it up and stick to the topics, the ideas, and stay on the idea realm. We're cool. But if you're just gonna talk shit about my family, I'd tell them I'd just throw the fuck out. Whoops, let me go back to this thing here.
Like nails on a chalkboard, but they recorded me. That video is still out there. I'm pretty sure it's still on Chalk Body Outline, but they actually.
Yeah, it is. It's called "It's Over for Aaron's." You can go over here and watch it on the Chalk Body Outline. Just type Chalk Body Outline Archaix Cult. There's 2 different ones about that, and it's called "It's Over for Aaron's." Is Archaix a cult? And this goes to even before Archaix, even with McKinley, QLC, we were breaking down how cult-like his fan base became, and that kind of rolled into Archaix, and now I see it on all these other channels, these channels we feud with, and it's to me, that's the interesting phenomenon of it, is how these completely different sycophants of different creators say the exact same word for word phrases and things to try to like back up their creators that they're out here repping for and stuff like that. I think it's very interesting. Let me go back here. Sorry.
He came in and recorded the whole thing, but while he was trying to be, I guess, and I think it was, I don't know exactly, his name was Broccoli something, but I know it was them because he actually sent me something on Odyssey after all that. He was like, "Weak bro," or some shit like that. I never responded to that. And what actually did get me targeted is.
Yeah, real quick. Smiley says, Jason's flat out lying, and Jay Dreamers came and reacted to these claims that I'm playing as well. That he claims Jay Dreamers and I were and Tartarian Truth, we were all co-conspirators in some grand conspiracy against Archaix. 100% false. It all started when Jay Dreamers was doing a live call-in show, and somebody in the Discord posted it. I think it was EBT or somebody, and I saw he was taking calls, and I just called in just on the spur of the moment. I'm like, I'm gonna fuck with this guy, with Jay Dreamers, and I didn't even know Archaix was actually in the chat that day and everything. I didn't even know because I opened the window for like 2 seconds and I saw a number, and I was like, fuck it, I'll call in. So Archaix is 100% lying. If he's not lying, he's like super paranoid, and you can see how he kind of wove these different unrelated threads together to create this grand conspiracy about him. Now, to me, that sits bad with his own theory of the Phoenix and everything. It shows how it's just like loosely woven together.
The very first video that they came out with, they were attacking you. I was looking on Odyssey for stuff to look at. I happened to see that video. I knew who they were because one video I saw seemed like it was okay. They were talking about the truth movement and how convoluted it's got. And it's true, it has gotten so crazy and convoluted. So that was the only video I ever watched. Saw the second video, made one comment, and that got me targeted in Discord. But they came in, they recorded, and I basically defended you. I tried everything I could to answer this question so many times, but he kept asking the same question. Now, the other dude, he was the worst one. I banned him first because all he wanted to do was talk about your past and how much he gave you money and shit, and that you're this pedophile and all this crazy shit. And he just kept going over and over, kept saying and repeating it and back and forth. And the other dude would just be calm, cool, talking about sin theory.
Yeah, check this out. I need to.
Okay, and I want to say, I think I have actually slipped and called this dude like a pedo or something once or twice, and I've immediately caught myself and said, yeah, okay, his crime wasn't actually a pedo, but it's probably has slipped out of my mind. I know it has slipped out at least a couple times, but immediately corrected it. And then he comes out and says like that's what he's mad about.
I need to interject. See, it's I have the opportunity, but I'm not going to take it. I have all the video clips where these guys have gone off on social media and all that and called me pedophiles, child molesters, child rapists, and all. None of that's true.
Yeah, and I'll reiterate that is not true. His crime was a 19-year-old girl, according to the records. So it may have slipped out a couple times, but I've instantly retracted that statement.
You know what I mean? None of it's absolutely true, but I have all that. And you know what? I could be an asshole and report it all to YouTube. I could, you know what I mean? I could report all that because you can tell the truth on YouTube. You can tell verifiable facts, but you can't slander someone. If you report them, YouTube responds. I already know because I'm very well aware of videos that were taken down for the exact same thing. It's but I'm not really worried about it, man. I'm just, you know what? Screw it. They can say what they want to. They still bring all these subs to me and stuff. But
okay, you can say whatever we want. He just said it, so let's go. Yeah, Smiley says 19 is definitely still a child. I agree, but as per the legal terms of it and stuff, he doesn't fit the legal definition. of that criminal, that type of criminal.
But it's the little statements like that, as well as the video clips I have of Benjamin Balderson and Owen Benjamin. I have video clips of these two guys.
Okay, I have no idea who Benjamin Balderson or something is. Do you guys know who that is? I don't. Obviously, I know Owen, but I don't know Benjamin Balderson.
Right here saying that they would kill me, that they would beat the fuck out of me and beat the shit out of me. I kept those video clips too, because all it would take is for me to send those to a prosecutor and get both of them on terroristic threat. But I'm not going to do that. Listen, I'm not going to do anything like that, because I know, bro. You think I spent 26 years in prison and I let people talk stupid to me? I don't know where these guys got this idea that I'm a pushover just because I'm a man of peace and just because I'm a guy that people can talk to and I give you my opinion freely. And really, I don't know where these guys get this idea that if they were truly in my face and they even flinched, I would give them a pass. You want?
This is like a 50-year-old dude, like reminiscing about the good old days of the prison yard.
Understand? Yeah, I spent most of my life on closed custody, maximum security battlefields. I do not fear a single one of these trolls. So
Smiley says he thinks Owen Benjamin is also conspiring with Chalk and Jay Dreamers. Yeah, I've never even had an email with Owen Benjamin, anything like that. I've never conspired with any of those. Even Tartarian Truth, who he's been on this stream before, and we've talked shit about Archaix. That's all kind of spur of the moment. And we've just met up and like clowned him and shit. And there was no like conspiring to do that or some shit like that. Yo, is Aphrodite still talking about my family? I'm gonna ask you one last time, Aphrodite. You want to talk about what's going on or any type of idea shit, or me? You can say whatever you want about me. But if you're talking shit about my kids or some shit, then you gotta go.
So I'm not gonna report them. I'm not gonna tell the police and all that shit. But I get it, man. That by me being silent, it does seem to draw them out more. You know what I mean? You give people enough rope to.
And this video is actually a couple months old. I realize it's like 2 months old, I think, or something like that. So one of the first things he did when he set up Archaix TV was make this video talking about me and the other trolls.
One of these days, I'll just get tired and say, you know what? I'll just use the whole Archaix community, man, and do a report party. You know what a report party is?
No, educate me on that.
Okay, well, I had some other channels. These are big channels. Two guys that operate some real big channels that have been.
So listen to this closely. He's talking about a report party. This is 100% against YouTube's terms of service. So he's talking about this, but off of the YouTube platform. He's talking about it on his own platform. Unbelievable. This guy would even if he planned to do this, why the fuck would you talk about some shit like this? Fucking dumb.
Been educating me on the community, man, telling me the backstories to a lot of people and how they got their channels and who's who and what's going on. And I'm gonna tell you now, man, there's a lot of people who watch Archaix, man, that got 500,000 and 1 million subs and stuff, and there's deals on the table in the future to do some podcasts and stuff like that. As my channel grows, they're gonna start checking me out more. I've been talking to a lot of people, but two of these guys told me, hey man, listen, it's nothing. If you want us to do it, man, we can put something together on some of these troll channels and we'll just do a report party. So I'm like, what are you talking about? What's a report party? He says, we've got very, very extensive social media platforms. All we have to do is tell our people to go to this channel right here and start clicking on all these different videos and start reporting them. And YouTube does not give a damn. If you get hundreds and hundreds of people reporting videos, they'll just go ahead and take the whole channel down.
Yeah, that's some super sus shit to be saying out loud like that. Like, that's a sus way to operate. Like, I can't believe you would even say this. EBT's right. In this video, I didn't see the entire thing yet, but I do believe he does not mention EBT, at least what I've seen. I think he's scared of that EBT smoke. He don't want that EBT smoke, son.
So it's I even said no to that. I said, no, let these guys make it because they're really pathetic. People need to see that. You know what I mean? I don't want to eliminate the troll. I don't want to eliminate the troll channels. People need to go and see.
Yeah, I thought the trolls were bringing you all your subs. Why would you want to get rid of trolls if they're your number one source of subscribers? See, he hit the wall at 116K. Now he's blaming the trolls. The trolls backed off him, so it's the trolls' fault he hit the wall because the trolls bring him the subscribers.
Because these people are delusion. Like Chalk Body Outline, you're delusion, dude. You're a sissy hiding behind a keyboard thinking you're tough. You're not. Anything but.
I'm a sissy. Mary Mouse Sally.
Just steadily denigrate and talk bad about other people. This is why you have a loser channel. This is why. If you did something constructive and had some content, people would start really taking you seriously. But if all you can,
it's because I'm not going to sit and make up fake shit. It'd be so easy to make up fake shit and feed these drip. I know what these truthers want. They want the drip feed. They just want data dump. Just make some shit up. It'd be easy as fuck to sit here. I'm not going to like water my message down to like grow a YouTube channel and make money and all this shit, right? I'll grow it my own way. If it grows, it grows. If not, it doesn't. But I'm not gonna like water down any of my message or anything like that. This dude's fucking funny.
All you're gonna do is critique other people. You're just like that dimwit chick. You ever seen Pleading?
Real quick, but also Archaix. I'm here at least once a week with the link for anyone to click. They can come on up. You can hash it out with me man to man, Archaix. If you want, you got Archaix TV. You want some paywall content there. EBT and I will come on your paywall, behind your paywall, and we will challenge you on the Archaix theory. I think I could blow your whole fucking theory up in like 2 questions, and it'd be fucking wrecked. I'm certain of it, actually. So if you're up for the OOE challenge, Archaix, bring us on. We'll give you some free content for behind the paywall, and you're gonna have to defend that theory for your life.
Pleading healer, Clayton?
No, I haven't.
This chick's got 1,000 and something subs, and the only reason she got them is because she had 200 subs and she attacked me.
He's talking about Palladian Healer. That's a chick with one eyebrow.
But in attacking me, she tried to turn it over. I left a comment on her channel when she was going off about my criminal history, and somebody sent me the link. So I said, what is it to you that when I was 17 years old, I went to prison? What is it to you? I mean, do you just want to blow your channel up by talking bad about me? So I just left a question on one of her videos. She turned that into a video saying Archaix attacked a small channel. That's all it is a question in a comment. She turned it up. So I went and looked at that video. I was like, oh my God. And people are sending me emails and they're like, man, this woman right here is probably mentally ill. She doesn't speak.
It's the chick. She is pretty wild looking. She's got one. I'm going to see if I can pull it up real quick. You guys might have seen her. Maybe you don't know who she is. You might have seen her in your feed. Palladian Healer is her name. But I thought the video she did on Archaix was actually on point. Like she's got some pretty wild other stuff. But this is the chick, and she's got I don't know what the one eyebrow thing is. I'm not sure if it's intentional. Like, is she shaving that eyebrow, or does she have like some condition or something? I'm not sure, but she definitely roasted the fuck out of Archaix when she did her Archaix video.
Speak very well, and she said that Jason of Archaix doesn't know anything. He'd just be knowing words. But that's how she said it. But
that's funny. And
so
yeah,
leave the troll channels up. We're not trying to take them down. You know what I mean? Leave them up.
No, I agree with that too. And kind of, to me, it's a similar thing as I've seen on Discord as like the purge. What I want to call the purge, like what we do now on Discord is after 1,000 people that aren't active, we get rid of them. And we're trying to at least get to the point where we have enough people that are active. But to me, what these people are doing is, like you said, bring us the right people. They're also creating this kind of where if you're going to buy that bullshit, well, you stay over there with that bullshit. You stay over there, and the people that are going to see it, the true errands, are going to see that and be like, wait a minute, like you've seen it, blew your channel up. They're like, let me check this guy out and let me see for myself.
100%.
People that turn their brains off and just listen, they're not going to check it out, and that's good. We don't need you over here, basically.
100%.
That's the way
Neurojax asks who's switching the camera angles. I think from the looks of it, Brashears and this Phoenix Protocol guy are using Google Meet, where every time you talk, the camera just auto switches based on the voice who's running. God, Aphrodite, you're so crazy. Why are women always attacked on looks right away? Because it's not normal to see somebody with one eyebrow, okay? It's a very weird look. And that makes it memorable. That's why I said you might have seen her, but you don't know her name. And then I bet there's some people that saw her again and said, oh, yeah, I've at least seen her video or something.
I've seen it.
Yeah, man. So what's the, like for me, yeah, Chalk Body Outline, he ain't shit, but I mean, they did what you're just.
He said, he ain't shit. He ain't shit. I'm gonna make a whole video about him on the paywall, but he ain't shit.
Describing is exactly what they did on YouTube, attacking me. And it was pretty smart how it was all done. None of these guys are geniuses, but before I tell that story, because a lot of people don't know what really happened, but several channels were involved on I'm talking, it was a multi-pronged attack, and it was all orchestrated through Jay Dreamer's live video where he did call-ins.
That's 100% not true and false. I do want to say, let me get my face in here. I do want to say for the record, Jay Dreamers is innocent. Jay Dreamers had nothing to do with it. I opened Jay Dreamers live call-in show for maybe less than 30 seconds, and I saw a number on there, and I called. And he was just finishing up a call, and I just got it. Like within probably a minute from clicking that link, I was in talking to him, and I didn't even like have prepared what to say. And so I just started grilling him about Archaix. Like, why do you rep this dude when he's got this horrendous past? And Dreamers didn't know what to like think about it or say or anything like that. So you sound very paranoid, dude. We haven't made a video about you for months, so I wonder if he's like, if that's how it goes in prison, if like maybe in prison they let the beef die down for a long time before they come back at you. So maybe he's waiting for that next wave of attack. He's like, shit, they're coming for me. He's getting all paranoid or something. I don't know.
Can you email me your real name?
Jay Dreamers is innocent.
Every bit of this was pre-planned, and
100% not pre-planned. Me and EBT would meet up to talk shit about you. That's not a conspiracy or anything. That's just we're boys and talking about it, you know. But as far as these external people that we don't fuck with regularly, Dreamers, Owen, or anything, none of those people are involved. Even Tartarian Truth, who we do fuck with, we're not as tight like as me and EBT. We've never like met beforehand to plan like what we're gonna say about you or do some way to attack you or anything like that. 100% false. We just click go live and then we're here and we just start talking shit.
And I believe 100% Jay Dreamers was in on it. And I'm saying that right now. And
100% wrong.
But he can quote me. I have forgiven the dude, but it doesn't even matter. He attacked me again after that publicly and then rescinded his attack when there was so much blowback.
And I watched Jay Dreamer stream about this. And he's honestly, man, I got to be honest. He seemed like a good dude, kind of. Like he seemed genuinely hurt that Archaix was like thought this. And he said he was like rooting for Archaix to get to 100,000 subs, and Dreamers got like 90K. And he said the night Archaix got the 100,000 subs, Archaix just sent him an email, and the only word it said in the email was amateur. So he was just sitting there waiting to like rub it in Dreamers' face, and Dreamers even sitting there waiting to like congratulate him and rooting for him and shit like that. So he seemed, to me, he seemed like a little bit like, you know, I don't want to say heartbroken, disappointed though that he was willing to like ride with this dude and be on his team, and this guy he's too paranoid to interact that way.
You know what? I got to call a spade a spade. I'm not going to be quiet just because many people like Jay Dreamer's channel. I liked it too. I've done 3 or 4 videos with him, but he did participate in a major attack. I want to tell you the story because I know you haven't heard all the details how that happened. But you sounds like you're describing the same thing on Discord. So what happened on Discord with this attack?
Oh, like I said, they started in the general chat and they were just typing. And so I'm watching and I'm like, okay, I can't remember exactly what they were talking about, but they were basically, you know, attacking Archaix a little bit. And I was like, hey, you know, if you want to talk about this, come on, I'll jump in here with you. Let's get it.
Hey man, don't attack my daddy like that.
In here. And that's what they were trying to do. Me and Adam talked about this afterwards, and he's like, he's been around the internet longer than I. I'm still learning. Just like you, I've never done anything like this before. I'm not on social media. I'm not on anything else really. So I decided to do this here. So that was a learning experience for me. Why I've been able to take that.
What is this dude wearing, bro? He's like, I don't get it.
Into a positive because it's ultimately.
Is that his chair behind him, or is that like a do rag or some shit?
They helped me. It's helped me with you. Being able to see the hell I'm getting attacked too. I'm not one of these trolls, so you got to see that at least. But then they took me into the.
Actually, Archaix, I have a confession, bro. Plot twist. Phoenix Protocol and I planned the whole thing. He was in on it. He said, "Get in here and talk shit, and I'll pretend I'm I'll pretend I'm defending Archaix, and then we can get this information out. We got to take him down. Your own right-hand man is against you, Archaix." Truck by the Outline exclusive. I wasn't supposed to tell. I'm sorry, Phoenix Protocol. I'm sorry I spilled the beans, but
we got into the chat. There was like 6 people that wound up joining. Only 2 talked, and then they had this back and forth thing that they were doing. Like the one dude was talking like, I don't even know if he might have been using a voice changer. His voice did not sound normal. So
I was like, I can't even do the voice right now. I was just doing a fucked up voice just to fuck with him.
He was talking about your past, how he paid you money, and crying about that and shit. And then I'm dealing with this other dude constantly asking me the same question about AIX. Like, if AIX could do this and change this, how do you know that basically any of this is real or whatever? And I answered this question several times.
There's no answer to that question, dude. That's we know Archaix isn't going to bring us on. He's not going to come on our stream. You're welcome to Archaix if you ever see the link, come on up. But if you promote the Mandela effect and old media is changing through the Mandela effect, what you call it, and you say AIX is editing the past, then all the shit, your entire theory is based on the books, are subject to that as well. So your entire theory is bullshit. It could just be AIX planning that shit there and planning the books in your path for you to make you find a false theory. Your shit's over. Your shit's self-refuting.
It took me a little while to figure out that they were actually trolling me because, again, that was early on. I was still learning everything. Right. So, yeah.
Right.
Look, that's basically what we did. After about 15 minutes, I finally wound up seeing where it was going. And for me on Discord, especially when you get to talking to someone again, that's a hard thing to get people even to get into voice chat and start talking. So I want to try to give everyone every latitude and chance, but I'm only going to give you so far.
But you knew, but so you didn't know who Chalk Body was when you were having that conversation.
Nope, I didn't know it was them.
That's a lie too, because he just said earlier. He said I seen them on fucking Odyssey, and I commented on the video. Another lie, Phoenix Protocol.
Oh, so you found out it was them later.
Yep.
You found out because they released a video where they recorded this shit, right? Yeah.
Yep. And I found out sooner than that because on Odyssey, where I sent that original, where I didn't even cuss them out or anything.
He never heard of them, and then 2 seconds later, he said they're on Odyssey.
That first video that they made, and I was like, "Hey man, y'all need to really check this out. Check out his sources and stuff because you're wrong about this." And it was something real short like that, nothing, anything.
Yeah.
That's when shortly, it wasn't even a few days after that they were on Discord and all that happened. Basically, then Chalk Body Outline pops up on Odyssey, where I see it pop up on my screen right there, and he said like weak Phoenix or weak bro or something like that, or you're weak or something like that, and it was his name, Chalk Body Outline, just popped up right there. So
yeah, I'd say he's such a girl. He is such a girl, dude. I don't even.
He's such a girl. You gonna rape me, Jason? Since I'm a girl.
Care. Dude doesn't really even bother me, man, because he doesn't really speak with intellect. He's just one of hundreds of thousands of people who can't stand the job they're working, wants a better life, thinks the YouTube is the key, and wants to be a podcaster so bad he's just not qualified. So
it sounds like Paul on Slave. You're a broke slave. You want to be me? I'm a better broadcaster than you. Paul on Slave and Archaix are so similar, man. They're both people with no motherfucking zero life experience. This guy lived his whole life in a box. Paul on Slave lived in a fucking tent shooting hair, and they've never done anything. They can't see the world for how it is and how the average person really sees it. They're just out of touch with reality because they have no experience. But they have different types of like gifts of gab where these dumb motherfuckers are like, wow, I'm so impressed by this.
You know what I mean? That's not my problem, and I really don't care. He can continue to troll me till the day I die because he's bringing me quality people.
I mean, I was done, but you know, old habits die hard.
Oh, let me tell you a cool little thing about all that real quick before we move on. I told people on Discord after that happened, people I was talking to there, and I'm telling you, I was like, look, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna wind up thinking that dude. I'm gonna wind up thinking him because of what he just did. And we were emailing back and forth, and then I told you I wanted to let you know that hey, these fucking assholes, and I told you that they recorded me, so I wanted you to know that I only bring like I think really stuff you need to know or something, especially me being recorded out there about.
Hey, yo, my wife said Matt Maid's gone because Phoenix. I can't even say it. Matt Maid's gone because Phoenix Protocol bodied him to get closer to Jason. Yeah, that's what happened. That's where Matt May really went. Phoenix Protocol is wearing his. It's not an anonymous mask. He's wearing Matt May's face on his skin on his fucking face. Oh my god, that's fucking funny as fuck. Hold on, I gotta put that one on the screen. Oh my god, this chat's like so slow for me. Sorry, deal with me. I'm on a little $80 Chromebook. Look at even Aphrodite says Paul on Slave suck. Aphrodite lives Paul on Slave's the life he talks about more than Paul on Slave. Let that sink in. Paul's a fucking LARPer. Someone like Aphrodite who actually does this shit.
About Archaix, but in the chat, not it was the first one I think. Yeah, the first one you did with Rise Above. I don't know if you went back and looked at that chat. It was on their channel, the Rise Above. I'm not saying anything against them guys. I like those dudes. I think they're okay. But they apparently right before you came on, and you probably don't even know this, but they made a call out for mods. Can you imagine what that did? They made a call out for mods just for when you were about to come on their channel. I'm not saying it was anything sinister or whatever, but I'm telling you their mods didn't do shit. But Chalk Body Outline popped up, and this wasn't that long ago or whatever. And I thanked him in that chat. I was like, bro, I want to thank you. You brought more of my brothers and sisters to me than I ever could alone, and I truly want to thank you.
Okay, yeah, that was that rise above it. They had like dudes like DJing and scratching and shit. And we a bunch of us like swarmed that and we're like, yo, this dude's a sexual predator, lifetime registered and all that. We were typing it. And shout out to those guys, man. They didn't ban anything. And then the errants were they were fuming that the mods wouldn't shut us down. They were like, oh, you guys are fucked up. And I think Jason just never went back on that stream again because of that. And those other Rise Above dudes were like, yo, we're not about censorship or anything like that here. So respect to them for that.
and just set the whole chat off all the way. I never said anything to him again.
Hey, I like those guys. Rise Above. I like those guys.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm gonna bring them on my channel so they can have full exposure, man. You know what I mean? I'm gonna bring them on. Instead of me going on their channel, I'm gonna bring them on mine. I like those guys. So,
I'm gonna bring them on my channel so my moderators can be there. That's what he's really saying.
Yeah, I do too. Like
these guys troll. They troll all the chats. Anytime it's announced in advance, I'm going to be live with somebody. Yeah, the trolls go. They go, man. So they can't stand that my own moderators on Archaix YouTube have blocked their ass and continue to block their ass. And when they pop up with new emails, they get blocked again. So
it's not hard. It's really not hard when it comes to all this. I've simplified everything in my life, and it's everything that's going on here. You act a certain way, you present yourself a certain way. It's not hard, but they always.
Hey man, it's just like in real life. It's like in real everyday life all around me with my small circle of friends and acquaintances and family. I've got zero tolerance, dude. So it's just.
Where's Matt May? Let him out of the kennel. Let Matt May out of the kennel. Archaix. We demand more Matt May.
Like on YouTube, I got zero tolerance because what I do behind this keyboard right here, bro, is the same person I am face to face. Believe me, my trolls do not want to meet me face to face and then flinch. I promise you, man. But if they want to be cordial and respectful, I'll.
Dude, this is a 50-year-old dude. Like, man, you're gonna flinch when you see me.
Shake their hand, just like I did at the first meetup when I jammed those two guys up that were there to cause trouble. You remember that? In April.
Are you talking about the April 1st? Yeah.
On April 1st, those two guys were there to start some shit, and they even admitted they were from Benjamin Balderson's group, man. I went over there and talked to those boys, and I neutralized that. But I'm gonna tell you, man, it's easy. It's real easy face to face for me to get the measure of a man.
Who the fuck is Benjamin Balderson? I never heard of it.
You don't spend all that time in maximum security not to read people real well. If somebody has something on their mind and they're anywhere close to me, I'm gonna flesh it out, man, real quick. So it's what I don't have any respect for are these keyboard cowards that continually attack, knowing that you're not fixing to do anything in my face, especially in front of a crowd of people, because you don't want to be embarrassed. But you'll do it behind that keyboard. And he ain't the only one. Tartarian Truth, that little stick of a man. He's even.
Yo, shout out to Tartarian Truth. That's why I wanted him up here. I wanted him to react to this with me. He said that little stick of a man. Shout out to Shem.
Worse. He's way worse than Chalk Body Outline. At least Chalk Body Outline can walk around in public and seem and look normal. This dude, Tartarian Truth, he literally started a channel called Tartarian Truth. And then and I really felt sorry for these girls in Australia, Tartarian Truthers. You know what I'm talking about? Because Tartarian Truth, by picking that name, it took all the attention away from those two girls, Tartarian Truthers. So man, I'm so glad he got kicked off of YouTube, but I also know what happened too. So there's a story behind that. But
was it a fucking report party, Jason? Could it be?
Listen, man, he's already appeared back on YouTube, but he's trying to hide. We already got his new channel. His videos only have like 30 or 40 views each. But he popped back up on YouTube, and you know what? I already got my sights on him, man. He's a little worm. He's worse than Chalk Body, man.
Call him a worm. Damn, you're gonna take that, Shem? You're gonna let him call you a worm like that, Shem?
I think Chalk Body might try to fight back if we ever got in a physical confrontation. I think Chalk Body, to save face, might try to get some swings in there, even though he'll get dropped quick and fast. But
He said Chalk Body get dropped quick.
I'll tell you now, that dude Tartarian Truth is gonna call the police on you. That's what he's gonna do. He's gonna run. He's gonna hide behind that keyboard, but in public he's gonna run. I promise you. So anyway, yeah.
He said Chalk Body gonna swing to save face, but he get dropped quick.
If he ever gets locked up in Texas, he'll be watching boxers. I will be writing my buddies in the penitentiary, letting them know he's on the way. So,
dude, this guy's whole life is like measures you up by how you would fare the Texas prison system. Like, you'll be watching boxers. I'll make sure of it. I'm 50 years old. I'll make sure you watching the boxers, man. Most of us don't get hemmed up on some stupid shit because we're not out here fucking doing dumb shit.
But hey, check this out. This is .tv, so you know we can talk shit. We can talk about anything we want to here, bro. This ain't YouTube. So do you want to hear how these guys attacked me? It was pretty good. It was pretty smart. Huh?
You know I do.
That's fucking funny, dude. Yeah, EBT says Tartarian Truth only uses Jason's actual words. That's the funniest part of Tartarian Truth. If for some reason you've never seen him, he just takes Jason's like little clips of Jason's videos and just splices them all together to show like his contradictions and all the weird shit he does. And he's not even saying a word. So that's what really irritates Jason. He said this guy's a worm. And now he's going to lay out this grand conspiracy between Tartarian Truth, J Dreamers, myself, Owen. I don't know who else. Palladian Healer's involved. I don't know who the hell else he thinks is involved in here.
Listen, man, I haven't told.
Give it to me.
I've only listen. Matt knows the story. Big John knows the story. I told a few people in my family and inner circle and friends, but I never said it publicly. Everything that went down. But I'm going to tell you what. This is how it happened. First of all, Jay Dreamers pretends that he was not in on this and that he's innocent and he was attacked too. Yes, he was attacked. That's because the people that he made this little situation with never respected him to begin with. He's considered one of the truthers too, and I've been on his channel and they've attacked him. But
yeah, I've never even watched Jay Dreamers. I don't subscribe to Jay Dreamers. I just called in spur of the moment, and Jay Dreamers had nothing to do with that, dude. You're a fucking paranoid and delusional motherfucker.
I'll tell you now, you got this little clique, and one of them is Tinfoil Hat. This dude Tinfoil Hat and I were supposed to do a podcast together. He had reached out to me and I had agreed. Okay, and
I'm not sure 100%. I think he's talking about Sam Tripoli, but I think he also gets that confused with Toilet Bowl Earth, who used to go by Tinfoil Straightjacket. So I think that's where this confusion comes in here. Is he's conflating Toilet Bowler's Tinfoil Straightjacket moniker with Sam Tripoli's Tinfoil Hat podcast. So he thinks I roll with Tripoli or something like that.
Agreed. I said, hell yeah. I didn't know he was an undercover hater. I didn't know this dude was planning on attacking me, but he cowered it out of his attack. He was going to do a live video with me and attack me. And then got intimidated or scared and pulled out. So Chalk Body Outline, Tinfoil Hat, Tartarian Truth, Benjamin Balderson, and come up with a plan. These four.
I don't even know who Benjamin Balderson is, so that's false. I've never communicated ever with Sam Tripoli. I barely even know who it is. I know it's kind of a successful podcast. Like, I think I've seen little clips here and there, but I couldn't tell you one thing about I watched maybe like 2 clips and it seemed like it was totally not funny at all to me. I have no intention to watch any more of it or anything like that. So this dude's just super fucking paranoid and thinks that all these people are conspiring. People that don't even know. These guys probably have never heard of me, Benjamin Balderson and Tripoli. They probably never even heard of my channel or seen it.
These four come up with a plan and they had Jay Dreamers execute it. This is how it was done. Tartarian Truth released a video. In that video, Tartarian Truth did a documentary about the fall of Santos Bonacci and how Santos was showing signs of being sick, mentally destabilized, debilitated, just debilitating traits. You remember that video?
Yep, I remember.
So people sent me the links and told me you need to watch it all the way to the end. It's not about you. The video's not about you at all. It's all about Santos Bonacci, but it is an attack on you. You'll understand when you see the end of the video. So I watched the whole video out, and it's a long video, and through the whole video, it's all about Santos Bonacci.
Yeah, so he's talking about Tartarian Truth's video. Sorry, I got to stop it all the time to make it fair use. Tartarian Truth made a video that showed all kind of Santos Bonacci going spiraling more and more when he hooked up with that Daniel guy and the shady past of that Daniel guy who became Santos's handler almost and kind of ran that syncretism society school thing and ran it into the ground. So Tartarian Truth made this, I don't know, what was it, maybe an hour and a half long video or something. It was actually very well made and exposed a lot of light on that situation. So that's the video he's talking about.
Every bit of it, except the very end where it says this production was done by Jason of Archaix.
Yep.
At the very end.
The thumbnail with your name. Then the thumbnail was you sitting on the house. That picture you took with the bridge. Down, had you sitting up on the house right there. And we're like, yeah. And I remember bringing this to you, actually. I don't know if you heard it from me first, but.
Yeah, so this is Tartarian Truth. I had nothing to do with that video.
So Tartarian Truth, since he was making like the Archaix meme videos, I think just at the end of the video, just for 2 seconds, said this video is made by Jason Brashears of Archaix. And it's fucking an obvious joke because of all the other videos on his channel and everything like that. Now this dude's super fucking paranoid. And this throwaway joke by Tartarian Truth like creates this giant grand conspiracy in this fucking dude's mind.
But it was all part of the attack. So after
No, it wasn't.
Tartarian Truth put that video on, Jay Dreamers re-showed that video on his channel. Now that sounds
so he showed the Archaix video. Jay Dreamers didn't.
It was innocuous, and Jay Dreamers could easily defend himself until the end of that video. And the reason I'm saying this is Jay Dreamers' video is still up on YouTube right now for everybody to see that I'm not lying. Mm-hmm. Jay Dreamer spent 2 hours telling everybody all about this video and talking about Santos Bonacci and how worried he is about Santos Bonacci. But he said over and over through that video, you guys listen, man, I can't tell you everything. You got to watch the video yourself. He specifically told the YouTube community to watch the video. He said it over and over and over. You got to see this video. You got to watch this video.
This dude is so paranoid, bro. You sound like a schizo. Like you can't handle the pressure of the subscribers or whatever. And he's implying like Jay Dreamers is saying watch the whole video for this little 2-second like blurb at the very end of the fucking video.
So he's trying to get everybody to watch the video, and yet he said twice that he watched the whole video from beginning to end, and he told everybody it's important you watch the entire video. The reason Jay Dreamers,
because there was a lot of it. It was like an hour and a half, and it was like jam packed, full of shit for you to see. It was very well made.
Kept stressing that is because he knew at the very end of that video it said that this production was done by Jason of Archaix. But what gives Jay Dreamers away,
even if it was done by Jason of Archaix, so fucking what is that? I don't get the connection there.
That he was in on this entire attack against me was he never told anybody in that video that at the end of the video, apparently this video was done by Jason of Archaix. He would have said that. I've already done 4 videos with him. You understand?
Yep.
He would have.
No, because he probably knew it was a joke, or it's so inconsequential and so fast. He might not have even like seen it or been paying attention. And to Archaix, that's proof that he didn't even see it or talk about it. That's proof that Jay Dreamers was behind this.
Already said that. Now, I already know from personal emails of several people that Jay Dreamers has a chip on his shoulder about me, can't stand my material, and I'm cool with that. I've never had anything negative to say about him. But many people are telling me, man, that there's some real passive aggression here towards you. And then it all came out after this video when he did it.
I don't know if that's true, because when I called in, Jay Dreamers defended Archaix pretty hard. I said, why do you ride for like a predator? And Jay Dreamers said, step up and shit. He was ready to fight to like defend Archaix.
He did an AI meme of my face making me look evil. And then instead of attacking me, he attacked the entire Archaix community. He called Archaix all kinds of cultists and all kinds of shit. And he got so much blowback on YouTube for posting that from different people that were calling him out on it. He took it down within the hour, but it was too late. Several people had already screenshot it and sent it all to me.
Yeah, there was like an AI Jason. I don't think it made him look evil. It's just how it looked just like him.
And but going back to this video,
and yeah, Jay Dreamers basically came out and said what the meaning of errant.
Yo, Jay Dreamers was in on it because he's never done a call-in show where you have live people calling in live. We're going to talk about Santos Bonacci. We're going to take some calls, guys. We're going to take some.
And that's not true either. Jay Dreamers has done many call-in shows. He when I watched Jay Dreamers talking about this, he showed a whole, like, he's got a list of them. I don't remember. He had 20, 30 of them. But see, I never watched Jay Dreamers, so I don't know that. I just happened to just see it that day. Somebody sent me the link.
Take some calls from the public, because I know some of y'all want to talk about it. I know you have things to offer. He's never done a live call-in show, and all of a sudden he does.
Shut up, humble disciple.
Who calls? Tartarian Truth, Benjamin Balderson, Chalk Body Outline, Tinfoil Hat.
I don't think all those people call. I don't know who Benjamin Balderson is. I don't think that guy called. The only people that called and troll was me, and then Tinfoil Straightjacket called right after me, and he got shut down real quick within like maybe even 30 seconds. So that's not Tinfoil Hat. That's a totally different fucking person and channel and everything.
Yeah, Sam, whatever his name, Sam Tripoli. So all these dudes are in on it. They all call in. All they talk about. Nobody talks about Santos Bonacci. They all talk about Jason and his criminal history. That's all.
No, everyone was talking about Santos until I called. Then Tinfoil called after me, and then like Jay Dreamers just might have taken one more short call and then ended the stream. So there was like basically one call about him, and then one more attempt at a call about Archaix. So he's wrong or lying.
That's all they want to talk about. So instead of hanging up on these dudes, instead of defending me, instead of doing anything, Jay Dreamers plays all into it and pretends like, oh man, I can't. That's not what this is about. He tries to play it off a little bit, but this is exactly what Jay Dreamers wanted. Jay Dreamers is 100% complicit with the attack. He was.
I don't think Jay Dreamers is smart enough to like orchestrate this whole attack. No offense, Jay Dreamers.
In on it. Then
this is a pretty convoluted fucking conspiracy here.
To add, then basically like a type of divine justice. These morons then turn on Jay Dreamers after that.
or we were never with them. Which one's more likely, dude?
That little show was over with, then they turn on him because that's what they do. They're little parasites whose channels will never grow. They have no good content, and they can't do anything but criticize other people who are successful because they do provide value and they do have good content. So, yeah, Jay Dreamers was in on it. Yeah, he sent me a letter of apology. Hey, man, twice. He said, hey, man, I'm really sorry. I mean, but how many suckers do I need to be? I forgave the dude the first time. Then he come out and did it again. Come on, man. Yeah. Yep. And then I come to find out, I had somebody send me a brief showing me, hey, man, look, here's Jay Dreamer's first 50 videos. So they show me all these videos, and they say, hey, look at this. This is some two people, a man and a woman. Before Jay Dreamers was on YouTube,
Oh, man, you're beautiful.
A man and a
Beautiful.
woman had already had a channel with all this material about the plasma apocalypse. And Jay
I was
Dreamers
about to talk about.
So he's talking about Mia's new pair of glasses and Brian Austin Lambert 33. I'm at 33 minutes, 33 seconds of this Archaix video. So I don't think that, I guess I don't know about it, man. Maybe Aphrodite could speak better on that. I don't know if she's still in here, but I don't know enough about Jay Dreamers or those other, that couple's theories. I think they're similar, but from my understanding, I don't think they're the same at all.
Talk about this too.
Jay Dreamers wasn't even on the map. So all of a sudden, these two people disappear, and Jay Dreamers.
And they supposedly died, the Brian Austin Lambert and Mia's new pair of glasses. Now, I don't know if that's a conspiracy or not, but it sounds pretty fishy. They were selling, like, you had to pay them a bunch of money to find out how to survive this plasma apocalypse. And once they sold a bunch of that, they just magically, like, disappeared and supposedly are dead.
Dreamers has all their information, and he starts a channel, and then his first 50 videos mirror all the videos these people had. I'm like, wow. I said, this is amazing. I'm gonna go and leave him alone.
Let me add something to that real quick. They had their own website. He went over there, learned all of this shit. They actually, before they disappeared, because I was here when I was in the truth movement, learning all this shit whenever Jay Dreamers came out of nowhere. But I was watching these people first. That's where I became a catastrophist first. Was learning this from them. They made a video about him. And
so Jay Dreamers came out of nowhere. Why don't you say Archaix came out of nowhere as well?
Other shields. It's not, you can't find him where I look for it, but they actually called him out specifically before they wound up disappearing.
Nah, bro, I think I have the video.
But
they sent me a lot. I haven't even gone through all the whole thumb drive. They sent me a lot showing me all. But you know what? I haven't done a video on YouTube exposing this dude. You know what I mean? I'm right here. I'm on my own platform, Archaix.tv, which is only for the few people that watch these videos, man. And I'm gonna tell it like it is. There's a whole lot of people. I got a lot of dirt on YouTube. I've got people that are way up in YouTube, way up there, that got some amazing channels that are just biding their time. But I'm going to be doing podcasts with them too. And you know what? There's a lot of people, man, on YouTube that got some really weird and real colorful histories. My shit's out there for everybody. I was 17 years old. Yeah, I fucked up. You know what I mean? I paid the price. 26 years of my life. I was only supposed to be there 7 years. But
so he kind of says it there. He goes like 70% of the way in. He doesn't just say, "Yeah, I raped her." Like, huge fuck up. Maybe blame drugs or something. He doesn't even blame the drug. He just completely denies that part of it. Says the other guy did it.
But I ended up really fucking up when I was in prison. But you know what? It is what it is. That's all water under the bridge. Yeah, man. The only person that my trolls really hurt now, the only person my trolls really hurt are the victim's family who want this shit in the past. You understand?
And he's also said in the past, two different conflicting stories. He said he still talks to the victim and has a good relationship with the victim, which I don't think is true. He implied that he even talked to the victim while he was still in prison, and you're not allowed to talk to the victim while you're in prison. But then another story he's told is that the victim and the guy the buddy that performed the crime with him are both dead. I've heard him say both of those things at different times.
Everybody wants this shit in the past, but the trolls keep bringing it up. So yeah, man, they don't understand that. The trolls don't understand that, but it's cool. It's cool, man, because you know what? I will never apologize for saving that girl's life.
See, this is where you're sick, dude. This is where I think in his mind, in his sick mind, he's created the scenario that he saved this girl's life. It's just too hard for him to say I did it. And that's my biggest problem, is if he just said, fuck, I fucking did it. I can't believe what a stupid fuck up. Like, it's beyond a fuck up even, but I'm a huge piece of shit and would never do it again. He goes to, I saved her life.
Ever. I did that. No one could ever take that from me. And all these people that have paid Harris County for all my criminal. You know, some of my trolls got all my court records. Did you know that? Yeah.
Ooh, you're sweating that, aren't you? He got some good old boys. He knows something. He knows something.
Yeah, they were supposed to release all this onto YouTube, and I'm lying, but they couldn't. They got my court records and found out was son of a bitch. That dude's telling the truth.
That's not true at all. That's that. Stay tuned, Jason Brashears. Stay tuned. Anybody else gonna come up here or what? I'll keep playing this. I'm entertained by this. Don't get me wrong, but if anyone else wanted to come up, the link is pinned.
Then and they went radio silent. You know what? I don't give a damn, man. You can publish all that shit. I don't care. But you know what?
There he goes. He just gave consent to publish it.
This dude, Jay Dreamers, man.
Harris County is Houston. Yeah. I don't want to say too much about that.
Man, that's a shark. That's a shark.
He's a snake.
He's a snake. He's a snake. There's no doubt he's a snake. But you know what? This leads me to something else. Check this out. I don't believe any of those guys have the qualifications to put together so sophisticated an attack. A multi.
Yeah, exactly. That's dude. For you to think Jay Dreamers could orchestrate all this shit, no offense, Jay, pretty much anyone, the amount of moving pieces and like subterfuge that could possibly happen. You don't really know all these people, and like someone could be stabbing you in the back in this bear. Someone could be plotting with Archaix, and looks like that book's like balanced on his head the way the screen's paused. I don't think anyone could like mastermind it the way he thinks that it happened, the way he's laying it out.
Multi-pronged attack that it used several deals, because that's real clever to do a 2-hour video just to draw the public's attention to the last 30 seconds, which exposed me as the one putting the video out during a live call-in show where people are all steadily calling in and they're talking about nothing but my criminal history. It was all planned. You understand?
Yep. Absolutely.
This leads to something, agent provocateurs in financing. Dude, let me tell you something, man.
So now he's going to blame the Jew. It wasn't really it wasn't Jay Dreamers, it wasn't Chalk Body. It was the Jew.
How the hell can this little twat, Tartarian Truth, who's got no job, you know what I mean, support himself, churning out videos, multiple videos weekly, troll. He doesn't just troll me, he trolls other truther channels.
I'm pretty sure he does have a job.
You know what I mean? How in the hell can you how do you have all the time to watch people's videos, clip them, edit them into your deal, do a video over that, upload those videos, and then do it all over again? How? I don't understand how that's possible unless somebody's funding you. How is it possible? That's the fact.
It's probably just like an Aspie, dude. It just fucking gets all manic and gets into it.
That it's so difficult to do all this is the reason why people like Chalk Body Outline are on YouTube. They're trying to like Chalk Body is trying to improve his life. I get that. You want to be a podcaster. You want to be well known so you can draw in more money so you can improve your standard of living. I get all that.
I mean, I just kind of like talk shit, dude. But I mean, sure.
Suck at it though, but I understand. Chalk doesn't put out that the high volume shit like that. Tartarian.
Yeah, exactly, dude. If I was really trying to make the money the way you say my motivation is make money, wouldn't I just do this every day like Paul and Slave, 7 days a week, open the panel, 6 hours a day? Isn't that the recipe?
And Truth does. And I wonder who's funding that dude. And there's other guys that I like Pleiadian Healer 001. She goes like Pleiadian Healer. I already know who funds her because she started attacking me when I exposed Wano Saban. And then I saw that the main woman that does Wano Saban's work,
Nobody's funding Pleiadian Healer. Come on, dude.
You know who Wano Saban is, right?
Yeah.
The reason he thinks that everyone's got a funder is because somebody's funding him. That's why he thinks everyone has some kind of funder.
I've heard of him before.
Okay, well, Wano Saban is David Nino Rodriguez's main guy for his intel. But Wano Saban is a straight up intel operative, man. He was a part of the Patriot Pacification Program. Wano Saban's job was to keep Americans pacified during the tipping point. The tipping point was that period when Americans were fed the fuck up and they just might do something and they might overthrow their government because the American government's not ready for that. They're not ready for that, dude. Mm-hmm. Americans have power and Americans have assault weapons and they got all kinds, and there's just nothing that's and the military's not going to intervene, I promise you. Local law enforcement in many conservative states would be a part of the rebellion. So, and nobody cares about the liberal states. Nobody cares if they rebel or not anyway, because the next time Americans rise up in arms against their government, it's going to create two Americas. One of them is going to be conservative. It's going to have all the money, the army, and the government. And the other one's going to be liberal, dictatorship, gang landlord, hellholes. And they're going to be all.
I actually like a lot of his like political analysis, his geopolitics and stuff. I don't 100% agree with him here. I think he's more on the money here than he is with his timeline bullshit.
All spread throughout the United States, and conservative states will armor themselves against their borders, against those. That's what's coming in the future America.
I think that's close. That's actually a good guess in my opinion.
Future America, we're going to let those liberals have exactly what they voted in. This is the type of shit you want to pass. It's all good. You can do it. And since you wanted to defund the police, we'll take all the cops over here in the conservative areas, and you can deal with your gangland dictatorships over here. So anyway,
the problem with that idea is you'd have all the liberal zombie horde would be trying to invade the areas where all the white people go.
In truth, he's financed by somebody. Somebody has paid him in the past to do all this attacks and all this shit. Maybe even Chalk Body. I don't know.
Damn, he just broke the case wide open. I'm paying Tartarian Truth. Hold on, let's get I pay Tartarian Truth to make these videos against Jason. That's fucking funny as fuck. This is some super this dude is stressing, dude.
I don't think Owen Benjamin was paid. I don't think so. Owen Benjamin.
Okay, this is not dumb that he is. Owen Benjamin is paid, motherfucker. He's from Hollywood, dumbass.
And Benjamin Balderson, he's another moron. But
I still don't know who the fuck Benjamin Balderson is.
Want to be tough guy. Listen, man, Owen Benjamin.
I think Owen Benjamin's always been controlled out.
Listen, man, I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about it, but I know for a Christian guy who wants to put himself out there about trying to lead a community and all that. I don't care if he hears this, man. You can copy and paste part of this video and send it to him. But that's bullshit. If you're going to sit here and promote Christianity and you're going to attack me, basically saying that the Lord Jesus Christ is going to forgive you of your sins. You're going to be washed in the blood of the Lamb. Once saved, always saved. You're going to be forgiven for all your sins, except Jason of Archaix, because when he was 17 years old, he did some stupid shit.
Right.
Well, you don't you don't claim Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. So yeah, he's not going to wash that sin away for you, dude. That's the thing. If you did,
that type of
no one can say shit.
Hypocrisy, everybody in Benjamin Balderson's whole community needs to leave that bullshit behind. It's stupid. And additionally, this bullshit with Owen Benjamin gets under my skin because of who he is. Okay, you want to be this little leader or whatever. He might be a cult. I don't know. I don't know nothing about his little shit, what he's doing. I know.
That's rich. Archaix calling Owen Benjamin a cult. The battle of the bears versus the mods.
He's got a little commune going, and I know there's been some drama that unfolded in that commune where he's got a bunch of people living together. People pay for that, whatever.
He doesn't have a commune. He promised you could stay there, and then just took the money and bought the land, and no one ever got to stay there once.
But while you're steadily talking about how holy you are and how Christian you are, why don't you remind people about that faggot movie you did in 2007? Yeah.
Here you go. This is the real Archaix. I'm telling you, this dude wants to drop these words so bad, N-word and all that. He wants to talk that prison shit. Come on, Archaix, you can come on Outlining Our Enslavement right here on YouTube and talk that prison shit. Don't worry about getting your channel taken down. You can come try to get my channel taken down talking that prison shit. Let's go. Let's have a good old-fashioned fucking prison roast session. Yep. Let's see what you got. That's probably your real skill.
Look, somebody sent that to me. I couldn't believe it because Owen Benjamin was not only the main character, he was the script writer. He wrote the movie. Whole movie. Yeah, man, gay shit. I'm not homosexual at all. And I don't care if you are either. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about you, Clay.
I don't care if you are, or not you, biggest simp of all time.
I'm talking about people on Archaix.tv listening to my voice. I don't care what your sexual predilections are. It's none of my business. I've got lesbian friends. I've got gay friends. That's their business. Because when it comes to the immortal...
Got gay friends. You, Phoenix Protocol.
Within everybody's walk is between them and the oversoul. And I can never stand in judgment of another immortal. I don't know where they are in their walk. And I know that the immortal within is genderless. It has nothing to do with man.
It's just, dude, it's just like Paul and Slave. They go on these rants about their real self comes out, and then they bring it back into like some self-help spirituality type bullshit, make it seem like, oh yeah, you're like learning some fucking divine spiritual shit or something. And then these people just fall for it.
With man and woman, we're spirits. It has nothing to do with gender. Gender is attached to the avatar. You understand? But to promote Christianity, which is completely anti-homosexual, anti-gay and all that. And yet you were an actor in 2006, 2007, 2008, did some really crappy movies, but one of them you wrote and you were the main character in. Won't you remind people of that? What even made you write a story like that? The only straight man in an all-gay city. What the hell? There's a million different scripts you could have wrote. Why write that? Why entertain that shit?
Yeah.
Remember, I read that manifesto he had in prison, which was all about his pornography fetish and him maintaining his heterosexuality all those years in prison. That was his biggest accomplishment, I think, was not getting his dick sucked for a honey bun.
Because he's part of it.
Yeah, but
I think what happened with him is he was a failed comedian. He's not that damn funny to me.
ET said, speaking of really crappy movies.
He can play the piano and stuff.
Yeah,
but
man.
I feel like he was either approached or he's always been a part of it. But he also knew he's making a killing now. He's making so much more money now with the shit that he's doing and what he's doing.
I could care less. I could care less if the man is a multimillionaire. I wouldn't care if he's got 250,000 people that are worshiping the ground that he walks on. I will always judge a man by the measure of his ways, by how he conducts himself and what comes out of his mouth. And from Owen Benjamin, I've got nothing but hypocrisy. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You cannot condemn me at 17 years old, 34 years ago, for one isolated incident that lasted a very short period of time, no matter what it was, even killing somebody. And then claim that at 50 years old, I'm the same individual and I'm worthy of the same contempt today that I suffered then. You understand?
Yep,
no,
absolutely.
man. I got something you very rarely hear from Jason. I got a real healthy fuck you. That's what I got. That's what.
Damn. He straight up said, fuck, who's he talking to?
I got.
Talking to you, Phoenix Protocol. Phoenix Protocol's like, shit.
So yeah, man, and I don't even feel bad about saying it at all. The world is full of these hypocrites, full of them. So yeah, man, it's
Hey, but I still look at
I want to see him and Owen go at it, man. They need to just StreamYard it up. I'll be the moderator, man.
all this in a good light too. This is how I've been able to survive on Discord. That I knew it was possible. I knew what they could do. I knew these assholes are going to come out. But to me, this strengthens us. This has taught me many things. It's taught me so much about people and what they're capable of and shit, and to show me the people that I do want to see, the ultimate people that I want to be around us, to be a part of this. Because you know, it ain't
100%.
So he's thanking me. You're welcome, Phoenix Protocol. Anybody can click that link, man. We can go through this whole video. I don't care. But the link is there if anyone's trying to come chop it up. Myriad of topics. I don't care. Swing through. Sanity Machine. We know you're watching. Hating, watching, waiting, whatever the fuck it is. Come on up, Sanity Machine. See if you can defend yourself in the realm of ideas besides just ad hominem attacks. You're more than welcome to come on up.
Angry for everyone, and these people, I've always believed Owen Benjamin was controlled opposition. He was put out there to do exactly what, because he doesn't denounce the Jays or Jews, we can call them whatever, but he actually jokes about them. They'll allow comedy. He is always joking about them and shit, but playing this Christian cuckold type thing too, and that's kosher to them. Christianity is actually currently kosher to them, so that's why I always felt he was always a part of it, because he's always trying to play every side too. He's trying to say, oh, but the Trinity and all this shit.
I don't know if he's controlled out. I don't know.
I'm just telling you that's what I believe. I don't know. But
Phoenix Protocol got one up on his teacher here.
that's just my belief since we're talking about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I know he disappeared for a while. I don't know the story. I don't care. I don't follow him. I just don't care. I'm so beyond the whole Christian narrative. I mean, I'm just so beyond all that. Once you do a deep dive on the origin of the Christian text, and you see all the Zoroastrian material, you see all the Zendavesta material, all the Gnostic material, the Platonic, it's all there. It was all used. Christianity is a soup made of all the best ingredients. I don't want to attack Christianity. It's great, but I'm the mortal within, and I don't need a book.
It's great, but fuck Jesus. That's basically what he's saying.
At all to secure that salvation. My relationship is between me and the oversoul, and there isn't a written.
Who's the oversoul? Who is he? Look at those kissy lips. He misses me. Look at him. Look at him reaching out to me. I see the despair and desperation. I see the hurt in your eyes, Jason. You want me back in your life, don't you, Jason?
Record or a book anywhere in the world that would put dictates with that. That's how the construct operates. That's what the demiurge wants you to believe, that you have to live by these set dictates, and if you deviate from that, you condemn yourself.
Okay, is the shirt he's wearing, is that like an animal's face? Are those eyes in it, or am I tripping? Is that just supposed to be like some camouflage? I swear there's like eyes in that shit.
Still, that's the dungeon programming. I'm so beyond all that. So anyway, it's so counterproductive though on Owen Benjamin's part to attack me, because you're essentially telling your whole community that some things can't be forgiven. And if some things can't be,
that's not true. I don't watch Owen Benjamin, but I would assume that he's not saying that.
Forgiven, then that totally takes away from the entire possibility that God is a redemptive entity. Because if there are now perimeters on what can and cannot,
you just sat and denounced Jesus like 30 seconds ago, and then you're saying a Christian saying that you can't be forgiven.
Then we have a problem. It kind of makes a joke out of the entire Christian message. So, yeah, man, but coming on Discord, hey, let's talk about Mike. I'm going to mention Mike. I'm going to go ahead and open that door right there. People need to know about this too. I'm going to let you tell the story of Mike before I tell what I know, what happened with me. Yeah, but on Discord, I know this guy popped up in Discord named Mike, called himself Magic Mike, and he was part of the community and all that. But Madness, that's right, Madness.
His name was Madness.
Yeah, man, let's go ahead and talk about that, man, because I got a real bad feeling from that guy from a couple times, and then it was confirmed. But go ahead and tell us about that.
I never heard of this guy, Magic Mike.
Well, with him, Mike, or Madness, that was his name on Discord. He had actually been in Discord for quite a while. It's almost like they decided that, okay, go time. We're going to do this now, basically, because he was quiet most of the time.
Yeah.
But then after a couple of months, he slowly started kind of taking over the chat, or just like cutting people off. And that's one thing I won't stand. We're a community. Everybody's in there trying to talk. You can actually go back and forth and read the room and know. But he would always like try to take it over, like he was, oh, you take the ball, you say something, or calling people out to say and all this stuff. That actually slowly started happening. And then one day, just out of the blue, well, actually before that, let me go back. He started talking. He called you and Matt Maze and JB. He constantly, oh, Maze and JB, like he had a front line to you, like he was talking to you almost daily, but he never told me anything. I guess whenever y'all had broken down that one time, he came to me and was like, hey, are they okay? Do you know anything? Do you know they're okay? And that's when I had asked you before about Mike. I was like, do you know him? Like, and then when all of this stuff was going down or whatever, I think you told me that he was talking to Matt. You were just like, you knew something was kind of up, but you let Matt talk to him or whatever. I think.
Oh shit! Is that why Matt's gone? Is Matt part of this a different conspiracy here? Brought in the madness
with all the ham radio stuff. Okay, but so he started slowly just changing in this way, like we're never saying anything, just being in there. He'd have his cam on too, but he wouldn't say anything. Then he started like kind of, I don't know what he felt, what he was, if he felt he just like was in the group or whatever, but he wanted to start controlling all the chats. So fast forward another month or so after he started doing that, he brings this one dude into the chat. I can't remember his actual handle, but the last part was Elohim. It was something Elohim, like God. This dude came in chat. Now you take the opposite person of anything you would explain your teachings or whatever, and you put it in this dude. Mm-hmm. He was he was like the line of thoughts. He was Elohim. He was the Lamb of God. He kept saying all.
So basically, what you're describing, I want to sum this up. So what you're describing is that Madness had been hanging around to get a feel for the group. Then broke his silence and started controlling the narrative, the chats, and then.
Okay, after hearing him lay out that first conspiracy, you got to take all his shit, whatever he's about to say. You got to take that shit with a grain of salt, because his read on what happened the first time is 100% false.
Brought in some help, and the help he brought, he knew exactly the temperament of the individual he was bringing into the Discord group. It's not something that shocked him that this person was going to come in and start stirring up shit.
He told this dude we were going to be his flock. And knowing me after talking, being here, like, you should have known. Like, apparently there was somebody else that had talked to him a couple of days before that, and she had asked him questions and stuff, and he didn't know some of the basic questions to what you were doing. But this guy came in, told him that we were going to be his flock, and he was going to come push this shit. And this dude saying all of this stuff, like, just, I mean, there's so many things this dude said that he was, and he was a part of it, and he could do, and all this stuff. But where he gave himself away, I was in the military, so I'm not stupid. I'm listening, I'm going on. But he explained us, our community, and called us a cell. You're not in this community and talking about spirituality and stuff, and then say a community, like the cell. That's what.
A cell? Is that what he's saying? Like CELL?
Like the military says. They call us terrorist cells.
Yeah.
But you made that one Freudian slip. But he wasn't going to say much longer anyway because of what he was talking about.
Damn, he said one thing they disagreed with, and they all turned on him.
Yeah, y'all were about to X him anyway. But you're right. The vernacular dropped from his mouth, exposing him for probably being an intelligence op. Yeah, no doubt.
That's what I.
Yeah, okay, if you don't agree with Archaix, you're just an intelligence op. Cool.
That's what I want to say about intelligence is they're not going to get their hands dirty. They're going to find these assholes. They're going to find people where they can pay them, or at least pay like you said, but get them on the trail and say, hey, what about this dude or whatever? Because that's what I was trying to talk about. Another guy.
Plot twist. What if Jason is the motherfucking intelligence op?
They came in, he was all smooth talking or whatever, but we found out at the end that he decided he wanted to go after Doomsayers. He looked at you as a Doomsayer and shit, thought he could discount the Phoenix and shit. And I'm like, where's your proof, buddy? Come on, let's hear it. 4 days of that shit.
Where's your proof to discount the Phoenix? That's why they wouldn't allow him there. The Phoenix is bullshit. That's why. I
was so tired of it, but everybody else wanted to hear it. But I'm like, man, this dude is not supposed to be here. So that has been weird. It's gotten a lot better, of course, but that was like months ago. It is hard when other people won't see it whenever you actually do. And it's a different dynamic when you're actually talking to people. But Madness, that dude said that. And we actually got him to watch your movie. We're like, hey, man, hold it up. Why don't you watch this movie? You don't sound like you really know much about it.
Hey, it's a great idea. You don't believe this guy? You better watch Archaix, the movie with the Lego figures and shit. That's going to convince you. Do they not realize like what a fucking utter bomb and flop and piece of shit that was? That was fucking awful.
Going on, Madness brought you here. I'm trying to give everybody every chance, benefit of the doubt. Okay, so you actually went live right in the middle of like halfway through that video. Came back. He actually jumps in the chat with other people. I'm in a private chat talking to people I trust, and we're trying to figure this all out. Like what the hell just happened? What does this do, and what's he about? Basically, that's what we do. We talk about these things. As soon as somebody that had been there with me for a while and I trusted said, hey, what is wrong with this dude? What's going on here and everything? I banned him right there instantly. And then we decided to talk about Madness. I was like, and several people were bringing things to me that we were talking about it and the way he was acting and everything. We're like, this isn't right. This definitely is something else going on here. And even after all of this, I found out connections that he seemed to be connected to from the beginning, even before, I even knew any person.
You motherfuckers are paranoid as fuck.
Other people.
So they have to 100% believe every little tiny aspect of this dude's theory, or they're fucking outside agents or some shit. Paid government operatives to come after Jason.
Who are wishy-washy in Discord. You found out they were connected to this dude, Mike. So yeah, they had their agents in the Discord group already. I say this on my YouTube channel. I don't even hide it. I say, listen, the truther community has completely infiltrated every single channel with intelligence operatives. Now, these are different agencies, different alphabet agencies.
And the same dude, I put up a video where this dude says he was paid by intelligence agencies.
Some of them are different cultures. Some of them are not American. Some of them, I mean, they all have their agendas and they're all watching for different shit. And it just goes with the territory. They're fucking everywhere, dude. So
let me give you some props real quick, because to figure all this out, and I remember you had.
Let me wash your dick real quick. Pull it out.
Brought him up, like we kind of did know him, and he was calling y'all Maze and JB or whatever. You called me on the phone and we were talking about it, and I was like, Jason, I was like, what I can tell you right now, and I'm gonna sum it up real quick, just so you know what kind of happened. And all I said was that it's satanic. That's the one word that I used, and then you went off on just basically explaining just about everything they did or what happened or you think an agency would do to undermine Archaix. And I was just.
Damn, this dude's Archaix call. This is like his right hand man and shit. Where's Matt May, man? This type of fucking conspiracy thinking wasn't happening when Matt May was the right hand man.
Just amazed that you just went off on started saying all that. I'm like, yep. That's what happened. Exactly. That's exactly what they did. It's exactly what happened.
Yeah,
he started trying to pull every single person.
It's a formula. It's a formula. What they try to do if they don't like an emerging community, what they try to do is undermine it by changing the direction, by changing the community, by getting enough powerful personalities in their channel. I'll give you another example right now. I'm gonna go.
Couldn't they just expose you as fucking what you really are? Wouldn't that be a lot easier? Just drop the deets on you.
Go ahead and say this right now because this is Archaix.tv, but there are individuals trying to change the Archaix community right now by really heavily pushing this Archaix Fest deal. So it's Archaix Fest. I have no attachments to Archaix Fest. All I did was volunteer to speak. I still don't know all the details. I haven't been given all the information about it, and I may pull out of it. I don't know. I'm not liking what I'm seeing. This online Archaix Fest deal. Apparently, it
started it.
Soul Luckman. It seems to be all about the monetization of things.
Okay, Soul Luckman, that's another weirdo that was attached to Jason. And then he started making all these videos. Soul Luckman's the dude that had the there's like a painting as his avatar, and he started making like 10 ways you'll know you're an errant. Fucking super cringe videos like that. And I looked into that Soul Luckman dude actually pretty hard, and I was unable to figure out. I probably could have if I stuck with it, but I was unable to figure out exactly who it was. I had some good leads. I figured out where he lived, I'm pretty sure, but Soul Luckman had a history that went way back. Like, it's been a while now. If I remember, like 15 to 20 years, he's been grifting online, different spirituality type grifts online.
Things that are already free on YouTube. Every single person that's listed on there, including myself, has 100% free material on YouTube. All my spiritual material will always be free. The only reason we're on Archaix.tv right now is because we can't put these videos on YouTube. We can't put videos on homeopathic healing on YouTube. We can't put the videos on the tiny hats. We can't put the videos right here about the trolls.
Why not? We talk about them every week. Why can't you, Jason? Oh, because you're too scared that your channel might get in danger.
And agent provocateurs and all that on YouTube.
So you don't give a shit about telling the truth. You give a shit about growing the channel. But then say that's what I'm trying to do.
You just can't do it. So anyway,
and I agree with you too about the monetary part of it. What I want to add is that most trolls and people that hate you are going to not want to pay a damn dime. So
yeah,
it does control of that type
of. Oh no, some of the trolls might join Archaix.tv because we're going to put it out there that we talk about them.
Yeah, they're going to want to hear it for sure. That's right.
Yeah, man. So
damn, he got me.
Madness.
He gonna drop me real quick.
Yeah, name dropping is a no-no for me. Name dropping is something I specifically look for in other people when I'm dealing with them. If somebody is too quick to do a bunch of name dropping, that means they have no credentials of their own. They're trying to stand on the shoulders of somebody else. So this is what happened with Madness. That's where he messed up. For all you intelligence operatives out there, man, take note. This is a fuck up. So yeah, where he messed up was
Let me teach you how to undermine me.
He only sent me one email, and I told him to deal with Matt. Then he sent Matt a series of emails, but just because he sent a bunch of emails doesn't mean we were entertaining him. As a matter of fact, Matt had already told me, man, he's about to let this guy go.
Matt's his fucking secretary. Where's Matt? Bring back Matt. We want Matt back. Shout out to Jim Bob. I saw Jim Bob was ducking Aphrodite today. He was too scared. Aphrodite has rebuttals to everything he could say. Jim Bob don't want that Aphrodite heat.
He ain't talking about shit. So in the email he sent to me, he laid out this whole program of how he was going to be the manager of a group, and it's going to be me and my Archaix crew on the road, and we're going to go city to city on tour doing these things for Archaix, and he was going to be the manager of that. He was going to take care of hotels. He's going to make all arrangements for venues, make it easy for me to just create content and do all my stuff, everything that he thinks that I wanted to hear. You understand? So I grilled him. I sent him an email back, and when he answered me back, I just delivered it to Matt and said, "Hey man, you take care of this." Talk to him. I sent him an email back. Come to find out, he's in Canada. And he's not going to take the vax, so he can't travel to the United States. He's got kids, and a wife he's worried about up there. So he's got to stay put. He has no finances whatsoever to do anything. He was going to use Archaix to raise money in order to do this. So he brings nothing. He brings absolutely nothing to the table but a bunch of hearsay and promises. And then when you informed me that that's what he did, was talk about me, Maze and JB and all, making it sound like he was much more familiar with us. And he was trying to build the illusion of rapport that we were talking. We weren't. On Matt and I, on our end, everything with that dude was dead. He was still communicating with you though. So yeah. And then I find out that he and others went and started a splinter group, right?
Yeah, that's what they actually had. He must have had it ready to go. I think we looked at the date on it, and he already had that Discord ready to go for this to happen, basically. And he started messaging every person.
He pulled some people out of Discord, but they found themselves in a group that talked about nothing but satanic shit, huh?
Yep, pretty much. That dude was like talking about the Elohim guy. I mean, even heard him say 2 people in that chat, and I wasn't on there. I had people that were bringing this to me that were watching it, and because we wanted to know, I wanted to know what's going on. And like 2 people that this dude came in while they were out of town and did something to their wives and shit. And it was like, man, and that's why I told you before when we talked about this a while back. Anybody that's buying that fucking Kool-Aid, I don't want here on this Discord. Yeah. There were several people that, and this is what the lie started on. Somebody tried to say like the 55 people apparently at that time that joined them and shit that we banned them all. No, there was only 5 people that.
Okay, Jim Bob says Aphrodite's the only woman he would punch in the face, but then you get more gallons all over your fucking knuckles, Jim Bob. You can't do that. It's deadly. Anybody want to click that link? Come on out.
That we knew were fucking completely out to lunch and shit.
And so basically, people joined that group of magic, and then realized where they were. But
I'm skipping ahead. It's getting boring. Talk about me, Archaix. It's all about me.
Have groups of my criminal history, both of them. They both have groups that where they basically have these spiritual teachings and stuff and teach you all these things that should be freely taught among the human family. There should be no price tag on spirituality. If there is suffering in the world and there's
but there's a price tag on talking shit about people on the internet. That's behind the paywall.
Any way that you can ameliorate that, you should be able to do that freely and
with some YouTube ads.
I'm gonna tell you for a fact. When I started speaking against 107 and saying, "Hey man, that dude is an agent. He is an agent designed to pacify Americans and get them to wait and wait and wait and wait," and he's done his job. That's why he's not popular no more. Nobody's listening to him no more. It don't happen.
Okay, is the shirt a dog or what the fuck is it?
But now they slowly changed everything and tricked everyone into all these things. That's why we have to stay vigilant, you know. But for me, it's
all right. I don't know if he comes back to talking about me. Let me go back to this weirdo. This guy's still going. This guy did like a 3-hour premiere about me. I can't believe the shit he was saying in that chat. It's unbelievable. Look at he did 2.5 hours. The Insanity Machine did 2.5 hours. What a psycho schizo motherfucker. This dude is nuts, bro. I can't even give this guy the shit he was typing in the chat. So fucking disgusting.
This place is. Maybe once you do, you might think, "Oh, now I get why Steven's this way." And
he sounds like Matt McKinley for sure.
Oh, I love it. I'm gonna have fun with this. What a dumb thing, making multiple hours and hours of videos and then after show videos talking about me on other channels on EBT's channel and Toilet Bowler.
He says it's dumb to make hours and hours of video. He's got like a 3-hour video here about me.
For more hours.
When we do it, it's dumb.
This whole week they've made how many hours about me? 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours of video? I don't know. It's a lot though. I don't know how much it is. Maybe 20 hours.
He thinks the whole videos are about him, like on EBT's channel where they talk about him for 15 minutes in the beginning max. And then none of the rest of the fucking 5 hours is about him.
Keep going. Keep going. I'm living rent-free in your heads, demons. And I'm coming for you.
That's such a lame phrase. He just says it over and over and over. I'm living rent-free in your head.
You said in that little comment that I think he's going to come for us eventually. That day's arrived.
Yeah, how did I know that, Steven? How did I know the Sanity Machine would flip on us one day? Ask yourself that. How is it possible I could have known that? How was I 100% right on the money? Because, Steven, hold on. Where's my face? I'm going to tell you how I know, Steven. Steven, you're an animal. You're not a man. You are an animal. And an animal is predictable. And that's why you can trap an animal. Trappers know how to trap an animal because they just react to external stimuli. That's it. An animal will do that. That's how I'm able to know that Steven was eventually going to come after us because he's an animal. He's not a man yet. He's controlled by his passions and desires. He has no control over any shit like that. And he's a schizo. Monica. What's up, Cecil Drake?
Yo.
Yo.
What's going on?
What's good, fam?
Oh, you know, working. I'm doing a little bit of research right now.
You back at the same job or new job?
Both. It's a new job doing the same job.
Got you.
Right now I'm trying to play this XCOM right here because I'm trying to figure out the subliminal messages they were leaving us in the video games and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
What's XCOM? That's a game?
XCOM is actually one of the oldest video games that has ever been in existence. It was like back from like the 90s and shit. And they remade a version of it in 2012.
Like what console? I never even heard of it. Like, I feel like I might have heard of it actually, but I can't think of it right now.
It was a computer game.
Okay, that's probably why I've never been a PC gamer really.
Right. And so it's all about like you control this like organization of like international. It's like an international organization, and the governments all over the world pay the XCOM organization to basically defend the planet Earth from alien invaders. It's like like Black Ops. And there's like aliens coming down. You got to go up there. You got to shoot their little UFO down. Then you send like a group of Marines to the crash site, and you got to kill the aliens, and they can like mind control people. But I mean, like back in the day, dude, I'm pretty sure the first one was like 93 or 95. We're talking about like one of the first computer games ever made. But it's been on Xbox. I think both of them, XCOM Enemy Within and XCOM 2. The later versions came out. The latest version came out in 2016. But they're talking all about like transhumanism, and the aliens are giving us like gene therapy clinics where they can go and basically splice us with like alien genetics and stuff like that, and take over.
So when you say you're researching, you're playing a video game. That's what you mean.
Yeah,
tricking video games.
Yeah, the subliminal message. There we go. That's it right there. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the subliminal messages that they're putting in the video games so they can take over the youth. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
So it's one of those 3/4 shooters or something. 3/4 view.
I think it's called like isometric. It's like turn-based strategy, and yeah.
Got you. So what's the conclusion? They're using aliens to take us over.
Well, no, the freaking because you know about Project Bluebeam. They're trying to fake us out into believing like Project Bluebeam might have been, or the conspiracies around Project Bluebeam might actually be like a psyop also. So it's a conspiracy that Project Bluebeam is going to be a fake invasion, but it might actually be like a real invasion that everybody's been told is fake. Or it might be the other way around. See what I'm saying?
Okay, I think Project Bluebeam was fucking 9/11. Hologram plane, baby.
I mean, maybe.
On to the next shit now.
No planes is one of the accepted conspiracy theories around 9/11. But like,
well, to me, the alien thing, man, if you want to talk about aliens, I was thinking about this recently, was the alien, if they do want to like disclose aliens, okay, and I'm not saying I believe it would be aliens, they can just come out and say, we have this craft, or we've had it for a long time, or whatever. The alien doesn't even have to actually exist at all. They can just show you a craft.
Right.
But I think the whole ploy would be like if they wanted to bring in some kind of new type of energy to move beyond like electricity and combustion engine or whatever. They want to bring on the next type of drive engine or whatever.
Right.
That would be a way that they could do it. And then, that would, because you have some impending doom coming with all the regulations for the diesel industry and everything within the next, whatever it is, like 5 years or something like that. Like the price of diesel is going to just skyrocket. It's already high as fuck. It's going to just continue to climb and climb and climb. And then obviously, since everything's driven to the store by that truck, it's going to be price of food and everything's just going to, everything will collapse. I think if you continue on this diesel the way it is now, unless someone were to come rescind all that. And so my take would be like, if it's possible, they want to release some kind of alien thing, it would be to introduce some new type of energy type system into the public. They would need that as the cover or whatever.
Well, there's people, I mean, fossil or alternative fuels rather is the thing, it's just the only legal accepted fuel right now is fossil fuel, is diesel, is gasoline. But there's people who have cars, who have the ability to modify their vehicles or run off of water or hydrogen gas or whatever. It's just the mainstream accepted fuel source right now is petrol fuels. And they do that so they can control your ass at the gas pump. See, they can't control truckers any other way. The truckers were like, they told the truckers, they were like, hey, we think you should get jabbed. And they were like, nah, fuck you. It ain't happening. So now they have to try to control them at the gas pump because they're trying to control people who can become like self-employed very easily. And they're trying to get rid of people who are making a lot of money with very little skill, and that's truckers. So,
which a big part of trucking, if you're not from, well, at least in Minnesota, I guess, obviously not everywhere, but in Minnesota, the truckers are all Somalians. Like that's a big thing.
I got a couple of friends that are in the trucking industry, and they said the East Indians are also real big into that.
Yeah, like foreigners come over and become truckers. So that could actually potentially be a security risk as well. If you have like ISIS recruiting in Minneapolis and everything like that. And then you have the Somalians all work right there at the Minneapolis airport, and then trucking. Like there could be if they really wanted to, they could easily have sleeper cells in place that would be, they could do a multi-industry attack simultaneously if they really wanted to.
Dude, Mexico doesn't even have any trucking regulations, or very, very little trucking regulations. And it's been a while since I heard one, but back in the day, I heard plenty of stories about, truckers, Mexican truckers just driving across the border, like, yeah, whatever. They don't even, check them because they accept that it's a diesel load of something. A lot of times car parts, because we have a lot of American car manufacturers have factories down in Mexico. But
real quick, JG says that the B Smiley's earlier comment, he said that the planes you saw in 9/11 were live edited in. No, I believe that's actually probably what it is. JG is saying, you know how dumb you sound saying that. Well, what the whole theory of that is, there was a hurricane off the coast of New York that same day. And to me, that the effect of that is to draw all the clouds and everything out into the oceans to ensure you have a clear blue sky, because that's what was required to have a blue screen. Instead of a green screen, it's a blue screen, and they're able to just do that live right there on the fly. Just like I use that program called Ableton Live for music, and you do everything right there live on the fly. It'd be the same thing just on a video editing program. It would actually be, the concept to it would be simple. I don't know about the execution, but
dude, that holographic technology was originally developed by the military to create decoy fighters So let's say you had a fighter like an F-16, right? And you're in a dogfight with like a MiG or whatever the fuck, right? So you'd have a holographic projector on board your F-16 that could create a realistic holographic projection of another F-16 right next to you. So an enemy pilot wouldn't know which one to target with his gun. I mean, obviously with missile systems, it's different. You could like use radar or therm or whatever the fuck. But like, that's what that technology was originally developed for. So and we have no idea of how long we've had this technology. The military isn't going to say like, oh, we've had this technology for such and such. So they could have developed this technology, and it's very possible. It's very possible what you're saying. There was no planes. It was just holographic F-747s, and that's it.
Even to the naked eye of a person standing on the ground, they didn't necessarily have to show a plane. You just see an explosion. You could hear, maybe you could play a sound or something that people hear an explosion. I mean, what are they going to say? They didn't see it. It could have came from the other side of the building, no matter which side of the building you're standing on.
Right.
You just see a damn explosion. There would be no reason to actually have a plane.
Not to mention the fact that like a 747 could not take a 747 could not take, you know, each one of those buildings could take like 4 or 5 747 slamming into it.
It wouldn't collapse the way it did. It would just the building would be fucked up. It was really fucked up is all. But I think to some people that's so far fetched to understand that the building's like wired for that from the day the building's erected, 33 years before it even happens. Like they have that plan in place. That's what I believe.
You know, I mean, and I hate to sound like Matt or whatever with his little, you know, the tire that was laying there intact or whatever, but I would think that if a plane that size had slammed into a building that was built like that, like steel girder construction design, but there would have been more than just like a tire. Like there would have been wing sections that didn't go into the building, and you know,
it's not going to slice through it like butter.
Yeah.
And this is where it all started for everyone. So I think this is why I say, like, I feel like conspiracy genre itself is like propaganda, because once that happened, then everyone jumped into these rabbit holes, and it's designed, I think, lead you down into Gnosticism and all this other type of shit. It's time sink is obviously one of the main things they want. You just sinking all your time into the people they can't get with modern day bread and circuses like sports. They get them with like these rabbit holes and everything
right. Well, I mean, it used to be like in JFK era stuff that was going on in the country. It used to be people pretty much had no choice but to believe whatever the government told them, right?
Right.
Fast forward to now, citizens have all kinds of avenues of investigating themselves. They could analyze stuff. They can, you know, so the CIA or whatever, the disinformation committee or whatever you want to call it, has to turn stuff up. And a part of that is creating like gatekeeping and trying to fuck with the intelligent people too. And I think conspiracy communities and stuff like that are a part of that. You know, they have to come up with something for the more mentally active people to try to chew on and go, oh, was it this? Was it that? You know,
it's the Israelis, bro.
Yeah. It was this group of Middle Easterners. It was this group of Middle Easterners, or was it this group of Middle Easterners? You know, like, who cares?
And that was actually the completion. If you look at it too, from the longer term perspective, that was the completion of all those years of like Middle Eastern propaganda in the movies. Middle Easterners are bombing you and everything like that. So once that happened, everyone blamed Middle Easterners before they knew who it was, and then it turned out the official fiction says it is Middle Easterners, but then right after that, the next boogeyman becomes the white nationalists.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because they used all of that to sign the Patriot Act, and then later they had the NDAA and all that kind of stuff. They used it as leverage to close a bunch of loopholes that, you know, they at least in the way that they felt that the Constitution was giving way too much freedom to American citizens, and try to scare people into submission and be like, hey, you know, we can lock you up indefinitely now if we deem you to be a terrorist.
Yep.
You know.
JG says it wasn't live video editing. Prove that it wasn't, JG. How would you know? Yeah, but I just think, that's why one of the reasons I think that day or that attack was one of the, maybe like the first shot of what you would call World War III, and it would be a very long-term war of countries against their own citizens, like a war of attrition, where it's just a long, like very long-term, because then the bad guy is what they would call patriot. Think about how crazy that is, that the government propaganda is calling someone that loves their country is the default bad guy that's likely to like perform some type of attack.
Yeah, that's a solid theory, but I mean, you're right. You know, it's but the answer to that basically is because they've taken the leadership, they've taken over the leadership of all these countries and sucked them back into a global government entity. And of course, the nationalists are going to be the enemies of that. I mean, that if you really think about it, that's what Germany was fighting against back in the day. That's what they were fighting against, man, was a bunch of global conglomerate. You know, they had freaking America and Russia in a freaking depression. They were collapsing the economies of major countries and trying to starve people to death. Russia actually was successful in that. Like, they had the Holodomor and the Ukraines and all this shit. But yeah, they were collapsing these major countries. And Germany fucked everything up and said, nah, we ain't going to die like that. Sorry. Rather die on our feet. And then the Allies came in. But by that time, the higher ups in Germany, the intelligentsia and whatnot, the people that developed the higher levels of technology, saw what was happening, or were able to withdraw into seclusion to South America, to Antarctica, to wherever you want to talk about.
JG says his buddy's dad died in 9/11. No, he didn't, dude. Everyone says that. Go to any 9/11 video on YouTube, and there's somebody in there like, yo, my aunt was on this plane, my whatever. And then one day I went on YouTube, because I kept reading that everywhere. And so one day I went on YouTube videos and I was like, yo, my two pet dogs were being transported on that plane to me that day. And I lost my two. It's like, rest in peace, Fido and Spot, or some shit like that. And I got so many responses like, oh my God, so sad, rest in peace, and all the shit. These people just believe fucking anything they read on the internet. Like, it was so ridiculous. Okay, JG, let me explain it to you one more time. The invisible tower theory is a joke. People that say that they believe in no tower theory, that's a joke. There's no one that believes in no tower. Live video editing would be a green screen. I guess it wouldn't really be actually live, but they could just add it in, like, and then play you that, just like WWE is able to show you a replay of a suplex that just happened 10 seconds ago. They're able to just have this just one step ahead and then play it back to you moments later.
Like, what is the chance that both of those buildings perfectly swallowed up every single piece of those 747s, with the exception of like a landing gear here? You know, show me a picture of like a wing section on the ground, or a tail section, or something other than a fucking whole inflated tire laid on the fucking sidewalk. Like, that's just, yeah. And I used to laugh at this theory and be like, yeah, right, it wasn't no hologram. Dude, I think there is some credence to this theory, actually.
It's JG, it's all based on the blue sky. And there's an actual, if you're not familiar with it, there's a real thing called a blue screen, which is the same thing as a green screen, but it's blue. So it's all reliant on the sky being completely clear and blue that day, not a cloud in the sky, which is formed by the hurricane right outside of New York. All that weather pressure, low pressure, whatever the fuck makes the clouds, all that shit's out there in the ocean to clear that sky out. That's the entire basis of it. If that wasn't there, it's not going to work, in my opinion.
Yeah, we know that they have the ability to alter weather, at least as far as like seeding or unseeding clouds, and yeah, hurricane machines and all that shit. They had that since like Nam era. So,
right.
Yeah. Anyway,
trying to find the like blue screen examples. I've seen some NASA ones, but of course they're not coming up in the search. Whatever. Anyone else gonna click that link? JG, you want to come up and defend the plane theory? Big Enchilada said my rabbi was on that.
I mean, that's basically a non-argument, dude. Oh, that one event during the Second World War is real. I've seen a freaking tattoo, and I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah. It's always, oh, my relative was this.
Bro. This guy I used to work with a long time ago. He's like, yeah, my grandfather was one of the allies that went into Auschwitz, and they cut the chain. And as soon as they cut the chain, all of them came out, and they just devoured all the German soldiers. They all came and clawed them and started eating them and stuff. I'm like, dude, that shit's not true. Like, yeah, my grandfather told me, dude. I'm like, nah, that's definitely not real.
My other favorite one is, you better not talk bad about cops. My freaking such and such and such and such is a cop.
Okay, and you saw it during those events from 2020 with the mask and everything. Every single person wearing a mask was like, yeah, I have an immunocompromised family member at home. No, you don't.
Yeah.
Every single person does. Not true. I don't believe it. I heard that so many times. They just want an excuse to wear that shit. People will just say anything to like seem like part of these stories or something like that. It's a very weird phenomenon. They want to be part of these things.
Or they don't want to be ridiculed for not being a part of them. It's more likely. It's just easier. Yeah, whatever. I'll just go along with it. Okay.
ISIS wire pulling debunked. I guess it's real, guys. There's a video that debunks the fake ISS. There was some theory that it's been so long since I looked into these theories. There was one that was like the idea of what you see as the ISS is actually some type of natural satellite that was seen by Tycho Brahe way back in the day, and I forget, he had a different name for it, but they would say that was the same like natural satellite or whatever. When you look up there and you see something zip by or whatever.
You ever notice, because speaking of green screens, you ever notice that when they're showing you pictures of like astronauts on the outside of the whatever it is, satellite, space shuttle, space station, whatever, and they're floating around, there's never any satellites or anything else in the background, like ever?
Yeah. There's never anything. It's just black.
Yeah, or you got the Earth, and then you got like black, like not even stars or whatever. It's because that shit's being filmed inside of a freaking training tank. When they train astronauts for weightlessness or whatever, they're doing it inside of a big ass pool with a massive green screen in the background. And you know, like,
I mean, I have a lot of those clips here on this video I have on. You can't even search it. You got to actually go to the Shock Body channel and then search live by popular, and it'll come up. And it's got a lot of these wire videos and shit like that when they're on the wire. It's just weird to me that some people, even when they see the like full compilation of all the shit, they still would refuse to believe it. Like, this would be very easy shit to pull off with video editing. And then, like, to some people, that's just like blasphemous. And there's an entire theory of like, what do they call it? Secret space program, where they'll admit this shit's fake, but then they'll say they're really in space doing top secret shit that they don't show you. But this shit is fake.
again, I mean, granted, I know that the government is lying to us about the level of technology they have, but
here's another Bokurasak account. The Real People channel debunked your CBO platform into oblivion. Who's the Real People? Never heard of it. This is another Bokurasak account, 100% confirmed again. I'm on this dude.
who is that? Is that
guy.
Paul?
Just no, this troll that I've had forever. Some fucking Isaac piece of shit.
Right. Dude,
Just follow me for years, bro.
Yeah. We are not up in
wait. Sand Beach. Child support's paid the fuck off. Fuck you. What are you gonna spiral about next, Sand Beach? Sandy vagina. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, bro, we ain't up in space with anything less than like full-on Star Trek level deflector shields and shit. If what they're saying, if what physicists are saying is true about total vacuum or whatever, I mean, like, I could shoot a fucking Skittle at a freaking moon lander and it would have the same impact as like a freaking freight train or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, and maybe they do have that and they're just lying about it, or they're using the low orbit argument or whatever, but whatever. I don't care. Lies.
You like all that little space debris would fuck that shit up.
Oh yeah.
I want to get on this talk of the ISS for a second.
Yeah, jump in.
So there was a YouTuber probably like 2 or 3, 4 or 5 years ago. I don't fucking remember. It was Curious Life was his name, and he came up with the ISS was a wandering star, and it was Isis, the goddess Isis, the wife of Osiris. And I don't know if you know.
This guy's on 2 sock accounts at the same time. I have every single one of this dude's socks.
Not me.
Sorry,
No, I ain't got no sock accounts.
No, not you. This troll.
All right. So if you know the story of Osiris and Isis, Osiris was cut into like, I don't know how many pieces.
Like 13 pieces and cut his dick off.
Yeah, and the only piece Isis couldn't find was his penis. And she traveled around the world repeatedly looking for his penis. And then the ISIS, the ISS, is almost the same as ISIS. And it just travels around the world.
Right.
Yeah, so he made a correlation between those two things. And, oh, shit, I can't remember. But, I mean, it's impossible. Just if the ISS was real, it's impossible to restock it if it's going at the same speed nonstop. Like, the whole story of the ISS is bullshit. And maybe this is like a wandering star that happens to do this every so often. And they're just making up a story like, hey, we created a fucking space station that we can't explain how it works rationally. but it just appears every so often in history, and they knew it. And the old story, the last story was it was ISIS looking for Osiris's penis, and now we're kind of with this bullshit story that it's a space station, you know. So that was his correlation, and it was pretty. I don't know, it was pretty intelligent.
The only way it's real is if they have what they call, what is it called? Bose-Einstein condensate. So when you get close to what they call absolute zero, which whatever the fuck, I don't remember what it is now, minus 480 degrees Fahrenheit or some shit like that. Then there's zero viscosity. So if you had in that theory, it's not even theory. If you were able to have something that cold, you would put something would be in perpetual motion because there's no friction, zero, anything like that. So if the higher you were to go up in altitude, if it gets colder and colder, eventually it would reach that constraint of absolute zero. And then I guess if that was true, then you could put objects in there and kind of just give it a tap somehow, and it would stay on a perpetual motion like cycle from. But then that would also include there's some kind of like a dome or container or something if it were to keep.
I mean, just all the footage from it looks like bullshit, and the idea seems like bullshit. But yeah, like he was saying, like maybe it's just something that randomly occurs every so often. The last story they made up was ISIS looking for Osiris's penis, and now it's a space station. That was kind of his correlation. I don't know. I didn't. You can't really. That's not something you can really buy into, but it's food for thought.
I'm trying to find this troll said this channel exposed me. This is not even a good channel, but it's all like 4 years ago. It's called Real People. Am I on the wrong channel? Real People TV. It's not even a fucking. It's from some 70s shit. I must be on the wrong shit. I'm trying to find somebody that debunked me. How can you debunk me showing clips of NASA fuckery? It's not impossible.
That's not even most of what you do. I mean,
I know
that's like 20% of what you do.
Same
maybe.
troll I've had forever. It's this dude. He's just a fucking troll, and he comes in he has like 100 sock accounts. It's another one. That's why I say I know the MO of all these people with the sock accounts. They all do the same fucking exact shit as everyone else.
Yeah. And they think that you can't notice their like patterns or whatever. Dude,
this one dude, his names are
I didn't really want to hang out. I just wanted to throw my shit about the ISS and the last iteration of it being ISIS, and I'm gonna get out.
I appreciate you.
Peace. Love you, Drew.
Yep, love you too. This dude, though, the troll, he's like, his names are like for the accounts are like child, like one word type shit, child. Wisconsin.gov, fucking shit like the Sand Beach, because he was trying to expose where I live, because I live by the beach and there's sand on the beach. So Sand Beach, oh shit. It's like his mind is just so deep. Yeah, I can't even find the fucking. I want to find somebody debunking me.
Debunk that shit, bro. Damn.
It's like he said they debunked me by my motives or some shit. How would anyone know what my motives are? Wait, is this it? No, this is Paul Enslaved. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Whatever. Go back to this shit.
Like, look,
who else
dude,
jumping out, man?
If there's anything the conspiracy theorists are good at, it's pattern recognition, okay? Like, if you're just going to go on different accounts and continue to not change your personality and say the same shit.
The same shit, right.
You know, like, go away, dude.
JG, are you a fucking simpleton or what? People saw the planes. Okay, people will say they saw the planes. And people have footage of planes going into the towers. That shit's released later. Do you know the JFK footage? That shit wasn't released for years later. That's like made in a Hollywood studio or CGI or some shit.
Right.
The JFK fucking Zaptruder film, whatever the fuck they call it. They just, of course, they're gonna release some shit, dude. They wouldn't be able to not have one film out there. They have to release some shit.
Right. If JFK had been hit with the rifle they're saying was used at that range, the top of his freaking skull would have exploded off and his brains would have sprayed everywhere. They figured out later that shit that you see with Jackie jumping in the freaking or pulling the Secret Serviceman onto the freaking car and all that bullshit. That was made up. That was a dummy or whatever.
And they have you seen the Mandela effect now where there's like an extra row in the car?
No, I haven't seen that.
There's like extra people now in the car that weren't in the original car, and like a whole extra like row of seats or something. Like it's some shit like that. The Mandela effect. Since we were talking about 9/11 anyway, I just learned of a new Mandela effect today. Well, the other day, it's people don't believe there was a building 3, and now that they're learning about building 3, it's a Mandela effect. But they know about building 1 and building 2 and building 7, but 3, that has to be fake.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, dude, whatever.
The channel is called The Real People. Okay, we're going to look this up. Hold on. He said I saw the video and it was lame. The Real People. Let's see. Whoops. We see these people that are out here debunking me. Okay, I gotta find the channel, I guess. So much work, man. Clicking buttons. Here it is. 120 videos. This is like a band. Hold on. Is this at 91? 91 subscribers to connect with people who are passionate about truth. That's got to be it. Soul Trap, my review. Okay, this has got to be it. Get chalked up on Soul Trap, my review. 45 minutes. I'm not watching a 45-minute fucking video. Warning to flat earthers. Oh, yeah, look at it. It's a Sanity Machine simp. It probably is the Sanity Machine.
Okay, dude.
This guy's a fucking psycho, dude. Sanity Machine is literally a fucking psycho. Fucking schizo. If it's not him, it's somebody that thinks he's intelligent, that shows how fucking dumb they are.
Can you email me your real name? Can you email me your real... Hey, dude, what's your real name? Hey, dude. Can you email me your real name? Can you email me your real name?
Nah, I think I'll pass, Steven.
Yeah.
It's out there. You can find it. I ain't going to do all the grunt work for you, though. You should go harder on that Order of Quetzalcoatl shit, guy. What is that? Okay, JG, why don't you come up and talk about how it wasn't live editing? You seem pretty passionate about that. You don't know that it's not live editing. You're saying we have proof? No, we don't.
JG,
Yeah, I don't see anything about it.
JG's got a bad case of cognitive dissonance going on.
Oh, yeah, big time. He doesn't know where tomorrow's meal is coming. It's impossible for him to understand these guys planning this shit like 50 years in advance.
Also, chalk body outline. Sandy Machine was on Get Chalked Up live stream before this one. This one is just sort of like almost like not a Q&A, but it goes into bashing the Sandy Machine and then some Soul Trap denial stuff.
Yeah, Soul Trap.
Shit, and
Soul Trap's not real, psycho. It says he wants a 5-minute summation of the Soul Trap. Would he attempt 5-minute summation of the 800 pages of the Bible? Well, you accept the Lord and Jesus Christ as your Savior. That's it. There you go. That's it. You don't need 5 minutes.
A lot of conversation in the chat and a lot of questions that were asked to Drew, and gives his responses. I want to give my response on that.
He's gonna give his response to my
Sandy
response.
Machine was very authentic, which I thought was great.
Sandy Machine's a psycho.
And
he can't
did
do anything
give
but
his
be a
views,
psycho.
but Drew really didn't didn't take it very seriously and doesn't really have an understanding of the soul trap.
He didn't give any views of the soul trap. He just tried to debunk Christianity.
It wasn't super persuasive because it was very confrontational, and the audience already has a negative view of the soul trap to begin with. So then the confrontation is going to keep them from looking into it deeper, in my estimation. So when they think of the soul trap, they'll just think of the confrontation from the other night, and Sandy Machine's a jerk, so the soul trap must not be true. Now, what do I think before we get started on the video? The soul trap, I think it's a very likely possibility. It's kind of like elimination by subtraction. So you're eliminating the things that you've been taught, the things you've been told, the belief systems that you've been given to believe. They want to tell.
Yo, the machine lies is in the house. Hold on real quick. Can you give me that charger? Because I need the phone charged. What's up to the machine lies?
Yo, what's going on, everyone?
I just got called. I just got called a soul trap denier, bro. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I seen this bitch ass video earlier.
Oh, you seen it?
Yeah, I seen this shit already. And halfway through, he starts calling people motherfuckers and starts getting like real, like real crazy. I was surprised it wasn't the Sanity Machine again, on one of his accounts.
Right.
But
Sandy Machine, the link is pinned. We know you're fucking lurking, dude. We know it. Just come on up. Take your lumps like a man.
Yeah, insanity of the machine. He's got lots of issues.
He's a fucking psycho, dude.
How this type
he
of
was
theory.
typing some crazy shit about my family in that live chat he did today, like way beyond some shit any real man would say. Like,
yeah, that's how he gets down, and it's crazy that this stuff is coming from, like Layla pointed out, it's coming from the Tibetan, Book of the Dead, and they acting like it's a new theory. That's a wild part about it, and it's like you want to believe that, that this reality is like some sort of a flesh trap, but that presupposes, materialism. You're just pretending like all there is here is material. And that's like where it's like, yeah, I get that everything's like flesh and shit, like everything's like unreal to you, but it's like, it's kind of depressing, because I've seen people who are like double amputees and shit in his chat. One of the people in his chat was a double amputee, talking about crossing over to the other side, and he was like talking about helping them and shit. And I said, I remember saying like, your life has value. You know what I mean? Like,
right. I mean, Stephen Hawking is a fake fucking TV psyop, but I mean, in theory, you could be a Stephen Hawking.
Stephen Hawking, you could have a freaking robo voice and shit.
I mean, you know what I mean. I mean, literally, the reality of that though is like there was a guy named Jim Abbott that was a professional baseball player who was born with missing an arm, and he became a pitcher in baseball. So when he was born, they're probably like, "Look, he's healthy. He's gonna be able to do anything except become a pitcher in Major League Baseball." And the dude pitched. He'd put the glove on his nub, pitch, and then switch the glove real quick, so in case a line drive came back. And he won Cy Young Award. He was like a dominant pitcher. He wasn't just like made it. He was dominant. So like that dude like could have lived a woe is me life and just been like, fuck, I can't do anything I want to do because of this disability. But he fucking ran shit in the MLB for a while.
Yeah, and that's kind of the paradox. Part of the paradox of the theory is like one is like, you're saying the world is not just material. There's a lot more to the world, but then you presuppose materialism. You say we're all in a flesh trap, so there's nothing else going on here except for material. You literally have to escape this world to get beyond the material. So it's just all fucking bullshit there. But then it's like this whole thing of how they critique the suffering of the world. And it's like, there's double amputees that are holding on to life. As bad as life is, like there's people who are suffering way worse than us that wouldn't, give up a day. Like, they do twice as work as I do in a day, you know, dream up many more theories than I can. You know, while I'm sitting here smoking weed, I have 2 perfect legs. I could walk around and stuff and do whatever I want. But these people take much more out of life than even I can, enjoy life much more than I can, you know. And it's like, you know, if you believe the world isn't perfect, it's like, you know, find me a better version of a world. And they always go to like multiverse, you know what I mean, or something like that. It's like the multiverse shit is total unproven. It's a total fantastical. You know, this is one reality we're living in. It's make or break, and you can't build a new one or a better one. You know what I mean? Or else you'd have to construct a new world from everything that this world is made out of. You know what I mean? And it's like you don't even know.
That's what they're trying to do with this like metaverse and shit.
Yeah, that's why it comes down to that's why I think the simulation theory thing is spreading, because it's like it's already tied into the fact that like people think that this world is a false construction, so they compare it to something that human beings made, like a computer. So it's like it's already a sense of nihilism that's coming from like using technology to like interact with the world and thinking like everything's fucking fake, and being numb to everything that's going on around you. So you think like everything is a simulation, but it's like there's plenty of real shit going on. You know,
real quick, B Smiley, they actually talk about that in the Matrix movies. They said the earlier version of the Matrix, everybody they allowed everybody to be successful, and there was massive crop die-offs, and people were it didn't work because it just wasn't very realistic, or for whatever reason. I don't think they ever gave an actual reason, but yeah, in the Matrix movies, they talk about how the earlier versions of the Matrix were everybody could do whatever they want. It could be whatever they want and be as successful as they want. And it didn't work out as good as the version of the Matrix that was going on now or then or whatever.
Yeah, the Matrix movie is straight up made of new age concepts. They had like the Shekinah in the computer system where they download people in the Animatrix movie. The computer simulation was made from like a goddess, and like the AI was like a goddess they showed. And then they have the architect and the other character, the Sophia character. So they have the person who basically represents Sakles or Samael in the myth, and then they have somebody who represents Sophia as the oracle. So the whole Gnostic movie, I mean, the whole Matrix movie is like made to like teach kids Gnosticism. It's fucking really strange and weird, and that's where these people get a lot of their theories from. They think it's like, you know, well, this world must be a fake construction because you know, we see all these problems in the world, and it's like that's why they feel like they have to get this ego death, you know, and that's why they're always talking about ego death. And it's interesting that Albert Hoffman and Timothy Leary, they actually wrote a book based on the Tibetan Book of the Dead that described like the psychedelic experience. So they tie it into psychedelics too, like how like taking psychedelics is like the small death before you get like the big death. So it's like you got to die with like the ego death before. So that's like part of the whole scheme is like a Buddhist scheme of ego death, because then you reach your transpersonal like self that's like hidden behind the ego or whatever. And if you die the small death before the big death, you could really ascend to the next level after this life. And that's what this guy's kind of saying. He in this video, he keeps going over how you don't understand soul trap theory, but it sounds like you guys have a pretty good grasp on it. You and Layla sound like
he couldn't explain it, so
yeah,
all he said is you misrepresented it, but then he never explained it. What's up, JG? Are you here to defend the plane theory, the yes plane theory?
What's up, bitch? Nah, I'm not trying to talk about that shit.
Okay. Good. Yeah, so it does seem to me like the truther shit, you see how obsessed they are with the Matrix movie. Every truther talks about it and bases their theories on it. So it does seem like they're trying to lead truthers into like Gnosticism, nihilism, all that type of shit.
Yeah, and it's like there's really 4 levels to this shit. There's like the low level economic or political level to the shit. Then there's the I guess the global conspiracy that is like I guess global corporations and stuff. And then there's a earth-wide conspiracy where I guess space is fake. And then there's a sort of on top of it all, there's a cosmic conspiracy where I guess just reality's fake itself. You know what I mean? So there's really just levels to like where you want to go with what's fake. And it's like yeah, but you know, we could talk about what's fake, but that's sort of escapism, you know, and like looking at things, you know, it's always like either escapism on the one end or like extreme voyeurism on the other end, where it's like, oh, you know, in one sense they say like perception is reality, so like seeing is believing. And on the escapist side they say, well, you know, fuck perceptions, we just got to escape reality and go to like build a new reality.
or blast off with some psychotic or be a psychonaut.
Yeah, psycho, not astral traveling.
I think Reagan was talking about ego deaths or something the other day about how it's like good and
yeah, that's like a huge new age thing,
right? Which it kind of seems like collectivism a little bit, or like a platform for making. You know, I'm not really into collectivism, but like it seems like a platform for the acceptance of collectivism.
Which, yeah, you know, because all the souls or whatever, the spirits or whatever, as compared to the you know, the flesh existence, they all have the same quality. So there's like no soul is greater or worse. They're all trapped in the same matrix and they all have like equal range. So there's no like good or bad or sin. So all the souls trapped in this plane have like equal value. So they're all just like, you know, it is kind of like collectivism, because it's like everybody's reduced to like this spirit, you know, and that spirit doesn't have like levels to that shit. Like nobody has like more spirit than another guy, you know, and everybody's trapped in the flesh. So there's like an equality to like being trapped in the flesh. So it's like this kind of, you know, degradation of people where there's like levels to people and shit, but you're just going to reduce them all into like, you know, spirit that's trapped in flesh, you know. And it's like, wait, it's like everybody's different. Like some people are more materialistic, some people are more spiritual. Like there's different levels to people and shit. Like you can't just say everybody's the same. Like it's fucking, you know, like what the fuck is that?
Okay, yeah. One of the soul trap things that I hear him say all the time is, well, they're suffering, so therefore God is evil. Now I was listening to your last stream you did, Machine Lies, and towards the end of the stream, I was going to call in, but it was so fucking late. You got into this idea that basically, like, I think if I remember right, you're saying basically nothing is random.
Yes.
Okay, so then how do you explain these things that the soul trap people would say, well, this is proof God is evil because kids are born suffering or whatever? How would you explain that, since you're saying there's no random element?
Well, I would say that I guess what I mean by randomness is that that there's no real sense behind the fact that you can't, because I guess a lot of people got confused when I was saying randomness and I was using probability, the word probable, you know, in the sense that, not in the sense that anything could happen, you know. So that's kind of what I was saying, is that I don't think that anything could just happen. Everything, like I don't think everything happens because because God wants it to happen. So like not like I don't think everything happens for like a specific reason. But I do feel like there's obvious like causality to things, to where like I feel like people who believe in coincidences, they're not really looking hard enough at shit. I definitely feel like reality has order to it, like so much order that like it couldn't possibly be random. Like I think like if we like tried to choose like where we wanted to be, like it wouldn't be crazier than how it is now. Like if we woke up and decided like what skin we wanted to wear, what job we wanted to have, what I mean? Like life wouldn't be more interesting than how it is now. Like I'm always inclined to think like reality is stranger than fiction, and like what you can make up, what's happening is more real than what you can make up. And what's happening around, totally encompasses everything that's made up. So I would say that, definitely, if you look hard enough, there's no proof that randomness exists, in terms of, you know, uh, you're here now, forced to move from where you are now, but everything you do now affects everything that's going to come in the future because of the butterfly effect. So I believe that there's not like a multiverse like of different possibilities of shit that can happen. But like like I guess it's like kind of like the time theory in like Dragon Ball Z, where if you like
Never seen it.
oh no, but it's like,
I'm not a black youth. I've never seen Dragon Ball Z.
well, it's kind of like the movie Butterfly Effect too, where it kind of like it's a different time theory than multiverse theory, where it doesn't take into like chaos and probability and emergence, but it's just one timeline where the past, present, and future interact. And if something happens along the timeline that's fucked up, it just creates an alternative timeline. It wouldn't create a new reality in a different multiverse. It's like fictional, because I see that in a lot of like Gnostic or things, or in a lot of Marvel universe type of thing, or they always use this.
That's what they're bringing mainstream now. I think they're getting out of space and more into like multiverse.
Yeah, they promote multiverse theory, and I think that's a way to deny the fact that that God brought things into existence, and and once he made the universe begin, it started off a chain of events that cannot be, that there's not just an infinite range of possibilities, that you can escape to, in terms of what reality almost supposed to happen. But no, there was supposed to be Adam, there was supposed to be all these people, there was supposed to be all this stuff, that life has true purpose, and I think, and I don't believe in fate. That means that I don't believe that there's a such thing as a future, but I do believe in a such thing as destiny, meaning that the universe has a way of course correcting. And if that God doesn't have an overall plan, but God does have a story that he's trying to fulfill, and he'll make sure that if things aren't going a certain way, he'll like nudge and push certain things in certain directions so that shit will pan out a certain way. Like God acts in the world, and therefore, and the way he acts is with ultimate direction to what's going on in the world, even though it doesn't appear that way. So I think that that's an ultimate refutation of, in my opinion, Gnosticism, because it's kind of like things just happen for random. They're just random suffering, and I think that everything happens towards a purpose, meaning that it began out towards a purpose, not that it happens for a reason, meaning that everything is directed towards a specific end. You know what I mean? That there's no finality, there's no fatalism to the world. but I believe that we all have a destiny that we are meant to fulfill, and that God chose certain people to fulfill that destiny. And
except for Illumitami. I guess his destiny is either suicide by cop or just OD. Hopefully soon.
Anal by cop, it kills him. Yo, the fucking ego death, right? Isn't it good to have a healthy ego? So why say ego death? Like, these ego deathers are kind of way off.
Yeah, like, who are you once you lose your ego? Like, how can you tell that you're fucking you anymore? Like, wouldn't it be a scary place, to just not have a fucking ego? Float through the world is
Yeah, a lot of that shit's just like hippy dippy baloney. Like,
some
just sounds good. Some Talcott and shit. That sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, it really
So
dumbs you down.
practical.
Ego death, like, that's really just dumbing you down.
So hippies like to live in a commune, and people who live under communism are basically like, this is advanced ego death. Like, everything is for the betterment of the state, and collectivism and stuff like that. It's like, fuck the individual. It's your life is for, China strong and all this shit. So like, yeah.
Well, I feel like Talcott's like version of the ego death, because he goes with like the Hindu type of like mainframe. I feel like it's much more salvageable than the type of Buddhist or soul trap thing, even, because that is much that goes off the deep end, because you want to like from the transpersonal perspective, you just kind of put the ego in its place, that it's a reflection of another force that's inside of you, and it's an aspect of a deeper force, because it's like emanating from a deeper force. But in the Buddhist or the Gnostic thing, where the flesh or the ego or the identity is a total trap, that I think is complete fucking lunacy, because you're not even dealing with dualism. At that point, you're just kind of dealing with a type of, almost a pantheism, but I don't know about, I'm not too sure about the ins and outs of those things, but
Ego death is for suckers. Fucking mind control.
Like, I get some shit from like ego death from like a warrior's perspective. You know what I mean? Like, where you gotta conquer yourself. You know what I mean? Type of shit. But like the shit where you just gotta forget about yourself and blend into the transpersonal mainframe, the fucking universal mind type of shit. I think that shit is actually dangerous, because you're trying to channel this type of what you think is this universal mind, and what is this?
Yeah, it's like that documentary we were watching, the State of Mind shit. It's all indoctrination.
Have you guys seen this dude? That's like, he was like heavy in my feed for like a day or two. He's a guy, he's like an anti-woke presidential candidate. His name's Ramaswamy or some shit. He's a Hindu. And he's like up there with Trump supposedly in like the polls and shit like that. And he says all this like anti-woke shit. But he's Hindu and shit, and that's how they're trying to like promote him. I don't know if you guys have heard of this dude yet.
Ramaswamy?
Yeah, drain the swampy.
The list goes on.
Well, a Swami is supposed to be like a
right. His name's Swami, dude. Right. What originally got pushed to my feed was him as a high school senior giving the what do you call it, the valedictorian speech, whatever the fuck it's called, at the graduation. And I watched it and I didn't understand. I'm like, why was this fed to me, and then I searched for this dude, and there's just page after page of like videos and people like touting him up as like this is some legitimate presidential candidate and shit like that.
Yeah, lately they've been using a lot of like these Hindu or these brown like house Negro like slaves to accomplish their bidding, and even in the submarine they had like some Pakistani guy in the submarine with them, you know, where it's like, you know, you could tell they stole a lot of money from that dude, the you know, the brown dude in the submarine. But yeah,
We've got Obama and Reverend Wright,
for a second.
Romney, Mormonism, John Kennedy and his Catholic faith. Is your faith fair game in this election?
You know what? I'm going to be very honest. Everything is fair game to ask about in this election.
Reminds me of
we have
Obama.
to build trust with the public. And so the way I'm running this campaign is nothing's off limits. I'm asking you to put me in the seat of leading this country forward. My job in this election is for you to know, the voters to know who I am and what I stand for. If the voters want what I'm putting up, and I'll be their next president. And if not, I will put my head on my pillow at night knowing that at least I did my part. So am I religious? Yes, I am. I'm Hindu.
He's just a smooth talker.
And we are a nation.
Right, he's like Obama,
on
man.
Judeo-Christian values. But here's what I can say with confidence. I share those same values in common. I believe I live by those values more so than many self-proclaimed Christian politicians. And I think that I stand for religious liberty with such ardence that in many ways, I'm going to be a better protector of religious liberties than many of the Christian right politicians, or else we wouldn't see the assault on religious liberties that we see today. And the best part is, nobody is going to accuse me of being a Christian nationalist as I do it. And so
he's got the same kind of cadence as Obama. And then, I heard some people saying like they thought he'd be Trump's running mate for 2024. Trump trying to get some of that brown vote.
He's got too much confidence. Who would win a fight, Muhammad or Ramaswamy?
Ramaswamy got a big Beavis and Butthead head. I think it'd be easy to tag him.
So a big part of my
His big head, man.
concepts like faith.
I see what you mean by the Obama variant.
Patriotism.
Yeah,
Cool.
Yeah,
For
it's
next
the cadence
generation.
and
I'm a member of a different generation.
kinda-
I want to use that to our advantage to pass on those ideals to the next generation. That's an opportunity. And yes, it might take somebody who's just a little bit different to revive that which we lack. And the real divide in this country
kind of sounds like Talcott, the shitty spin. You gotta get Talcott to run for president. See how easy it is to get these people to like rally behind someone like they've never heard of this dude, and you just show them like one feel good video, and they'll be like, "Yeah, let's give this guy the job."
well, the Hindus, I mean, they got a lot of funding because every time you go to a hotel like Days Inn, you know, or like fucking like Dunkin' Donuts, like they definitely own the shit out of those places, you know. So they be like doing a lot of franchise networks and shit, doing a lot of business with Brazil, Russia, Israel, all those countries, you know. So they're actually fucking powerhouse in terms of economics and shit. And recently that dude Modi, their president, he tried to revive Hinduism. He's got the Sadhguru guy working for the World Economic Forum, and they got the fucking crazy agenda with the fucking with the Israeli president, and it's interesting where they try to bring back this ancient concept of like the Jewish people having this great nation, Israel, or the Hindu people having this great Hindu religion that spread to China, but it's all just brought back and refurbished, like they refurbished like Sanskrit, and just as they refurbished like Hebrew and shit, like they just made it or figured out what those words mean, and they reconstructed the whole language and shit, just like they reconstructed the whole fucking religion of Hinduism in the 1800s with Ramakrishna and Vivekananda and these guys who were like 33-degree Freemasons and shit. And they did try to combine a lot of their teachings with fucking they try to combine Hinduism and Christianity. I have this book right here by Joseph Campbell, called Inner Reaches of Outer Space by Joseph Campbell. And this dude Joseph Campbell was there like on the set of like Star Wars and shit when they were making Star Wars. He wrote like Power of Myth and shit like that. And in this book, he literally says that fucking Ramakrishna is like a bodhisattva, just like Jesus Christ was. So he's comparing the Lord Jesus Christ, to a fucking Bengali fucking peasant that existed in the 19th century, that like did like this yoga meditation and claimed to follow like all the world religions. It's fucking crazy shit. And why do people take people like Joseph Campbell seriously? I don't even know, but like, he's like one of the most popular authors. People are always talking about the hero's journey and shit and the power of myth and shit. And I mean, these guys should have no credence after claiming shit like that. That Ramakrishna, the guy who the modern version of Hinduism is the same as Jesus. Like, it's fucking insane.
Well, the Krishna complex within Hinduism, there's a lot of theories that basically it was like a Jesus-like story, or is not a Jesus-like story, but the Krishna complex within Hinduism is analogous to Christianity, because Hinduism from its roots is not monotheistic. It's a polytheistic, and like all their gods are like representations of different concepts and whatnot. And then Krishna is supposed to be their god Vishnu in the flesh, like a kind of like how Jesus is supposed to be God in the flesh. Like before Krishna, there wasn't really a concept like that in Hinduism.
But the problem is the cycles of time, because they don't have reincarnation, because in the Hindu religion, like, we're all just God and drag, because Vishnu basically just falls asleep, and then this world is basically just Vishnu just dreaming, and then when he wakes up, the world is destroyed, and then he goes to sleep again, and the world begins again. So in Christianity, God creates the world, and then he comes into the world, and then he judges the world at the end. So then there's an Armageddon, and the world just ends up. So then there's no beginning again. But then after that, there's either people go to heaven or people go to hell, and that's it. And as it says in the book of Isaiah, it says God will create a new earth and a new heaven. So there's no clear instating of what was before. So there's no cycles of reincarnation and all that stuff. So a lot of stuff is missing, but in a similar sense, all of those various entities like Vishnu and Krishna and all those guys, they're all just avatars of Vishnu. So Shiva and Krishna are just avatars of Vishnu, but everything's a fucking avatar of Vishnu, because he's the supreme personality of the Godhead. That means that he's actually the person, he's the personhood of the totality of all of existence. So if all of like reality were like a dude, it would be the God, but that's not what Christians believe. Christians just believe like God came into the world. He's not the world too,
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, there's obvious. I mean, it's not exactly matching up.
But you're right. The way that the dude comes into the world, and he's also God, just like the God that's like Vishnu and Krishna, like they're the same dude. You were right about that one, but after that, there's considerable,
Can you email me your real name? Can you email me your real name? Can you email me your real name?
Fuck out of here.
Gave this dude my real name so many fucking times. Like, what the fuck is this shit? And he still refused to engage.
He's a fucking psycho. Come on up, Sailing Machine.
He came up on my he came up on my live stream last time and goes I'm gonna send my crows after you or whatever, or my ravens or whatever.
All right, Machine Lies. That was actually me. Sorry.
For real?
Yeah. I was like, hey, it's Steven. Wait. It was like hey, it's Steven. I'm gonna send my ravens after you.
I thought that was it, for real.
That was me, bro. Sorry.
I thought I got lucky.
Confession time. He'll never come fuck with you. He's too scared. He's a bitch.
I wish he would though. I wish he would. You know.
Yeah, this JJ Wolf. I'm 99% sure this dude is a troll. I'm just like, I've had my finger on the trigger on him all night. I'm about to pull the trigger. JJ Wolf. I think I know who it is. I'm 99%. That 1%, man.
But yeah, it's like when people have videos of you and they have your face on the video and they just keep insulting and there's other people watching and they're like running this train of insults. It's kind of like making a voodoo doll version of you, and then they like poke holes in like the soap doll version of you. They're just trying to put a spell on motherfuckers. And I seen that when I was watching his like video, like whatever religitard or whatever video or whatever that he made about me. Like it just like it was like the constant insults, and I was like, the dude has to be getting something out of this, like that's more than just, you know, more than
I've never
just
heard
like,
him ever attack anyone's position or try to debunk, or like other than Christianity. He wants to try to debunk Christianity, but he never wants to engage in any like ideological discussion. It's just like ad hominem attack. He's like, this guy, he looks smelly, run him through a car wash. What he says, like wow. And then he says, like, oh, you guys aren't on my intellectual level.
Yeah, he should just say he doubts it, but he feeds into it and he gets carried away. Just say you doubt it.
yeah, this dude's a doppelganger, queef boy. And now he's ready to come out here and you know, I mean, the thing is like, it's like I said lots of positive things too, you know, like I said, like, you know, I like what his green dragon drawing. You know, I said I appreciated the fact that he doesn't collect money online or whatever, you know, and I don't do that, you know. So I was just like, yo, you know, not
But
that I have the
do.
option.
PayPal, Cash App, Venmo get chalked up. But also his idea that because you ask for money means somehow your information's not true.
Of course,
is not a sound logic at all. And just because you don't ask for money means your information is true. There's no basis for that.
Yeah, no, definitely. People have families and shit, so I'm not hating on anybody.
But just because you don't take money, that doesn't mean your information is legit. If that's your proof.
But
he said that.
But yeah,
his whole channel is based on if anyone takes a dime, then their information's not true. But he doesn't take a dime, so he has the real information. Now, Machine Lies, I heard you also say that you think he's just LARPing as a
there's no way he's a schizophrenic.
You don't
there's
think so?
No fucking way he's a schizophrenic. Yeah, that's he got mad at somebody. He did something to somebody, and they put him in a mental hospital and tried to fuck with him or some shit. But he's not a real like schizophrenic. I definitely know like the symptoms of schizophrenia and all that. You know, bipolar disorder, epilepsy, all that shit. You know, I've dealt with that in my personal life. There's no way that somebody would be saying that that's a positive step and that they're getting like positive visions from that experience. That's like constant nightmares and daymares, and then mixed with complete delusions of like it's actually a horrible thing where people wake up screaming in the middle of the night, trying to harm their own family members and shit like that. So nobody would want to experience that or put that on themselves or you know, own that shit. Like there's no way he's actually trying to you know, grab those people who are actually fucking crazy and put them into his camp by LARPing as a schizophrenic and trying to get them to like engage in his like sort of alternative form of medicine Well, that's kind of like that's like the most lowest level of like grift I could possibly imagine. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like the low, like that's like really that's like some like you know, like LARPing as a schizophrenic is really low because
It's
people
like
who actually
those trans ableists or whatever, they LARP like they're disabled and shit.
yeah, and that's like the first thing that like people do like, you know, in like fucking you know, in like a culty situation, they actually tell people to like stop taking their meds and shit like that, and and you know what I mean, all that shit. I'm not saying that like the meds or like psychiatry is like 100% spot on. You know, I could talk for hours about how fucked up those things are and how those pills fuck you up for life too, you know, but like, you know what I mean? I'm not saying like the medical system is 100% on point, you know. It's obviously totally fucking rigged and totally meant to make people permanently insane. But then having said that, you know, people dealing with you know, visions or delusions or you know, think they're like remote viewing some shit or thinking the people in the TV are talking to them, waking up thinking that they're being attacked by their family or thinking that they're talking to people who aren't there. There's nothing fun about that shit. And that shit doesn't happen to you because you're gifted. It happens to you because fucked up, horrible shit happened to you and you're trying to you know, hide your own memories and implant false memories into yourself. You know what I mean? Like that shit is
Or
not
somebody's
fun.
trying to fuck with you.
Yeah, yeah.
Or the government's trying to like program your ass or do, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, maybe there might be some like MK Ultra type of shit, but why would you fucking, you know, when they created all that shit to control people, why would you then use that, you know, try to twist it into a positive? It's like, so you're saying it's real, it's just not what they say it is. It's like, well, isn't that convenient? It's like, yeah, like romanticizing like mental illness and normalizing like mental illness is like fucking serious, fucking
Dude, the mental
serious
illness
game.
racket, the mental health community, or whatever you want to call it, that's a whole, it's like a grifter community now where
Yeah, and
people
that's
are trying to like misdiagnose people as having problems that they don't have so that they can get government checks and tax write-offs for employing these people. And like, yeah, that's a big part of the reason why I'm trying to move off the left coast right now, because I don't want to be around those people anymore. You know, I want to go over there where they don't play COVID and mental health and, you know, their idea, you go farther into the country, their idea of a little group session is you go to church, be around people and so on. But yeah, I'm not gonna do that shit.
I just met
yeah,
a girl that said she was in a some program and they're forcing her to pray. She had to pray.
that's right. That's right. A lot of that, yeah, that's what they had. You know, when my wife got taken to a mental hospital, you know, they fucking had like pastors and shit try to talk to her and shit and try to convert her and shit. Talk to her about Christianity and shit. They had people coming and talking to her about Christianity because the hospital is like run by as like some Christian center or whatever. So like you know, I'm not saying like you know, that's like one of the things, but it's just kind of weird that all the hospitals it's like attached to like like the one they went to is called it's literally called Trinity Health Center, and then they have like either Jesuit shit or fucking or like or it's like Mount Sinai where it's like run or by you know who, you know what I'm saying? And it's just weird that a lot of the hospitals are either you know, those kind of people, it's like government people, or it's run by like Jews and Hindus. Like my dad is a doctor, and the doctor in the hospital he goes to, he works in the main hospital in Detroit. It's called DMC, Detroit Medical Center or whatever, and this fucking shit is basically run by Jews and Hindus and shit. And it's like crazy. You know what I mean? Like the whole hospital is like controlled by like Jews and Hindus, like the administration. You know what I mean? So it's like it's like what's that about? I mean, I don't even know. I don't fucking know.
We got Super Champion Rocker. Always, he tried to come up last time and the link wouldn't work for him. Try to come up again if you want. This is the same thing I hear Aphrodite saying, and all these people that, not all, I shouldn't say all, but a large majority of these people that are super heavy into like all the YouTube videos and everything, they come to the conclusion that they are God or they are Jesus somehow, but they can never really back it up. So I would love to hear you, Super Champion Rocker or Aphrodite, if you're still watching, come on up and explain to me how you are Jesus.
Drew, is that a hammer and sickle on your hat right there? You Red Army, nigga? Shit.
You red lace?
Thinking with you now, bro. Fuck that.
You red lace or what?
Yeah, I'm Red Lace over here with Red Suspender. We don't do Red Army. Dude, fuck that. Neville
Runson Tunson, what's up, fam? He says, what do you think of Neville Goddard and what his teachings say? I only know a little bit about him, and I think his ideology is something along the lines of like focus super hard on the shit you want, and then it's basically like The Secret, right? But you gotta like envision it first in your mind and kind of concentrate on it, and then the shit will unfold for you. Is that correct? Do you know about that dude, Machine Lies? Neville Goddard?
I never heard of that shit. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's the dude. It's basically like The Secret, but before The Secret.
What? So doctors are saying they think they're Jesus?
No, not doctors. It's crazy YouTube chatters.
Oh, YouTube chatters. All right.
Yeah, like my grandpa.
Oh, Aphrodite, yeah, because she's a doctor. But that lives with her mom. Yeah, God lives with her mom.
Well, it's Mimi. Her name's Mimi from now on.
Her mom is Mimi.
Yeah,
no,
but my grandpa.
You see that video? She's got the makeup on. She looks like Mimi Bobek from Drew Carey show.
Yeah, I saw that today. I was wondering what was up with that. I mean, Aphrodite really thinks she could go on and wreck Jim Bob and convince him of this idea that she's Jesus. She said, I got mad rebuttals, she said. I would like to see that, actually. Aphrodite. I think Jim Bob would wreck her in a couple minutes. That's just my opinion. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, it says in this Neville Goddard thing, there's like, he began to study under an Ethiopian rabbi named Abdullah, who introduced him to Kabbalah and taught him Hebrew.
Yeah, Jack Talcott. I don't think it has anything to do with Jesus. Neville Goddard. It's like New Age type shit, isn't it?
Yeah, what I was
I guess
I
shouldn't speak on it because I've never really dived deep on it.
Yeah, like it's like Wayne Dyer and shit. Like my grandpa used to have these like Wayne Dyer books, and like he had one called Think and Grow Rich. It's like manifesting like wealth and shit. I don't know.
Yeah, it's that type of shit, I think.
What do you guys think about Don Miguel Ruiz?
Who's that?
Yeah, that's similar. It's like the Toltec guy.
Yeah, Toltec wisdom.
Yeah. Yeah, that influenced that fucking that Joe Rogan guy. I forget what his name is. The dude who Joe Rogan works with. He's always talking about that shit.
What, Jamie?
No, the Onnit, the person who runs Onnit is like, I forget what his name is. It's like a really cringe dude.
It's playing the wrong video. I'm trying to play her fucking made up face. She got all the clown makeup on.
Well, there is some good
Calling
shit
out
in his
Jim Bob. She called him out.
His books, like psychologically, he talks about a lot of good shit. It's not like batshit crazy, you know.
Yeah, Don Miguel Ruiz actually has some like for real, like they got some like one-liners that are pretty fucking dope. I will admit that. Like Wayne Dyer and shit. Like obviously, like the Tao Te Ching and shit like that. There is wisdom and stuff like that. It's very hard to refute, because people used it for like thousands of years. So obviously all these things are, they've been around for a while, but but the way they're being employed today is like totally haphazard, without any, due diligence and what the shit actually is, right?
I gotta start closing tabs. My damn, this book about to explode. Give me 1 second here. Somebody's back too. I can't see who it is. Chromebook's just
Aphrodite got them sandbags.
Peace and blessings.
Hey, what's
Greetings,
going on,
Mr. Talcott?
Hey, I wanted to jump in because some of these discussions, Neville Goddard, Wayne Dyer, many of these different people, there's a lot of wisdom that's been shared from a lot of places, and it's easy to dismiss it as new age or old age or whatever. It comes down to the power of the mind, the power of now, and
Yeah,
that
or
is.
Or there's another book too called As a Man Thinketh. I don't know if anybody read it. It's like a classic book. It's called As a Man Thinketh. I forget exactly who wrote this book, but that's another one where it's like, they're bringing it to you with the wisdom for real. But it's like how people apply this, stuff, and it just kind of seemed like, people run a mile with this stuff, and then they kind of, some of them even ruin their lives with it, trying to manifest things in the wrong way, because they think there's no, actual, sacrifice, or like, that you don't actually have to, do anything. But like the people
just
that are
think
making
it.
those books, yeah, like the people that are making those books, like they're like, you got to get up at 6 a.m. like every day, and like imagine like how you want the perfect world to be, like for like 2 hours before you start your shit. Like I was reading like Benjamin Franklin like woke up at like 6 a.m. and like started like reflecting on like what he was gonna do for the day for like 3 hours and shit, like studied for like 6 hours before he got into some shit like that. Like it's like it's actually hard work to like try to follow this through, but they forget the discipline part. They just think about the manifestation part. And it's like it's kind of weird.
Many
You cut off the life coach. You cut off the life coach, Mohammed. Come on.
Whatever, dude. Many do focus on the material, on the manifestation, and that mankind can be easily misled. I mean, I applied all of those things that I was learning from Neville Goddard and all of those other teachings about the mind and manifestation. I set within myself the goal of inner peace, to better understand, to better understand the Christ. Someone in the damn chat has been just going after me. That JJ guy going to the lake, right?
I can't decide if this guy's a troll or not, JJ. He's like so over the top.
People
He's a troll.
People are.
I thought that too. I was ready to get rid. My wife said that he's a troll too. I've been ready to get rid of him all night, but I don't want to, just on the off chance. Yeah, he's being very weird. All right. Trust my wife. JJ, goodbye. If you're a real brother in Christ, I'm sorry. I apologize, but you're being weird. Talcott is going to the lake, though. We know that.
Wait, see,
Right
now wait, that's not possible. That
Why not?
no, it is possible. All things are possible, of course. But I find that to be extremely unlikely, particularly given the life that I have been living and the way that I feel, man. because I actually came up. No, it's not the pills,
no?
dude. No.
Okay.
This is just deep meditation.
Believe me.
And I call it spiritual health, the surrender and the release of the world, detachment from all that is in order to become whole. But hey, I came up because there was questions about others, and I'm not speaking for others, but about some of the new age concept of living as God, with God, or the Christ. I'm learning more and more to respect the wisdom in the Bible and many other books. But if the Spirit of Christ is eternal, as it says, then it is here and now. It's up to us to seek and to accept. And the separations between us and God or us and each other are all imagined. I can't be proven wrong on that.
You can't be proven right either.
I mean, God only exists in your imagination, right?
I believe. What if our creator dreamed this reality into form and we are just archetypes and characters within the dream that's unfolding? I mean, that's kind of what the Machine Lies was describing as far as some of the old Hindu ideas. These concepts, we live in a realm that defies logic. It really does. Life should not be, yet it is. And we only live right now. That's what I humbled myself to.
What do you mean by life should be? Come on, Socrates, elaborate.
Our scientists, our most brilliant minds, have studied and tried to calculate and identify how everything works. And what it all comes down to is from nothing, all things are formed.
Oh, see, I can't get into that. How could something come from?
Yeah, I think that seems. Yeah, that seems. Because it's
then
like
you get into the concepts of infinite.
Well,
yeah, that comes into the Tao Te Ching, where nothing is just the other side of something. You know, there's like no such thing as nothing, because it's like nothing is just a space in between like shit that's happening. So like, how could there really be nothing? Like, how could there just be like, you know, like say like, because like Lawrence Krauss and other people and Daniel Dennett and other type of people who make science, you know, and shit like that. And I'm gonna talk about this on my show whenever I get the chance or whatever. But type of the disdain they have for humanity, you know, is pretty apparent. You know, that's because they believe that the scientific enterprise, that humans are expendable within the scientific enterprise. That's A. And then because the goal is knowledge, you know, so they're willing to sacrifice some humans to get to the knowledge, which is pretty fucking crazy, you know, which shows an intense amount of hubris on their part. But then on the other part, their insinuation that everything could just begin from nothing or a very small something is totally irredeemable and kind of I guess what it really is it's without any foundation, because it's like say like like I think like I rather go with like Aristotle and like say the world is just eternal, Like even that makes more sense than saying like there was nothing and then there was something.
Okay, I can explain the words I say, and I know that comes with disagreements, but for me, the implied that I was trying to present is the fact that everything comes from no thing is the implication of a creator, a divine force, a divine intelligence. That's what I'm trying to say, is that it implies God, magic, and mystical.
Yes, because if there would be nothing, then it would have to be created by God. You know, I think like God created nothing and then created stuff in that nothing. Like it would have to be that, you know, because you couldn't just have, you know, nothing as a starter and then random shit happens inside of that nothing and it turns into something. You know, it's like, well, what caused the movement from nothing to something? See, it's this magical property that they refer to as brute emergence. You know, and they say this and they claim this with mind too. They claim like mind just emerged from matter, like just at some point, it just brute emergence. And it's like I don't really understand like where, like how, you know, you missed the part where you explain like how it changed, you know, from nothing to something or from matter to mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just an opinion.
Yeah, for real.
I've heard this analogy that the story that from the infinite perfection, wholeness, completeness, and divine intelligence of our Creator, it created space within its mind, within its being, space for time, time to form. And through space and time, through the compassionate thoughts, the desire and will to give, the universe was formed. And through the formation of the sun, the planets, and intelligence, here we are. What a gift. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, and that's why like you know, see like it's a total difference. Like I rather believe that like this world is a gift than like this world is full of suffering and it's a curse, like, and that like this place is a trap. Wouldn't you agree, brother Talcott, that this world is not a curse or a trap? The flesh is not a trap. It's not some sort of a curse, you know, that we're not trapped here. The soul is not trapped here. You know, there's like this is a real, like we're here to do something important. You know what I mean? At least, you know, we can agree to that. You know, we're here for a real purpose, and like we're chosen to do some shit. Like we're meant to be on this fucking panel, like whatever the fuck it is. Like yeah, like I'm like, you know, yeah, you know.
Amen, brother. By our choices, though, this can feel like we're trapped. We're trapped in this life. I know I used
That's
to
a
feel
belief
that.
there.
Yes. But the other side of that is each moment, each day we awaken, and each breath we receive into us. Man, that's a gift. Because every breath and every moment means new opportunities. The world is changing, and so are we. What is left for us to discover? I know there's so much we can discover individually and collectively.
Yeah, because we were battling with this like fat little imp
Robin,
who like calls himself El Diablo, and then this dude was saying that everything, like this reality, is like a trap, and I was like, that's ludicrous. that's fucking ludicrous.
That's what that one guy was presenting, right? The soul trap. And I've heard some of the
mankind's made it a trap.
It's all through the minds, man. Everything is through the
I'm just saying, yeah, that's mind control. The human beings have made it a trap.
Yes. God has actually offered this beautiful, bountiful, gorgeous world for all of us to share and explore and learn about, to create our own adventures of life together. And humans, man, through fear porn and propaganda, people have been taught to think that they're helpless. And there are all these labels, these definitions, these diagnoses. It's fucking insane, man. I used to be part of the insanity, and I used to fight for the insanity. So I have a deep understanding for most people.
Is it insanity or intelligence?
I think it's insane. The state of denial, right? Cognitive dissonance, the way people react and reject what is true. I find that. What's that?
I said, slow down there, bro. Those are like dangerous words. Like telling people, you're rejecting what is true. Man. Okay, calm down. I had this Christian come up to me one time when I was trying to wait for some falafel outside the Shawarma King up in Seattle, and he was like, "Don't you think that what was it? Don't you wish God had not given us so much freedom?" And I told him to just get the fuck away from me, dude. I don't want to hear that shit.
I say the same
why
shit.
were we created? Then why did God create us to not have freedom? Like, here, I'm going to create you, but then I'm going to give you all these freaking rules and all the, it's just like, dude, no.
You gotta have some rules, though, dude. You can't just do whatever the fuck you want.
Right. You can't just randomly murder people. You can't covet another man's wife. You're not supposed to be excessively.
Don't mow another man's lawn.
Right.
Gotta
yeah,
have scruples.
You be materialistic. Don't lie, cheat, and steal. I mean, but that's all like common sense, right?
Yes.
Right. And then you have this other level of like where you get a church and imperfect humans involved, and they want to start sticking their nose in your business and telling you how to live your life and all this shit.
Mind control.
He just loves you, Cecil.
I'm gonna go hang out with the pagans now, if you don't mind. I don't really need to listen to any of that nonsense.
That's when he runs, is when you mention Jesus, he runs.
What's up with that haircut, Robin? You look fucking emo. Got an emo cut going. Emo pose.
One eye. It's the one eye.
Hi, Drew.
Hey.
Hey, it's
Looks like
you're
you look like you're
post
in the
office
Cure.
box. Oh, I'm just here to communicate with Drew for a second, JG.
What's up, brother?
The post office box caught my attention, and Jason Brashear's kind of full circle from a year ago. I know I told you I'd mail you one of his books, but I wanted to check with you before I did, because I don't know if you're going to still go over them or if you even wanted it.
Yeah, I'll look at it. Definitely.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't want to like mail it without asking you first. I didn't even read it. I opened to a page and it said something like humans were never meant to exist, and I went, okay. So, well, sorry
right,
for all
that'll
the.
be cool. I'll definitely show it off on the channel.
All right.
Tear through
Well,
it.
I don't want to break your guys' flow. You guys were
You're good.
on
I
one.
appreciate you.
All right. Have a good night.
All right, peace.
That's very kind.
Oh yeah. That's why I got the PO
Yeah, Jack,
box.
that's,
Originally she was asking, and other people asked if they could send me like books and stuff. If anyone wants to send anything or just correspond, if you want to send a long email, I probably won't read it. But if you did send a snail mail, I would definitely take the time to write you back a snail mail. I know Jason Brashears, he gets people to send him all those books in the back. You guys, if your husband died and he had a huge collection of 80s and 90s WWF t-shirts, you can send them my way. Bushwhackers t-shirts are accepted.
Beautiful.
Where were we? Sorry. Oh yeah, Cecil hates God or
Oh,
Jesus.
Cecil,
Sorry.
I used to sound a lot like that. I wanted nothing to do with those damn Bible thumpers and those fucking Jesus freaks. They drove me nuts.
Cecil
Until I
believes in the Big Bang.
Well, my mind opened and my heart softened, and I started listening in different ways. I heard different things. And when we hear different things, we think different things, we do different things. Our lives change.
Why do people get so triggered, right, when you say you doubt God, you doubt all these different beliefs, and they instantly say, oh, you believe in the Big Bang. Why is that?
Because people don't understand nuance. It's an either or. It's kind of like, if you talk shit about liberals, they automatically assume you're a conservative. There's no, people don't get that there's like a middle ground.
Yeah, it's like a defense mechanism. I got you. It's fucking corny, man. I've been hearing that for years. Oh, you believe in the Big Bang.
It is annoying. Yeah.
I think the Big Bang is just the explanation of God's idea coming into form, man.
It's not, man. It's just a theory. Come on. It's a man-made theory. It's not truth.
It's all theories. Life is a theory. Science is all theories. Everything that we think and we argue about is explanations. What's real is real.
No, science, there's facts in science. It's evidence-based. It's not just some crazy theory that's not true. That's what I'm saying. You're saying, oh, everything's theories. No, that's not true.
Please, I've given this a lot of thought. We take facts and then we offer explanations to the facts. The explanations are theories, and we can all accept and that it's proven to be shown this way, but it's all concepts and thoughts. I mean, what matters is what we do, how we live, how we feel. And we're here to make a better world. I know that for sure. Sorry, I totally changed the subject, didn't I?
I just got kicked by a deer.
What?
You all right, bro?
Help. Help.
What?
I didn't get the joke.
Tough crowd. Tough crowd. You guys suck. I'm homeless. Deer kicks me.
Yeah, I mean, is that the extent of it? I thought there was another layer I was missing or something. You don't have to be homeless, JG.
You don't have to be a punk bitch.
How's that a punk bitch?
Well, I mean, you could like stay in one spot and get a job and all this nonsense. I do that. I wouldn't recommend it, by the way. I mean, I would if I could just travel around the country and not have to worry
He doesn't
about,
want to be a wagey.
Yeah, I work too, see, so come on, man. I'm a slave just like you.
Right, but like not on the same level or not in the same manner is what I was saying. Yeah, I mean, you could go do the bullshit 9 to 5 if you want. Why? If I could get around it, I would.
There's always a way around it. It's just a matter of finding and creating the opportunities. Thank you.
Well, Jack, here we go. How do you get money?
I don't, dude. I've been living on everything I've saved and worked my whole life. I'm hoping to start earning some money in the future. Open the Talcott to
Walmart.
No,
when shit hits the fan, Walmart, they always need. Yeah, Uber. There you go.
I tried doing all this hustling stuff. I tried selling what I know in different ways at businesses, individuals. I've tried the worldly ways, and it's not proven to be my path. So what I feel is destiny, possibly. What I feel is the future is, I think it's time to interrupt and restructure the economic system. I've been living without for quite a while, and I'm okay continuing to do so, but there's a lot of people who have it a lot worse off than I do. And at the same time, there's how many more billionaires coming through
the sugar mama.
Sugar mama. Well, I am seeking investors, those who want to see someone like me succeed.
That's a nice way of putting it. That's a nice
right. Sugar mama to Jack is like 70. It's okay though. No teeth.
Oh, here, I honestly see, I did not expect to go this long without an income, honestly. But there's a creative force that's with us, a force of creation that's with us. Hey, amen. I joined the army too to avoid total poverty. That's why I raised my hand as a kid, because I needed a job. Mom was about to kick me out of the house, and I had to do something.
I kind of wish I'd went into some kind of service. Well, I didn't do it because my old man was in the Vietnam War and it fucked him up. Or that's what I thought at the time. I thought, like, well, this dude's crazy from the Vietnam War. But now that I'm older, I realize, well, he's just crazy. He would have been crazy regardless if he went into the fucking service or war or anything.
A lot of people went to Nam because they were crazy. And they were like, you're going to give me a gun? I'm going to go over there and kill people? Fuck yeah.
You're probably right.
That was the mindset.
Rabble. Yeah. Fucking pawns. My dad was a narc. Imagine being a narc. Fuck that.
Damn.
People are fascinating. But you know what? We're not here to be slaves. I think there's a possibility, since theories of creation and stuff, I've heard theories that humanity was created as a slave race. And, you know, slavery is actually continued through the pharaohs, the monarchs, through our current government and corporate structures. Slavery exists today, openly and discreetly. It's insanity.
I mean, yeah, it's nuts, but what's the alternative is what? Well, where they got everyone is when they somehow engineered the people to come live off the farm, to get off the family farm.
And to move into the city.
Rebellion is what they fear.
Just high.
That's what they really fear.
Easy job sitting in an air-conditioned office instead of working that field.
I can play quote unquote devil's advocate for many different perspectives on this, because I mean, if you look at the poor and uneducated human, you know, especially in our so-called modern society, dude, when we're poor and hopeless and angry, we're very self-destructive. So if you look at poor humanity and their self-destructive patterns from a distance, like the wealthy and elite would do, you look at the uneducated and you think, yeah, let's get rid of them, man. Bunch of worthless eaters. So, and I heard, what's that dude's name? Does the natural law stuff. Mark Passio. He described it pretty well. You know, if you look at the common state of humanity, and I'm speaking for myself, when I gave up my desires and sold my soul for job security, we live without care of others, because we're so focused on our own livelihood. And then we don't think. We're just patterns of repetition. So without a mind and without a heart, what are we? Bunch of zombies,
You're
man.
golem.
What's that?
You're a golem.
A golem? Yeah.
You just get programmed into a loop.
I used to live that loop. I was living the same life year after year.
Well, what if the post office said, "Hey, come back today, and we'll give you the same pay"? Would you do
it? I still want to talk to the executives in DC to go back to the Postal Service, because the job I had, while it was good and comfortable, I've
Dude,
moved
DC will
beyond
just
that.
laugh at you. DC
No,
is just
dude.
gonna laugh at you, man.
Please stop. Don't assume that, because actually when I met with the executives, they actually, I truly genuinely believe that they wanted to continue our conversations. Then the asshat attorneys got involved and my career ended because they said I was guilty of federal ethics violations. I was a private business owner and a federal employee. Today, I'm neither. But if I can speak to the executives at the United States Postal Service again, we can talk about the wrongful termination, and we can also discuss ways to improve the workplace for that agency across the nation. And if I can be a part of that, that helps improve the lives of about 500,000 employees across the nation who live and work in every community. That might help might help America become a little better.
I'm sick of these fuckers out here. You are God. You are not God. You need to ask God what you need to do. You need to follow God's will. You're not God. If you don't have something you're beholden to, what the fuck? What do you do, Super Champion Rock? I bet your life is fucking bullshit. You probably don't do shit.
People are fascinating. But if it's true that God is all that is, God is within all that is, around all that is, through all that is, why should we believe there's a separation between me and God or you and God? If I can see God within all of you and all that I get to experience, well, I feel pretty peaceful, pretty grateful.
But there's obviously you didn't create the whole world, so
no, that's the magnificent part.
Don't go there, Jack.
The one who did create the whole world is still working through me and you.
So there's a separation then, because he's working through you.
Oh, it is. Yes, there is as in my mind, I subscribe to a father, right? A one supreme creator that is above and beyond all of us, but there's a connection. And I do not deny that connection myself anymore. And I seek each day. Honestly, guys, I spend my time in prayer, meditation, and seeking to know God, because I found greater peace and pleasure the more that I did.
Yeah, I think there's a connection. I would never doubt that, but I just see all the online people having that belief, like, "Oh, I'm God. You are God." Like, I just reject that. Yeah, like Cam said, if you're poop, you're not God. Like, not. There has to be some
poop, you're not God. Okay. We can all.
You didn't do anything, Super Champion Rocker. You didn't. You're part of it. That shouldn't be diminished, but you're not the actual creator. You need a bumper sticker that says this right here with Kem's comment. Prayer, meditation, and paneling.
That is what my life has come down to. I cannot friggin' believe that this is where my life has brought me to. I really can't. But this is my life, apparently. So this is what
Is it true Paul and Slave didn't give you half of the drug money? Is that true?
Paul has offered me little that I appreciate.
Now I understood
No,
it when he was grifting
nothing.
for the money. My understanding was he was going to split the money with you. That's how he made it sound.
He said we quite a bit, but I remember him making no offers to me. But this is where I was. I was playing along, and I thought, even if I just play along, maybe he'll drop his ego a little bit. We can actually have some dialogue and conversations. But even though I played along, nothing was offered, and then it was immediately
could have given you 25% at least, man.
It could have even offered some encouragement for my channel or for me. But no, this is what I mean. Immediately after, go back and he's back to backbiting on me, insulting me and disrespecting who I am. So it's like,
Yeah, the guy's not real, dude. He's not your real friend. He's playing the shit out of you.
He's a character for certain. But guys, this is the reality we're living in. There's a lot of people, they become these characters. In my mind, Paul's no different than these policemen that think they're fucking authority, running around and giving everyone tickets and beating everyone up. I don't see much difference.
Well, what I see is he completely rejects any kind of hierarchy, except for like a social hierarchy where he's the alpha. Anything other than that just doesn't exist.
Nothing beyond his dominance.
There's no hierarchy to like an external god that you're under or anything.
Dude, he's a tryhard, man. He's full of shit.
He's 100% full of shit. It's crazy to me how somebody like Benton, who I thought was smart, would just become his dick washer. So nobody tells Benton what to do except Paul.
We'll see. Benton likes how good of a manipulator Paul is. Benton's inspired by that.
That makes sense.
There is
Jack, read my avatar. Can you see my avatar? Can you read that?
Let me see if I can make it full screen. I don't think anyone can read that. Hold on.
Something great danger. We are the great danger. Psyche is the great danger. How important is it to know something about it? But we know nothing about it. Amen.
Who is that? Is that the Dalai Lama?
No, that's Carl Jung.
Carl Jung.
Oh yeah, he's a Satanist for sure.
Psyche is the great danger. It's not the nuclear bombs. It's not all the possibilities. It is the human psyche that is the problem.
Carl Jung
it's
is
the intelligence, and you keep saying,
crazy.
"Yeah, cool, Drew. You're trying to get me riled up or something."
No, I'm just telling you.
No, you're just pigeonholing.
Are bullshit, right? Do you believe in Freud too?
No, Jung was brilliant.
You think psychology's bullshit?
Is that a real question?
Freud and Jung.
They're bullshit.
Sigmund Freud, yeah. Fuck that guy. But Jung knew what he was talking
bullshit too. Just as much bullshit.
No, dude.
I think, Drew, you just can't accept things, man. Like, you can't accept psychology. You got something.
Your shadow, bro. You integrate your shadow, bro.
Drew, you've shown yours.
Bro, I have this shadow in me.
You do. I've seen it.
I'm in a soul trap, and there's a shadow.
He said you're in a soul trap.
I think it was Jung. Jung compared the Prophet Muhammad to Hitler.
How
he
so?
said he said they represent the same basic archetype.
Fascinating.
Like warlord, like figure.
I mean, who was behind Jung Machine Lies? Was it some J?
It was the OSS. He's an agent in the OSS.
Well, there you go. He's Yeah, look at Ken before Storm. Jung Red Book equals demonic. There you go.
I don't know about that angle. I'll just, I'll say undecided. But I've heard a bunch of theories that Hitler was actually Jesus that came back to punish the Jews and shit. It wouldn't be one time that I've heard that theory, and I've heard it from a couple of different sources that he was like Jesus' second coming. He's like, oh
what's
yeah,
the source for that?
It's good. That's good comedy.
There is so much about history that I don't know for certain, but I know the benefit of applying the principles of what the Jungian theories discussed. I found the benefit of going within and trying to identify the archetypes that I was demonstrating, and by understanding the archetypes, I was able to better understand my shadows. What was I denying within myself? And
any of you ever heard of Walter Russell?
He's a Satanist.
Walter Russell? Good guess.
Is it? I can't remember who he is.
He was like this dude that.
What is a Satanist, Drew? What is a Satanist?
You obviously, but someone that rejects God.
Oh, look, you're taking shots again. All right, you punk bitch. What's the definition of a Satanist?
I would just say someone that completely rejects God.
Is that the true definition, or is that your fucking, twisted definition?
What's the Webster's Dictionary definition? I don't fucking know.
You should know.
Someone at war with God.
I actually think the idea of the Satanist is those who worship the selfish desires.
Well, that's these people that say they are God. That's why that's a satanic belief.
No, but
you're at war with God.
Jack's definition is the official, LaVeyan Church of Satan definition.
That's what I've heard. Yeah. That's what I had heard.
Tyrannicide, pull it up, man.
Well, it makes sense, though. I mean, because if God is the giver of life and all that is good, the opposition to that would be the one who seeks selfish destruction. And
Well, it's like we were saying earlier, how people just, oh man, you believe in the Big Bang. You're doing it right now. Oh, he's just a Satanist.
The Big Bang, though, I mean.
Like, oh, yeah, but you see what I'm saying? Like, oh, I doubt this, I doubt that. Oh, you believe in the Big Bang. And it's like, oh, Carl Jung, oh, the guy's a Satanist. Yeah, very.
Well, he is a Satanist, but we can skip over.
Yeah, in your eyes, in your belief, like, it's just a belief.
Well, what is his belief? What's his teachings? It's all through you, right? You don't need an external. You don't need to lean on someone for help because it's all just within you.
That's what it is.
Well, I'll say this. I think this notion that mind is contained within this evolution of consciousness, this type of Walter Russell type of thinking, I think that it can be true in some sense, but in another sense, it's totally refuted by the fact that consciousness may exist in the most minute forms, and it doesn't have to be a cosmic level event, universal mind, type of event. But then they think that God exists everywhere, whereas God, as we say, is in the all. God has to be greater than his creation in a sense, So if you say everything is God, that type of pantheism seems untenable. Whereas it's true to say you can't say all is God and that everything is God, because everything implies like that there's separation between things, you know. but if you have all is God, then you're saying that God is in some sense greater than his creation, that God is a greater you know, God is not over you know, he's over and above his creation in a sense. So he's not essentially part of it, but he can come into it. You know what I mean? So there is you know, that God has a choice whether to come into his creation or not, you know, and that leaving that room is fundamental. But when they don't leave that extra room, it just seems like, you know, and the universal mind, you know, there's no room there, because the evolution of consciousness, first of all, it has to proceed in a hierarchical fashion through the stages of consciousness, and then in the most highest form, it's a total dissolution of individuated consciousness inside of the universal mind. So it's completely, you know, gone. Whereas consciousness may exist in the atom, you know, it may exist in the most minute instance, you know, because where does mind come from? It doesn't come from some combination of matter, you know, some complexity of matter, you know, these are complex ideas.
Can I jump in there? Because I love these ideas. The thought I was trying to work through myself earlier today is the distinction between awareness and consciousness. Because trying to consider, is the entire universe conscious? Is the entire universe aware? Where does awareness come from? Right?
A lot of it's unconscious. Most people, I think, are just unconscious.
Yes. Well, and that's just it. We operate in a quote unquote conscious state, in an awakened state of being, but most of the processes of our movement and our choices are based on subconscious patterns, repetition, stuff society taught us, stuff heard in the memory or media. But so awareness versus consciousness. What I was thinking is reaction to experience.
Awareness is consciousness. What the fuck are you saying?
Is it? I mean, that's where I realized the two go together. Awareness of information is a sample of consciousness, but it's not the totality of it. I don't know. You know what? This consciousness thing, the human psyche, it's something fucking important, guys. We've all got one. It'd be kind of cool to figure it out.
Pretty, unself-aware people in the world, man. Let me tell you what.
Yeah, Jack just showed us.
Actually, the lack of self-awareness is conditioned because this society teaches everyone to get their value based on external confirmation without actually going within into the knowing and into their beingness for the answers. But there's a balance between finding it within and getting the answers from outside. I think this is the game of life our creator offers to us. It's kind of cool. When we don't worry so much.
It's a better worldview than your soul is trapped here for eternity.
Yes.
And you're in some prison, flesh prison. The one guy, I should pull up the comments. You know, this is not even, I'm going to say it word for word. Some guy said you forced 4 souls in here, meaning my kids. And then it was like, it said something like you're fucked up or something, and then it said I want to spend time with you with a baseball bat. Like, yeah, okay, you're totally not part of a death cult, dude. Wow. Fucking, they're insane. I see just like, yeah, this is why I don't think this YouTube shit is really good for people, because they don't really want to look outside of what they already partially believe, and then they just get their ideas get reinforced by people that are equally as crazy as them. They're going to kind of gravitate towards that. And most people are kind of scared to step out of that comfort zone and look at other things and different communities or whatever that are going to challenge their beliefs.
Our fucking psyche is plagued by beliefs. All these fucking beliefs. Every fucking day. Beliefs.
And memories, dude.
Well, do you believe getting a house is bad, right? No, I'm being serious. Doesn't he think, like, don't you believe that would be bad? Is that to be a wagey and all that, all day, everything that goes with it, not just the house itself, but to have to become a wagey and everything like that?
Do I think that's bad?
Yeah.
Well, you just said I think it's bad, right? So you said I think it's bad.
Well, do you believe that it's bad? That's your belief, right?
Don't speak for me, man, you punk bitch.
Well, I mean, obviously you find more solace just being like your own free man, kind of just wandering a little bit, right? Than wagey, be a wagey and get an apartment or whatever you got to do. Is that not a belief too, though?
Just, by the way, lots of respect to you if you can actually make that work out. I'm actually trying to figure out a way to make it work out, but yeah, apparently you're better at it than I am. No disrespect at all, by the way. I just saying. You know.
I know how this sounds, but let's find a way to disrupt the entire global economic system. I think it's a better way than trying to find out how to survive in this world without being a slave.
Well, Cecil, you got a lot more than I do, man. You got to pay for a lot more shit than I do.
Not really.
I guess minimalism's what I got.
Dude, I'm freaking way more of a minimalist than most people I know. I just don't happen to make a whole bunch of money. I'm just trying to figure out a way to do what you do right now and make enough money to actually make it count.
Well, I'm going to start working again soon. Like I was telling you, get into construction, make $200, $250 a day. You know, fucking work for 3 weeks, work for a month, 6 months, whatever, man. Save up.
Yeah, I see this a lot too. Like the mortgage doesn't mean you own it, which I understand all that. And they could even besides the bank, the government could come and eminent domain your shit anytime they want it.
Right.
But how often does that shit really happen? Very, very, very fucking. You'd really have to be out of shit. It'd almost be like an act of God.
Yeah, you don't own your house.
What? You say you don't own your house? Is that what you said, JJ? Which I believe that.
Yeah.
But
it's not a belief, it's knowledge.
You do, though, really, though, right? Like 99.9% of people aren't getting fucking eminent domained out.
No, but many people are losing their home due to failure to abide by the mortgage contract.
Right.
I mean,
there you go.
In reality,
there you go. Bernai's family got fucked. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, you don't really own shit because you're not sustaining the things that it takes to like make your house, because like you don't really control what it takes for like the nuclear power plant that's 100 miles away to like pump electricity to your home, or for the military to protect like the city and shit, or the cops to protect. Like we actually don't have the necessary means that it would take to run society in its current stage. So none of us is in true ownership of what we have in one stage. But in another sense, it would do us better to just have less. So I agree with Brother Talcott to a certain extent that we do need a total restructuring of like what the fuck like everybody owns and shit. But like in another sense, like like JG said, like motherfuckers just need to like go with less. Like you don't need all that shit. Like, you just need to live a simpler like fucking life. Like like now that you understand that like you actually don't own shit, like what the fuck is the point of collecting all this fucking shit? But like in another sense, like somebody said, I think it was a comedian or some shit, they said when any other time where like one person had all this shit, a couple of few guys would get bats and they'd go to their house and they'd drag the dude outside and they'd beat the fuck out of him and everybody would divide up all of his shit. So like that is what happened in history. So maybe that needs to happen again, because it's like there's people owning all this shit that they don't really fucking need to have, and who the fuck are they anyways, and why the fuck do they live behind these gated communities and shit, and why the fuck do they get to control people's lives?
Amen. I spoke on a little bit of what you were just saying earlier on my stream about I discovered the joy of conserving, right? Of actually living with less, wanting less. And I found I had more time when I wanted less, and I was happier when I was happy with what I had. And sometimes necessity brings us to to the minimalist lifestyle.
Yeah, and it's like, and I'm
So
not saying like I'm not saying like settle for less. Like I'm saying like like you should want it all. You should want the best for you and your family, but want real shit. Don't want like don't collect all this fake shit that you don't need. Mishmash fucking Hobby Lobby fucking, surrogate activities and shit, artificial needs, collect shit for your actual real motherfucking future and shit, like shit that, like shit that we can all benefit from, like fucking, like whatever real wealth is, or whatever real health is. Health is wealth in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? That's something that people don't understand, because if you didn't have the ability to go to work, because you don't have health, and we got this fucking, this bad health or this processed shit like imposed on us in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? So it's like, people need to preserve their health just like they preserve their property and shit, because that's what's going to give you the ability. Having more knowledge and having more discipline and having better health is going to give you the ability to work better, so like that's a possession, just like having like real shit in the world is a possession, and like you should want it all. You know what I mean? Like don't just want like shit that you could use, like want shit that is is a reflection of a greater version of yourself. I mean,
all the shit's becoming digitized too, though. So like, there's not even that much shit anymore. All the music and everything, movie, these like things that were physical collections in your home, now it's all just become data.
That's true.
Yeah, and that's why. But it's like people have the equipment now to make shit on their own. People need to just make shit on their own and set up their own fucking distribution for this shit. You know, right? And like now we have the ability to do that, whereas before we didn't. It's like it's like I don't see anybody like being like, well, let me just go sell the music I made on the streets and start up some local bands or start up a local music scene. You know what I mean? Now there's a chance to do that, and like it needs to be like every city, like you go, like people are into different music and shit. Like, like why not, do it that way? But no, everybody keeps listening to the same old shit. They're recycling the 80s shit again. It's like nobody wants to make shit. It's like people just want to, hear the shit that's already been made. It's like all the recycled shit, vaporwave nonsense. Nobody wants to move into the future. It's all just bullshit, So
they're sampling. I got you.
Trust not. It's Not everyone is clinging and repeating the past. There are many who are breaking free, who are coming up with new innovations, new ways, new ideas. We're living at a pretty cool time, brothers and sisters. Seriously. I mean, what's our alternative? Not being?
Yeah, Cecil, do you really want to live like me though? Like I'm pretty much a drifter, like a hobo. I hop trains, I work, I fucking skate, I just travel around. Like, is that something you would do?
Well,
are you interested in doing that?
Maybe in a little bit more of a dense manner. Like maybe, like I'm a pretty small guy, so I can just live in the back of my car, and I can just drive around and like do dishes and stuff at different places. And then like whenever I get tired of my boss and he starts giving me shit, I can just be like, "Fuck you, bro," and I'll just drive to the next town. And then seriously,
That's pretty much what I do, man. But you gotta have money saved up.
yeah. I mean, cars can be kind of expensive, but I mean, I'm working on my credit so I can get a good car loan, and then
Hey man, get a bike. That's what I do. Like I'll buy bicycles. I'll go on fucking Craigslist and get like a $50 retrospect bike that's worth like $300. A road bike. You know, fuck a car. Just mash around on a bike.
$40 Goodwill special or whatever.
You need somewhere to sleep then.
Nah, Goodwill's trash. But yes, I mean sleeping outside is awesome. I can't front. Like I love sleeping outside. But
no one ever fucks with you.
You might hate it. You guys might hate it.
You don't get fucked with?
No, because I purposely find good spots. Like the spot I'm at right now, nobody's around. There's just a fucking deer. Like nobody knows I'm here. Nobody's gonna.
Do you even have a tent? Do you have a tent or anything, or are you just like on the ground?
No, I got my sheet. I got a tarp wrapped up around me. That's all I need. It's like 67 degrees right now. It's fucking dope. Yeah, you keep your feet. You always use plastic, right? Because plastic keeps your body heat inside. So you stay warm. Like my feet are fine right now. I'm fine. I'll sleep fine. You don't need everything, man. You don't need fucking sleeping bags. It's a hassle. You don't need a fucking. You don't need a bivvy. You don't need, a tent. It's too much.
Smashing them bitches on that cardboard and shit, huh?
Looking like a used pizza box when he's done.
Oh my god!
No. I didn't smash that chick. She was crazy, and she kept saying, "Oh, you remind me of my son," and the shit was getting too weird. So she was like just a friend.
Woman or what?
Yeah, she was like 50 years old. Nice ass, nice tits, but I mean, she was a bit unconscious. I'll just say that. Nah, she actually had shit. She had like a mat. She's like, "Oh, you can use this mat." But she's kind of gone with the wind,
Is it like Aphrodite in a couple years? Is that basically what she was?
It could be, I don't know.
A little goofy, a little baddie.
Definitely goofy, but she was a good person. But she just you couldn't talk to her. She could not listen, but she had to tell you everything. I wrote letters to the president. I do this. I'm like, yeah, all you did is write letters. She's saying she wrote letters and Trump did this because of her. Like she was fucking
one of these people.
Yeah, delusional.
I can't take this insanity anymore. Have a beautiful evening. Peace.
Have a good night, Jack. Talk up.
Jack, you're the insane one.
What's
he
that?
Can't take this insanity. What the fuck's going on with him?
Well, it's not all about Jack, so he's got to leave.
I can't take this insanity.
I was texting EBT telling him to fire up the after party, and his wife must put his ass to sleep.
He's banging his wife. He had some comment earlier, like implying he was going to be fucking his wife. So he's probably, you know.
I'm saying she must put his ass to sleep.
She's like 7 inches taller than him, right?
I never met EBT, but he do kind of look like a manlet. He do kind of look like a manlet, dude.
He's small as shit.
He do look a little small. I don't know though. I'm not even like big. I'm just like kind of big. I'm not big. Paul looks big.
That dude's fucking. He's all sludge, man.
Well, that's true.
All sludge. If that dude was like really fucking some fucking healthy dude, right? Solid fucking dude, he'd be in shape. He'd be, you know, not just sitting around all day.
Well, yeah, you doing 8
like
hours.
we don't sit around all day.
7 days a week, you couldn't do it.
Yeah. You're just a pile of shit. He piled out.
Hey, Drew, don't you think that Paul kind of seems like a freaking, like, grifter, freaking, like, here, let me go find the, like, one of the rarest, least talked about conspiracy theory things out there. And I'm just going to power that shit hard and seem like an expert about it. And then, like, yeah, but he grifts for attention. He doesn't grift for, like, for money.
You talking about Paul?
Yeah, Paul and Slade. It seems
Paul
like an
and Hinge
on some level.
Yeah, he's just like JG said. I think he said it right. He's a manipulator. He's an adult groomer. I think it's the same thing you see with Owen and shit.
Man, he's power hungry, man. Like Jack was saying, he's like a cop. Like he really is. He's just power hungry. He's just a fucking manipulator. He's a tyrant.
Me. Pay attention to me. You all are.
He came on here.
Like,
he came on here trying to play Muhammad, and Muhammad, you called him. He tried putting words in your mouth and tried playing you to make you look bad. And the whole time I'm watching, I'm like, he's trying to get you now, Muhammad. He's trying to have power over you because he's a fucking power hungry little bitch.
Well, he
needs to go fucking lose some weight.
But I had like lots of shit to do this week, and then I noticed like he wasn't even streaming that often, so I didn't find him on
He can't
there.
even do what he claims he can do, like stream all day, every day. He's like, nobody can do what I do. You can't even do it, motherfucker. You're doing it down to 2 hours a day now.
Well, if you do talk to him, always remember the guy's a snake. He's a backbiter, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So you got to be calculated and you know, carefully watch the guy. And don't get your emotions, like, don't get caught up in your emotions. You can beat him with calmness, you know?
I think psychologically, ultimately, he just wants everyone to love him. He just wants to be loved. So some weird shit, weird dynamic with his dad, where his dad, maybe he feels like his dad didn't love him enough or something. I'm not.
Yeah, he wants love, he wants validation, positive regard, but it's like, dude, I can see right through. Like, I've seen skaters like him. I can see right through the guy. You guys can see it too. So we're looking down on him. He wants people to look up on him, but it's like, dude, we're looking down on you.
Off all day, like you guys can't see this obvious fucking bullshit fucking game he's running.
Yeah, they're dick riders. You know, they're unconscious. They're emotionally unintelligent.
Yeah, I agree with that. You see the same names in the chat every day, and they're fucking retards.
Chatbots, bro. It's probably got freaking chatbot followers and shit.
No, they're just groupies, you know? They're just fucking dick riders. The definition of dick riders. You got a guy like Paul that sucks, and people just kiss his ass, ride his coattails, you know? They don't even fucking question him. They cuck to him. They're just dick riders.
Yeah.
I'm getting called out here for not believing in psychology. There is psychological reasons people do things, but the whole psychological industry, especially fucking Freud, Sigmund Freud.
Yeah, never
Carl Jung, the
ever
demon.
trust somebody that has to say that there's something that's wrong with you in order to get a paycheck. Okay,
Right. There's gonna be all kinds of shit wrong with you then.
Yeah.
I hear you, but psychology is not bullshit, man. Come on. You can't say that. Psychology is fucking
bullshit. There's some
well.
psychological.
Then say the industry. Yeah, say that the people with the angle. That's the bullshit.
Yeah, he has the gift of gab, but that's about it.
Well, it's really
Hey,
it's really coming
he's a
from
smooth talker.
it's really coming from
tries to be.
the tripartite soul of Plato, because Plato believed like there's three parts to a person. There's like a appetitive part that's represented by the stomach. Then there's a passion part that's represented by the heart, and then there's a rational part that's represented by the mind. And this he condensed into the statement about truth, beauty, and goodness all being contained within the one essence. So then basically Freud just hijacked this and said there's an unconscious, a subconscious, and you know, yeah, super ego, you know, or whatever, you know, that there's three layers to the person, you know, and the unconscious contains most of the person, and that would be the super rational mind, which is like kind of you know, like Plato compared it to like the imagination, because there's more shit that you could imagine than you actually know about. You know what I mean, right? So it's all just based on that. And actually, you know, psychology was invented by William James, who actually came and met you know, Sigmund Freud traveled to the US to meet and talk to William James. And he was a student of Swedenborg, Emanuel Swedenborg, and he had devised this kind of theory that like there was all these hidden parts of your soul. You know, there's all these like hidden layers of your soul because the soul exists like across dimensions. This guy Emanuel Swedenborg is like the guy who really created Satanism as we know it today. You know, yeah, but yeah, he definitely taught this guy William James, because in the 1800s there was an occult revival going on in the 1800s in the US, you know, where they had like a battle between scientism and spiritualism. You know, like there was people who were like saying that it's just all science all the time, like we shouldn't rely on religion. And then there's other people saying, well, actually, you know, religion is profound, like there's all these hidden mysteries within religion. And like you know, people like Henry David Thoreau and Ralph Waldo Emerson, who are like on the spiritualist side, you know, and they would also study like the Gita and shit like that, and like talk about the Hindu scriptures. So they give credence to all these ideas. Yeah.
Well, psychology, right? It's about understanding people. That's basically what it is.
Like their motivations and shit.
Well, it's based on the notion of the tabula rasa, which is like that, you know, that man has no inherent nature, that the mind can is like a blank slate, and that a person from birth, basically, that you could imprint behaviors on the mind through like learned you know you know, memory and like stimulation and shit. So really what it is it's like you know, assumed notion that like man is A equal, and that B you can imprint on him through like learned behaviors and stuff. But that's assuming that man has no inherent nature to begin with. You know, saying that there's some universal thing that exists that's called quote unquote psyche, you know, where it's like like people are born with all sorts of weird shit imprinted onto them, you know, that's part of their own nature, part of their own design, you know, so to speak, you know, instincts and shit, you know, and shit that you know, that is basically like memories of like what their parents got into and shit, you know, like genetic memory.
ancestral DNA type shit.
You know, I wouldn't go so far as to say, but like shit that your parents repeatedly experienced that like left the imprint on them and then changed them, and like they treat you in a certain way because they experienced that shit, and there's no way that, you know, your life you know, would be you know, the same based off of, you know, what your parents experienced, and then they imprint on you as a young child, you know, just based off of the shit they went through, you know, even, you know. But
So it says psychology is about understanding people, how they think, what they say, why they do the things they do, understanding the mind and behavior. It ain't bullshit.
yeah, but it's like, can that be had across the board? You know what I mean? You know,
And
like
you're
somebody.
only observing these people. You only know what people let you know. If you're not around a person a lot, and then you have to kind of take what they tell you at face value.
Well, yeah, but then you get this whole like with the current mental health scene, you've got a bunch of like undercover psychiatrists or whatever, that because they know that you're not going to really like act if you know that you're under observation by a psychiatrist, you're going to act different, right? So then you get the current scheme of the mental health scape, if you will, is to like try to draw people into covert situations where they're under observation but they don't know or whatever. Well, the problem is that at least over there on the left coast, a lot of these people are a bunch of like hippie retards that took a little class during COVID, and now they think that they're like freaking Sigmund Freud or whatever.
Like Jack.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, or, you know, people that you randomly meet on a panel in a chat room or something somewhere, you know, that you don't really know. Like, anyway, like,
Yeah, they're posers, right? They haven't really gone hardcore into it. They're not really getting deep into it like some people have, you know.
it's all about that grant money, Holmes. Or, you know, hey, come here, you've been diagnosed as having autism. Why don't you come work by a restaurant? You know, because by somebody, by the way, that, oh, well, I had autistic children, and I'm a expert retard checker. Well, let me tell you what, if you have autistic children, you don't need to be checking nobody, because you probably got autistic children because you smoke too damn much pot, or you are an autist yourself or whatever, and you don't have what it takes to freaking tell if somebody else has autism. Okay, go away. I don't need any help with my shopping list or any of that
I'm in
shit.
Provo talking all this autism talk. The Provo kid.
Yeah, and then yeah, I seen a kid with actual autism the other day, and the guy was going insane. And he noticed that I kept looking at him, and he was.
And then all these other people.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, there's a spectrum, and then you got fucking cornballs like Benton claiming he's autistic, because, like, you know, that dude just wants pity, you know. Fucking, I pity the fool.
Yeah, it's the spectrum now. And you got high functioning and lower functioning, and no, it's just an excuse to broaden the scope or the range of what may or may not. Because if you notice, nobody that works for the government, there's no autistic cops, at least they say, right? Nobody that works for the government has anything mentally wrong with them, supposedly. It's all us, the slave population. You're autistic. You're this. You're that. You know, like
Elon Musk. You guys heard of that crazy shit? Elon Musk versus Mark Zuckerberg in fucking the Roman Coliseum. You heard of this shit?
Nuh-uh.
Nah. Supposedly this shit is real. I thought it was a joke, and I looked it up, and they're talking as early as the end of this month. They're gonna like MMA fight in the Roman Coliseum. Zuck versus fucking Elon Musk.
That's what people want to see, just like Jake Paul and Nate Diaz. You know.
That's how you know. That's how you know that these people were pre-selected to run these companies, and you know that they're just public figures. Like there's a lot more going into these companies than these public figures. You know that they claim invented all this stuff. You know that these guys are literally just poster boys. You know that they would go out and do something so embarrassing as stage an actual wrestling match or whatever.
Well, Zuck is like a black belt in jiu-jitsu or some shit, isn't he? So if there's anything real about it, he would fucking twist Elon up real fucking quick.
Yeah, he would destroy Elon.
I'm not sure if he's black belt, but he definitely trains in jiu-jitsu for a while.
Whatever happened to MySpace Tom? See, I would take MySpace Tom's route. I would just get all that money and then just fucking, you know,
gonna be in it.
Under the radar, just low key MySpace Tom. Like that dude's killing it right now.
He was everybody's friend. He was there to support you. He wasn't trying to ban you and shit. He was like, throw some code up on your page. Play the song when your page loads. I think that's part of why they got rid of the MySpace. People were learning code and shit from that. Like it was intense, bro. And then they had to give you the dumbed down Facebook version.
Zuckerberg's too deep into the game. He fucked up. Got to be like MySpace Tom, not Illuma Tommy.
Yeah, here it is. Look at cage fight could be. Oh, now it's canceled 2 days ago.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I knew that shit wasn't gonna be real, but they were hyping it up like mainstream media. Like this is real. It's gonna happen by. I heard August 26th. Yeah, right here. Look at August 26th. It's on hold.
Yo, I said Tommy had the spirit of his dodo and he left. Tom's got a dodo, everybody.
Illuma Tommy? Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, me and Muhammad kept saying, oh, nobody's giving me a chance to speak. I said, you know, Muhammad's coming at him. Like, dude, you've been talking the whole time. And then I made a joke and he left. We defeated Tommy.
He's the absolute fucking worst. Can't stand that motherfucker.
Yeah, he sucks. He is an intelligent person. I'll give him that. But he is a fucking
dumb fuck.
Nah, he is intelligent. Come on.
I never heard him say no intelligent shit. Just it can't even make sense. It sounds like he's speaking another language. Doesn't make sense to me.
I guess that's your problem then, Drew.
Well, you sound like him. He's on panels from fucking morning till night, till fucking late at night. Like, get a fucking life, dude.
Yeah, it's his new meth. He gives up drugs and now he gets all the neural rewards from being on, you know, streams all day. And now he's sober and he's feeling himself. But he still sucks and he's still, you know, he's still dug too many holes. That's all he does is dig holes. Kind of like you, Drew.
How am I digging holes?
Yeah, and I think there's this crazy connection between like how the Elon Musk character just teamed up with this Authentics Israeli company for his identification for his Twitter. They're gonna have a digital identification set up on Twitter if you want to be verified, and he teamed up with this foreign company. Authentics is called. It's an Israeli-based company, and Zuckerberg was using Cambridge Analytica, which is also a foreign company, to collect all this metadata on the U.S. citizens. You know, it's obvious that Twitter and Facebook are like the biggest spy networks like ever created. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, they're all trying to create their own little ecosystem where your data doesn't leave that ecosystem. So that's why they want to keep you engaged as long as they can. So then all your shit's in there, the news you watch, then you retweet about it or whatever, and the people you talk to and everything want to just keep you enclosed in this social media like farm, basically. And then they're just farming that data, and it's hard to even get to the data when you're outside of that network, like even searching through Google to pull some of the articles up from within Facebook or within, you know,
I think
Twitter and shit.
one of those apps like WhatsApp or whatever, it was literally just a spy tool. Like this, like WhatsApp was literally just like collecting information on people. You
I mean,
know,
that's what they all are, right? It's all to build that profile on you, I believe.
yeah, I think it's like Pegasus project or whatever. They had like a Pegasus project that they used, like a Pegasus spy. And recently I got a weird message from like my like antivirus. I have like an old antivirus on my other computer, and it said there's like remote access Trojans. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like,
Yeah, okay, the Pegasus one, that's the Israeli backdoor shit, right? Where nothing
yeah.
can detect it. It's just on your phone and they can backdoor your phone.
Yeah, and it's like and it's like this idea they're talking about remote access Trojan, rat, it's spelled. And it's like people can remotely access your files and shit, like your webcam and shit. You know, and somebody showed me how to do this before because they're like I'm gonna show you how to do something for a job or some shit, and you could remote view a computer from far away or some shit, you know. And they were looking at the computer, they were showing me what they do for their job, like remote viewing different, like controlling different computers and shit. And I was like, that's fucking crazy. So somebody could just you know, remotely control your computer and shit if they have the program installed on it. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's, you know.
What's up, Burn?
What up? What up? Great job on fucking Insanity Machine. God, that guy is a psycho.
No, he's fucking nuts, bro. He's never gonna stop coming after me is the problem.
No, he's like literally like a year ago he started like going after me for a little bit, and I was just like, you're a fucking loser, and paid no attention to him and didn't really hear anything about him until started going after all you guys now. Fucking weirdo.
And then we're obsessed if we talk some shit back. We're obsessed, but he'll make video after video
How
after
dare
video.
you defend yourself against my criticisms of Insanity?
Yeah, he's a fucking nut, dude. Literally a psycho. Okay, what this shit needs on YouTube, what they need, tell me this would not be dope. The shit's just like it is, but then we could break away whenever we want and we could play like music for a while. And then all of us just drop like to a backstage where the chat doesn't see us, and then we can talk about what we're going to talk about next. You can play one or two songs, or maybe you play like 5 or 10 songs. It doesn't matter. And then you could come back.
That would do that, and I'm gonna recommend that to them. I actually talk to them, and like they actually take suggestions seriously. So I'm gonna do that. That's actually ingenious.
Because then you'd have time to kind of regroup. Like when Jack Talcott left, that would have been a perfect time to kind of regroup real quick. And what are we going to talk about? And then while we're playing some dope ass shit or whatever,
like a
without getting your channel.
Exactly.
Without getting your channel fucking struck down for playing some like copyright shit. So it could play the ad for the video, but then the ad goes to all the people watching, and then the ad money could just go to the whoever the musician is.
Yeah, the chat lurkers are gonna hate that, man.
I think they'd love it. They'd still be there if you had good like music. What's next for you, Burneye? I think he's at Whataburger or something.
What is it? The megaliths? What are they? What kind of megaliths are they?
What megaliths?
He's over there looking at megaliths all the time.
Oh, yeah, he's driving around.
There's a particular type of megaliths. Like, what is it? Permaculture or some shit? I can't remember what it is.
No, that shit's too smart for me. I don't know. This dude's out here making Ormus and shit. I'm just like,
Burnight's got to hop some trains, man. I'm telling you, I can see that dude hopping trains and
I was
bugging
gonna
out.
say, it looks like a train hopper to me.
He should.
This is where we need to play some music and regroup. You get a whole nother hour. Because then what happens is I'll shut it down. Right after I shut it down, I'm like, fuck, I had this video I was gonna play or some shit. I always forget.
Burnite, what are the megaliths made out of again?
Stone?
No, dude. There's a type of freaking megalith you're always talking about.
Like the geoglyphs or the terraces or like
geoglyphs, but what are they made out of? Not stone. There's something else. It's like
the earthenworks,
the ferrocrete or some crap like that.
Oh, geopolymer. The geopolymer.
Geopolymer. That's what.
Okay, that's where they pour the shit, right?
Yeah. And it's actually stronger than modern day concrete. And a couple of the researchers I work with, the professor out in the UK, he's taken samples from like around Europe as well as Japan. And he's shown that a lot of the rock quarries, they actually just ground up the stone off the mountain into powder. And then that's how they moved it. They actually made these giant blocks. They cast them. They didn't actually cut them and move them. Instead, they cast them as this geopolymer.
Okay.
What do they add to the powder?
That
What
makes
do they
way
add to the
more
powder?
sense than freaking cutting a block from a quarry and moving it 1,000 miles to build a pyramid. You know?
Not enough science for Burnout here. He had to go. His Bunsen burner was waiting for him. Shout out to Burnout, Crypto Alchemist. Go subscribe.
Fucking elusive Canadian.
I mean, he's back anyway. I'll probably shut it down anyway. I'm coming up on 5 hours.
Sorry, hit the wrong button. Yeah, 5 hours, good place to cut it off.
Probably. It's getting slow. I'm getting tired.
Much love, boys. It's a good stream.
Go subscribe, Burnout, the Crypto Alchemist.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate you.
Yo,
man.
but Burnout, what do they add to the geopolymer? What do they add to the powder?
It's like a limestone mixture that oh god, I can't think of the words right now, but it's a chemical reaction that happens from the lime within it, which then like seals and forms these crystal bonds that then re-solidifies the rock in it. For the life of me, I can't think of the actual chemical compound right now, but it has to do with the lime and the limestone in it. And then whatever adds into that.
I was just saying, it makes a hell of a lot more sense to do it that way than cut a freaking however many ton stone block from a quarry. Like we've been told our whole life, oh, the Egyptians cut this block and moved it all the way
Dude,
over.
they just had some monks, bro.
It's like, no, it
Bro,
just
some
be a
monks
simple
just acoustically levitated that shit with a chant.
Yeah.
They just did some Om shit and that shit levitated, and then they just like tapped it with their
They
finger.
just
all the way.
owned it. They owned it out of the mountain, right? Like, it's so ridiculous.
No.
Well, they cut it out of the mountain, but then they owned it into place.
No.
Hey, well,
They had
that's
like a
the
little
true
horn
faith
that they
and
played.
power of God right there.
Telling
If
you.
you can levitate some stones, well, Christ be with you on that. Fuck, I wish. But I don't, you know, Jesus didn't levitate stones, so I don't think others did either.
That's my theory. Sticking to it. I
Yeah.
love all you guys, but fuck all you guys. I'm going to bed.
All right, much love,
We're
everyone.
not the Crypto Alchemist. Go subscribe.
Peace out.
JG, he's under a tarp right now.
Yeah,
Respect.
keep hating.
Right.
You,
Not
you
hating.
don't own your house.
Not hating. Good night. Respect. Cecil Drake, you're going on trial next week, boy. The Machine Lies. Everyone go follow The Machine Lies on YouTube. And thanks everyone that was here in the chat. I waited for EBT so I could set up the after stream. But are you gonna after stream or are you going to bed?
I could do a few hours if anybody wants to come through. I could throw up because I am gonna be up for like until 6 a.m. So if anybody wants to come through, look at some videos on like Neil deGrasse Tyson and shit. You know, we can go look at that on my channel.
All right, so everyone head over to the Machine Lies channel. I will be in bed, but appreciate you being here, brother.
For sure. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, peace.